a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Rajya Sabha chairman meets leaders of political parties at 10:30 a.m. To find a way out and resolve the political stalemate in the House, while Congress says they have got more than the required number of signatures to move a no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Chorus for Mamata Banerjee to lead India Bloc grows. Now RJD chief Lalu Yadav also extends support to West Bengal chief minister. Remember earlier TMC said Mamata should lead the India Bloc. A 21-year-old stalker allegedly burnt alive a 17-year-old girl at her grandparents' residence where she was staying in Andhra Pradesh. Six people killed, over 40 injured as a state-run bus rams into vehicles in a busy Mumbai road. CCTV footage shows the bus barreling down the road at a high speed. Accused driver arrested. New York prosecutors charged 26-year-old accused with murder. He was named a suspect in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. And we hope to see a smooth functioning in both the houses. However, both parties continue to trade charges against each other. The BJP says the Congress is not letting the House function, while the Congress MPs come out and say that it is the BJP. They are trying to find a reason to halt the proceedings in both the houses. In Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha will be resuming shortly. And my colleague Vasudha is joining us from Vijay Chowk. Vasudha, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Aditi. And the big question today, will the Parliament logjam continue even today? A few days back, we saw the Parliament business, coming back on track, specifically with the government, with the Treasury benches agreeing to have a debate on the Constitution of India. Remember that it's the Prime Minister himself who's going to respond to that debate, which is going to take place on the 14th and 15th in the lower house of the Parliament, and also on in the Rajya Sabha, the same debate will take place on the 16th and 17th. It's in fact the Home Minister who will be leading that debate in the upper house. The Prime Minister himself responding to that means that the BJP completely wants to ensure that it owns the narrative around Constitution, something that is also being held as one of the reasons for its reduction in numbers that it witnessed in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But when it comes to the Parliament session today, remember the Parliament session the winter session is all set to conclude on 20th of December. So just about 10 days left, and a lot of legislative agenda has not been taken up. In fact, in the last week was a complete washout because the opposition wanted to protest on the Adani issue, on Manipur violence, on farmers' protest, and so many other things, which of course the government believes that it wants to keep the focus completely on governance. And in fact, it's the BJP in the last 3-4 days that has come down very heavily on the Congress party, alleging that its leaders are hand in glove with George Soros funded institutions and individuals, and they believe that it's the Congress leadership that are working hand in hand with people like George Soros to destabilize the Indian democracy. We'll have to wait and watch how much of that really plays out today. But remember that yesterday, Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav was waiting for a long time for his reply on the very important Railway Amendment Bill. That could not happen. The Disaster Management Bill is expected to come up. We did see that Civil Aviation Bill being approved but being cleared. But of course, a lot of legislative agenda remains really uncovered this Parliament. And all of this was seen as transformative. There were different bills. There were around 5 new bills and 15 overall bills that were supposed to have been brought in and discussed. And these were from various sectors, from health, education, oil fields. We'll have to wait and see how that happens. The meetings of the opposition are going on, the re-strategizing meeting. And of course, Jagdeep Dhankar Lok Sabha is adjourned now, is what we hear of after the constant chaos, and we have also seen that these protests that happened yesterday were completely, after the houses came back on track. And some of these adjournments were completely unscheduled. In fact, the opposition is also mulling over moving this motion of impeachment, motion of no confidence against Jagdeep Dhankar, the Rajya Sabha chairperson, alleging that his behavior has been partisan against the opposition MPs. First, let's listen into what Congress MPs talked about when it came to the no confidence motion. Remember that a 14-day prior notice has to be given. We don't know how the technicalities work out in this way, but of course it's a political move that the opposition wants to make to sort of show that it's not really happy with the way the parliament is functioning.
नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पे मैम साइन हो गए हैं सब तमाम अपोजिशन के एमपीज एक साथ हैं।
बिल्कुल 50 साइन चाहिए होते हैं, हमारे 70 लोगों ने साइन किया है और अपोजिशन पार्टी सारे आरजेडी हो, टीएमसी हो, सपा हो, कांग्रेस हो, सब ने मिलकर किया है क्योंकि जो सदन के भीतर हुआ वो अनफॉर्चुनेट है, कभी भी ऐसा नहीं देखा गया।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज कांग्रेस एमपी रंजीत रंजन क्लियरली स्टेटिंग दैट देयर इज अ रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ 50 signatures for the no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairperson, but 70 MPs had signed so far, and they are very confident of bringing the no confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar on what has happened in the Rajya Sabha yesterday. This is Ashwarya Jain for NDTV in Delhi.
Well, we saw that the Lok Sabha got completely, adjourned till noon, and this was because of the constant disruptions that began as soon as the House convened. Rajya Sabha is still on. We'll have to wait and see how much of legislative agenda gets taken up. Let me also bring in my guests. We have Aarti Jairat, who is a political and social analyst. We also have Amitabh Tiwari, who also joins us as a political strategist. Aarti, to you first, how do you see the working of the parliament in the last few days, ma'am?
Pretty sad, Vasudha, pretty sad. I mean, honestly, the opposition and the government both seem hell-bent on pursuing their own personal agendas. And, nobody seems to be really bothered about Parliament or the institution or issues that concern us as citizens or, doing the main business of Parliament, which is passing legislation. So it's a pretty sad day that, we're seeing now in Parliament, what Parliament has come to. And, the issues that are being raised. So, I mean, on the one hand, you have the Congress pursuing the Adani agenda, and half its allies are not on board with it. In fact, you see, what is happening in the India alliance. The calls for Mamata Banerjee to take over the leadership are growing, and, which pretty much puts the Congress in a very awkward position because with 99 seats, it was assumed that Rahul Gandhi would be the face of the India alliance and lead it. But after 2 poll defeats in Haryana and Maharashtra, and this insistent on pursuing, its own agenda against the wishes of its other allies, I think has put Rahul Gandhi and the Congress in on the back foot within the alliance. So on the one hand, you have that. On the other hand, you have the government, which is, raked up this George Soros controversy and accused the opposition of being anti-national. If it feels that the government, that the opposition or the Congress party in particular is doing something which works against the interests of the country, they should actually take it to court. There's no point in holding press conferences and fighting in the well of the House on this issue. So, frankly, I think, what both sides are doing to the institution of Parliament is pretty disgraceful and very sad that after 70 years, this is what Parliament has come to.
Well, that's very well said. Amitabh Tiwari, what do you think when it comes to the 234 MPs who are also there in the Parliament this time? It was supposed to be a stronger opposition as opposed to what we saw in 2014 and 2019. Do you see these constant protests, around issues that may not really be common man's issues? Do you see this as a squandering away of a great opportunity to have a constructive debate and put the focus and spotlight on reform agenda?
I think, yeah, I mean, the opposition has very strong numbers this time, but it seems that they have not been able to utilize this in the parliament effectively, as you've mentioned. Not allowing the parliament to function does not work in their favor in a way, because the government is on a sticky wicket compared to 2019 to 24 term, and they have low numbers in the Lok Sabha. So they could have forced the government to have constructive discussions on various issues of national importance. However, it seems to have been turned into a political slugfest with both the parties, or both the opposition and the treasury benches largely focusing on rhetorical issues to keep their cadre or second rung leadership happy. See, what is disturbing is the fact that the annual sitting days of the parliament has already reduced significantly from 135 days in the first parliament to just 55 days in the 17th Lok Sabha. So it's less than half now. And even of the less than 2 months which the parliament is scheduled to sit to discuss issues of various importance and pass bills, we've seen that many sessions in the previous Lok Sabha as well as in this session have been washed out. So it's a complete waste of taxpayers' money. I mean, these are not bread and butter issues which people would like to discuss. There was a very famous or unemployment scheme which was launched for internship to youth. There is no update on that. There are many other pressing issues like price rise, agriculture distress, etc., which need to be discussed. But we are seeing that the opposition and the treasury benches have made it Adani versus Soros kind of an issue, which does not impact the daily lifestyle of a common man.
Absolutely. Arti Chairat, there's also this speculation that the One Nation, One Poll bill could be brought in as early as this season. Now, this is something that the BJP has been harping upon. It's something that the Prime Minister has spoken about when it comes to cost, convenience, administration, and also ease of governance, uninterrupted governance. This is being seen as a reform move. But there are, of course, challenges and there are also concerns as well, because opposition parties have said that this will completely overhaul the electoral democracy in India, and also in some ways bring in a sense of depoliticization of people. How do you see the BJP sort of rising up to this challenge of shoring up numbers on its side? Because this is something that the opposition will contest, because they are saying that this will be a threat to federalism. This will also ensure that the BJP will have complete dominance, although it's not really sure how that's going to happen. But there are many positives of this bill which the BJP will have to convince the opposition about.
So, Vasudha, the process of getting it passed is going to be very, very complex. It's not just the opposition that has reservations. I think regional allies of the NDA also have reservations, because obviously, when you club all elections together, somehow national issues will, I think, overshadow even state elections. And I think that is what regional parties, regional leaders are worried about. So I think within the NDA too, there will be ripples of discomfort and anxiety on this whole issue of one nation, one poll. So the process of passing it is going to be very, very complicated, very complex. And I don't know how the BJP is going to be able to negotiate with its allies, particularly as you pointed out, that its numbers are not full majority; it's less than a majority. So that's number one. Secondly, when it goes to the JPC, I'm sure questions would arise on the whole implementation process. How are you going to implement this? Are you going to dismiss state governments which are still in power, before their term, so that you can, bunch all the elections together? I mean, that's one question that comes to my mind immediately. So, it's a very controversial move. It's a very complex thing. It's a very complicated thing. And, frankly, I don't know how the BJP, hopes to get this bill passed, not just with the opposition against it, but even with its own NDA allies. I'm sure quite worried about what the implications are.
Well, that is, we will get to know that in some days from now. Amitabh Tiwari, the other spotlight when it comes to the winter session of the Parliament is, of course, the debate that is going to happen on the Constitution on, of course, the 13th and 14th. We'll also see the same debate in the upper house of the Parliament. So clearly, in the last few years, we've also seen the BJP pick up issues that have been raised vociferously by the Congress party, and the same narrative, same issues, the BJP takes them up, in some ways owns it, and also gives it the kind of spin that it wants, and also in some ways ensures that the narrative is aligned with its political thinking. When it comes to the Constitution debate, how do you think the BJP is going to approach this? Because, it's getting all its big guns out. The Prime Minister himself is going to respond to this debate next Saturday on the 14th. It's Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who's going to lead this debate as well. We're told that Rajnath Singh could also be taking part in it. So this is in some ways BJP leaders showing that when it comes to Constitution, it's only the BJP that can be protecting it. That's the narrative that they want to also project and show. And this is the narrative that was seen as responsible for the BJP setback in states like Maharashtra and UP in 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
Yeah, so this was the narrative which has primarily led to the BJP not having a simple majority on their own. So clearly this time, I think they will come better prepared, and they have good orators also in both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. We've seen how during the no confidence motion last year, despite the opposition bringing up relevant issues, they were not able to win the public perception on the no confidence motion. So this is something which the opposition has to be wary of, because as you mentioned, the top guns, Narendra Modi ji, Amit Shah ji, will be speaking from or on behalf of the government, while we could see Rahul Gandhi ji and Priyanka Gandhi ji speaking from the opposition side. The treasury benches will try to portray the narrative that it's the Congress which has been anti-constitution in the past 55, 60 years, which they have ruled, and they will bring up examples, including that of emergency, which the Congress will have to be prepared for. And the problem is that the opposition today has too many parties, and they are themselves wrangling amongst each other for the leadership position of the India bloc. So unless they have a very sound strategy, unless they have a very common strategy and identify speakers who could take on the government, then this opportunity could be lost by the opposition, similar to that of a no confidence motion last year. So they have to become very, very prepared, because the BJP is going to go after them, citing them as anti-constitution and them as the real protectors of the constitution, rather than being the other way around.
Right. Thank you, Amitabh Tiwari. We'll come back to you. Also, Rajya Sabha has also been adjourned till noon today. Lok Sabha also has been adjourned till noon today. This is after constant disruptions and slogans that were raised by opposition MPs. My colleague Aishwarya has spoken to Rajiv Pratap Rudi, BJP MP from Bihar. Let's listen to what he said.
Today, the Lok Sabha has been adjourned once again.
My friends say शोर मचाओ और फिर सदन चलाओ, दोनों साथ नहीं चलेगा. बीजेपी सरकार.
Sir, but these MPs have been saying that you are not letting the house function.
The fact is they शोर मचाओ और बाहर निकल के सदन चलाओ, दोनों साथ नहीं चलेगा.
I'm being joined in by Sir, आपका response sir.
एक शब्द आज विपक्ष ने नहीं बोला. सरकार के मंत्री खड़े हुए, उन्होंने सदन का स्थगित करवाया.
वो कह रहे हैं आप लोग शोर मचा.
नो, एक शब्द नहीं बोला हमारा कोई आदमी, एक सदस्य हमारा कोई शब्द नहीं बोला. स्पीकर साहब ने जबरदस्ती
एक भी विपक्ष का एक भी सदन चले.
So there you heard from both the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs and the Congress MPs blaming each other for not letting the House to function. It is the BJP MPs who have been saying that it is the opposition parties who are blocking the Parliament, and the opposition MPs clearly stating that they had not spoken a single word, but the Lok Sabha got adjourned once again. This is Aishwarya Jain reporting for Parliament for NDTV.
So both houses are adjourned now till noon, and this is after constant disruptions, protests by opposition members is what the BJP is also saying. And of course, the opposition is blaming the government for it. It's in fact blaming the BJP, saying that it's the ruling party that does not want the houses to function. Aarti Jairath, over to you. Ma'am, a lot of bills were brought in this session, 15 new bills, 15 bills, and 5 of them completely new bills. And this was, the government wanted this to be a transformative winter session, but clearly, ahead of budget session, they also wanted to make a mark, but clearly there seems to be reluctance on both sides to ensure that the houses run. And you heard what both sides had to say today. There are just about 10 days left for the parliament session. How do you see this? How do you see this proceeding in the next 1 week?
Well, I think the really important bills, perhaps the banking amendment and the railway bill or whatever, the ones that the government feels are important and on which there is probably not too much discord with the opposition. I think those bills will be passed in the din, like we've seen in the previous Lok Sabha. So many bills are passed in the din, which is a pity actually, because it means that there is no discussion. And, for us who watch Parliament, these discussions are quite enlightening because they explain what the bill is all about. They explain its strengths, its weaknesses. So we get to understand what the government is actually doing when it brings in these, amendment bills. Now, that opportunity has been lost to us completely because the bills may go through, but probably without discussion, just in the din. So that's an opportunity lost. But you see,
an opportunity lost is what we think.
Yeah, that is absolutely.
Yes, please go on.
Yeah, and so now this constitution debate that is scheduled, I think somehow everybody seems to be waiting for that big debate, and what's happening now is just passing time by getting these adjournments and trading charges and so on. To me, it looks like both sides are marking time for the big debate, the constitution debate, where I think both sides will present their cases and sort of take each other on. How this pans out, I don't know. Yes, the BJP does have more effective speakers. And yes, the opposition does have skeletons in its cupboard because, the number of times President's rule was invoked by Indira Gandhi, the emergency was imposed. Yes, so these are weaknesses.
Right.
But, and
so
my
completely out of time, Aarti ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Completely out of time. I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but yes, that's what she pointed out. The big question there, do both sides want the parliament to run efficiently? And if yes, what are they really doing about it? And that is an answer we'll get to know in the coming hours. Remember, both houses stand adjourned for now. They will be reconvening at noon today, and we'll be tracking those details for you. But for now, back to the studio.
Certainly, Vasudha, thank you so much for bringing us with those detailed analysis of what will happen and what not. And at noon is when both houses will resume. Shifting our focus to the India bloc and their growing concern. Well, the former Bihar Chief Minister and RJD Chief Lalu Yadav has said Congress's objection means nothing and they will support Mamata Banerjee as the leader to lead the India bloc. They said that this is right time for Mamata Banerjee to take the charge and lead. Remember, the Trinamool Congress also on Sunday raised the pitch on the demand to make its chief, Mamata Banerjee, the leader of the INDI bloc, with party MP Kirti Azad saying she is the most suitable candidate for the job as she is the only leader who has repeatedly defeated the Bharatiya Janata Party.
तो ममता जी को दे दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
लालू प्रसाद यादव का बयान ये स्पष्ट करता है कि इंडिया अलायंस का कोई भी नेता राहुल गांधी को नेता नहीं समझता है। 80 से ज्यादा बार रिलॉन्च करने के बाद भी कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल गांधी को नेता नहीं एस्टैब्लिश कर पाई। हम नहीं, देश की जनता ही और विपक्ष के अब उनके साथी भी राहुल गांधी को एक बालक बुद्धि समझते हैं। जो अलायंस आपस में लड़े वो क्या जनता की सेवा करेगा। इसीलिए देश की जनता ने इस घमंडिया गठबंधन को 2014, 19 और 24 के अंदर इनके घमंड को चूर चूर किया था और 2029 के अंदर भी चूर चूर करेगी।
And my colleague Vasudha is joining me for more on this. Vasudha, absolutely a growing concern in India Bloc. Will Mamata Banerjee take the baton from Rahul Gandhi as more and more leaders are coming out and saying that Mamata should lead the India Bloc?
Well, the answer there, Aditi, lies in the response that Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal Chief Minister, gave in an interview to a TV channel 3 days ago, where she said that she is willing to take this responsibility on because it's a problem of the Congress party if they're not really able to manage the leadership of the India Bloc. She also said that she does not want to go outside West Bengal and she'll be able to do all of that sitting there in West Bengal. And that has had endorsement not just from Sharad Pawar, who is the founder of NCP. We also saw RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav saying that, she's a capable leader and that Congress's objections to her leading the India Bloc are completely baseless. And TMC MPs themselves, including Kirti Azad, have come forward to say that it is Mamata Banerjee who has been able to very efficiently and successfully stall the march of the BJP in West Bengal. Hence, she should be the best person leading the alliance. But remember that there are fault lines within the India Bloc. Congress party and TMC have a lot of flashpoints, including the West Bengal, including state of West Bengal itself, where remember TMC is not an electoral ally of the Congress party. In fact, the seat-sharing alliance also did not work out before 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Mamata Banerjee has had problems with the Congress party, especially Rahul Gandhi's way of working. And this core is growing now that, there needs to be a different leader for India Bloc. Also is reflective of the fact that Congress party has failed to take on the BJP when it came to a straight contest. We saw what happened in Haryana, the BJP sweeping there, becoming the only party in several years, the incumbent party to come back to power. And also we saw what happened in Maharashtra in the region of Vidarbha, where there was a direct fight of the BJP and the Congress. The Congress was reduced to just 9 seats. So clearly this is a reflection of growing resentment against Rahul Gandhi's leadership in the India Bloc, and Mamata Banerjee there making those moves there, and also several important leaders, veterans of the India Bloc, supporting that move.
Certainly, Vasudha, and we'll wait and watch when will this churn happen in the India Bloc. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, at least 7 people were killed and over 49 were injured after a speeding state bus rammed into pedestrians and several vehicles in Mumbai's Kurla West. The police have arrested the bus driver and have booked him for culpable homicide. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has announced ex gratia of ₹5 lakh for the family of the deceased. My colleague Sujata is joining me, who has been tracking this story since the beginning. Sujata, take us through the latest updates. We are hearing 7 people have lost their lives and Maharashtra Chief Minister has announced the ex gratia.
Well, certainly, and we see that the Chief Minister, and also we saw that there have been these leaders who did visit the site last night. If we show you the visuals, the destruction that was caused after the bus ramming into this particular building, almost people and pedestrians were there on the streets, and however, more than 7 people have been declared dead so far, and the police sources say that the numbers can go up. Now, it was being told that the bus was on a wet lease by Best, and the driver was hired by a private contractor who is one of the associates of the Best for this particular undertaking. And also the incident was reported at around 9:30, after which the police control forces and riot control forces were on the spot, and the situation eventually turned out to be tense, for which people were asked to disperse from this particular location. But for now, it was said that the bus was out of control, which led to damaging several vehicles, more than 30 vehicles, including 6 to 7 auto rickshaws and other cars, were completely rammed into, and also more than 50 people were injured, and they included young children, old people, and people who were returning back home after work. Some of them were going for their late night shift, and because of which we saw that once the bus started off, it earlier did not had control on itself, where this place where the bus rammed into the wall. Just before 200 meters from the spot, there's a bus stop, which is a stop for the bus to halt at to carry on passengers. There as well, the bus did not halt, and after which it started losing its control. First ramming into 2 people, and after which it went on, and more than 50 people were injured into all of this incident. And right opposite to this building where the bus rammed into, there's a school where small kids come, and people here are in a state of terror, complaining that if this incident would have happened in the afternoon, it would have injured several kids, because this entire road is narrow, and people here walk in great numbers because it is connected. This particular road is connected to the Kurla depot as well as to the Kurla railway station. It makes it even more busier, and at a time when people were heading back home, and it was a very busy time, because there were markets also that are placed up in the evening, and that is when the bus started off. As for now, a case of a culpable homicide has been registered against the driver. His medical examination was done last night at JJ Hospital, and the injured were taken to Sayan and Baba Hospital, and for now the deceased family have been asked to come to the hospital to collect the dead bodies. So the police at present has been interrogating all the angles from to understand whether was it a technical fault, or was it because the driver was in a drunken state. So a lot of things to introspect for the Mumbai police.
Precisely, Sujata, and the impact of the accident can be seen in your live as well as the CCTV footage that we have accessed, how dramatic that accident was. Thank you so much, Sujata, for all those details. The 92-year-old SM Krishna has passed away. He was a charismatic leader with a modern outlook who created a niche for himself in the country's political landscape with his administrative skills and a unique vision of development. SM Krishna was lauded and given Padma Shri as well. Sample the reactions coming in.
If at all you see a Bangalore International Airport, if you see a metro rail, Nama Metro, it is his contribution. He has given a big governance. He is a model of governance, well-spoken, highly educated, and I think Karnataka is proud to receive. Forget that he is my relative, he is my political mentor. That is a different issue. His contribution cannot be forgotten. He has left a big legacy to all of us. Lot of things to learn from him, and I think I am proud to tell that we have learned a lot of things from him.
SM Krishna himself is a great personality. His personality is uncomparable in the present day political scenario. He has left an immense impression in the minds of politicians in general, and particularly the youngsters. He is the one who took the Bangalore, took Karnataka to the world, to the international level. And today what we see in IT revolution in Karnataka, in Bangalore, the entire credit goes to him.
He was just not the CM of Karnataka, but also the CEO for Karnataka. His progressive thinking in social sectors, balancing welfare with IT is extremely commendable, and I think he's left a great impact, a profound impact on the people of Karnataka and the people of India, and I think this is a loss that is irreplaceable.
Huge loss to us as a family and also for Karnataka state. His contribution to the state goes beyond his tenure as the Chief Minister. We all fondly remember his contribution, and he's someone who was not just respected in the state, but in the Indian political system and also in the world. His stature is something that we will certainly miss, and his loss is something that as family we certainly, it's a huge loss.
I am deeply saddened by the passing away of veteran leader. His modern approach towards the development of the state and his modern approach to every sector of the state has been benefited during his tenure. We are really deeply saddened. It's a great loss not only for the people of Karnataka, for the entire country.
And my colleague Pratibha Raman is joining me. Pratibha, an unfortunate day. Political stalwart SM Krishna has passed away. He was credited with transforming Bengaluru.
That's right. He is indeed one of those political stalwarts who's put Bengaluru on the global map. In fact, I'm stationed right outside the residence of the politician here, and you can see crowds thronging the place, trying to see if they can catch the last glimpse of the mortal remains of SM Krishna here. And he has been in and out of hospitals in the recent past. He has been suffering from a few ailments, and he's 92 years old, and he has indeed left a huge legacy in front of him as far as the Karnataka's political field is concerned. Many politicians have been talking about how dignified a politician he is and how he has really ensured that his foresight for Bengaluru was realized during his tenure, which defined the Karnataka's period at that time, became a golden period of sorts for Bengaluru as well as Karnataka. He has adorned several posts from the chief ministers to the external affairs minister, having brought honor to every post that he has adorned. It is indeed going to be a great loss. All eyes are on the funeral arrangements that is going to be undertaken tomorrow at around 4 p.m. with full state honors. Back to you.
Certainly, Pratibha. Thank you so much for those updates. An outgoing RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das is addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
Making any statement, but just sharing a few thoughts. If you recall, in that December 12th, 2018 state, what I had said before you, I had made about a few points. I had said that it's available in the YouTube even now. I had said that the Reserve Bank is a great institution with a rich legacy. I had also said that I will do everything to uphold the professionalism, core values, credibility and autonomy of the Reserve Bank. I had also said that the officials and the officials and the personnel of Reserve Bank, they have high level of knowledge, quality of knowledge, core competence and professionalism. I had mentioned about the teamwork, the need for that my approach. I'm not saying it was not there earlier, but I had said clearly that my approach would be to work in a spirit of teamwork within the Reserve Bank of India and take everybody along and work as a team. I had also said that decision making in the modern world is very complex in today's dynamic world, and therefore a consultative approach is necessary. A consultative approach adds value and depth to the decisions themselves. I had mentioned about the challenges in the banking sector. I had also mentioned that there are certain, and this I am saying 2018, I had mentioned about the challenges that time, before us with regard to the banking sector. I had also talked about the liquidity issue which needs to be addressed. And finally, I had said that the flexible inflation targeting, the framework of flexible inflation targeting is very important. And there is always a need to, I had highlighted and stressed the importance of maintaining inflation while being mindful of the growth trajectory. These were the exact words. So in the last 6 years, it has been my endeavor to adhere to these principles which I had mentioned when I took over as the RBI Governor. You would be aware that we have adopted we have been holding wide-ranging consultations on many issues. In fact, the consultative approach behind regulation, behind all decisions that we have taken in the last 6 years, the consultative approach is very much evident. In many cases, we hold face-to-face direct meetings with the stakeholders or their associations. In many cases, we release a discussion paper or a draft circular, get the comments of all the stakeholders, and then move forward. In fact, the same approach was followed with regard to the Regulation Review Authority, the RRA 2.0, where we formed the authority was within the Reserve Bank, but we formed a group of experts to advise the regulatory, the Regulation Review Authority within the RBI. So we have followed the consultative approach, and the teamwork in the Reserve Bank was perhaps, in my experience, I can say, I cannot talk about earlier days. It was perhaps, at a very high level. I got excellent cooperation from each and every member of the RBI team. Each of my colleagues, they did their best. During the trying times of COVID, even at the risk of their own safety, their personal health, whenever required, physically they all came for discussions. Only I and the deputy governors, we were coming regularly, and a few senior officers, of course. But I think that was the level of dedication we saw. It was also evident in the quarantine facility, which we set up here. I have talked about it earlier, which lasted, in fact, more than 1 year, 1.5 years or so. And the entire staff and service providers had absolutely no complaint. And they were very happy to remain there and do their jobs while the families were away at home. Now, that is the level of commitment and the teamwork I saw in the Reserve Bank. So I would like to take this opportunity to convey my thanks to all my colleagues in the Reserve Bank. I would also like to place on record the excellent suggestions, the valuable inputs which we have received in our interactions with various stakeholders. I have already tweeted about it, or X'd, as you call it today. We put up a message in the X platform today morning, so I don't want to repeat on that. My personal journey, it's not a personal journey, it's a journey of a governor of the Reserve.
Now, amid India and Bangladesh tensions, there are concerns in India, and now a protest march is being carried out outside the Bangladesh embassy in Delhi. Protest is being carried out by civic society members. My colleague Ishika is also covering this protest. Ishika, if you can take us through what are the demands that are being raised by these civic society members in the national capital?
Well, today, in fact, there is a massive protest that we are seeing here in the national capital over the atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh. Let me first show you the visuals here. You can see, the crowd, the large crowd that is present there. People who have gathered here from different civic, cultural societies, and all of them protesting against the Bangladesh government. Sir, आज आप ये protest कर रहे हैं, demands क्या रख रहे हैं?
There is no demand. It's only in support of our people in Bangladesh. They are the minority in Bangladesh, and they are being subjected to very high level of atrocities and inhuman behavior. This has to stop. We want that each and every citizen of the world, the globe, must raise their voice. Then only this will happen. The United Nations cannot be silent spectators. The UN human rights, today is the Human Rights Day. They cannot but raise their voice and put pressure on the leadership of Bangladesh, the people of Bangladesh, to stop all these atrocities, give them the human values, the ethical values. They need to be given the same value as a human being.
Sir, but today you're saying it is a human rights day. Today also the Bangladesh government again has released a statement where they have said that they are committed to ensure, in fact, that everyone is treated equally. They've also called it their own internal matter. How do you see that as well?
This cannot be an internal matter when there is a population which has a direct influence on India is being subjected to this kind of a suppression and oppression and atrocities, where women are being raped, men are being killed, our temples are being destroyed out there. It cannot be an internal matter any longer. For that, the Bangladeshi government, we have not seen taking any concrete step as of now. Yesterday's visit by the Foreign Secretary was a very welcome step, and that is how the Bangladeshi government said that we would like to maintain good relationships with India, and I'm sure in times to come we should take it to the United Nations and the world should take cognizance of it, wherein this atrocities must stop forthwith.
So you're saying that United Nations should not be a mute spectator in this. What would you say to the Indian government as well? Do they also need to amp up their pressure now?
That's right. जो देश वैश्विक वासुदेव कुटुंबकम में विश्वास रखता हो और जिस देश ने बांग्लादेश को ही बनाया हो, उस देश के लोगों को भारतीय जो भी हिंदू हैं वहाँ पर या जो भी अदर माइनॉरिटीज़ हैं, उनके ह्यूमन राइट्स का हनन हो रहा है, मारे जा रहे हैं, मंदिर तोड़े जा रहे हैं, रेप्स किए जा रहे हैं, तो भारत सरकार एक्टिव है. अगर भारत सरकार ने एक्शन ले लिया बांग्लादेश पे डायरेक्ट एक्शन, जो देश बांग्लादेश को क्रिएट कर सकता है, हमारी फौजें इतनी कॉम्पिटेंट हैं कि बांग्लादेश को ही मिला लें, लेकिन हम लोग रेस्टोरेंट में विश्वास रखते हैं. हम चाहते हैं कि विश्व के सारे देश बांग्लादेश के ऊपर प्रेशर बनाएं यूएनओ के साथ में कि तुरंत वहाँ पर एट्रोसिटीज़ को रोका जाए.
But sir, today you were trying to march towards the Bangladesh embassy. You have been stopped right here as well. But will you continue to hold protest until and unless you see some concrete steps from the Bangladesh government?
At the end of it, if we are not permitted to marshal the embassy, we will give them a memorandum which asking them to ensure that the atrocities on the Hindus stops out there immediately.
So in fact, as you heard here, this protest march right now that is happening, we are continuously showing you the dramatic visuals. You can see, the large number of supporters, the people who have gathered here to protest over the atrocities on Hindus in Bangladesh, and they continue to say that it is high time that the world needs to take cognizance of this. United Nations cannot be a spectator, and they are also urging the Indian government to continue to pressurize the Bangladesh government to actually take some concrete steps. We are continuously showing you the dramatic visuals here. These, in fact, they are marching towards the Bangladesh embassy. You can see the large crowd that is present behind me. We and with the placards, they are continuously raising slogans against the Bangladesh government here. Now, they also say that while the Bangladesh government continues to say that they are committed to ensure that no such thing happens, yet no concrete steps is being seen on the side of the Bangladeshi government, and thus they are going to continue with their march till they see some kind of results. So certainly you can see the protest march, the crowd, the number of people who have gathered here to protest against the Bangladeshi government. Over to you.
Absolutely, Ishika. The crowd is swelling up and the anger against what is happening in Bangladesh against Hindu minorities is also growing day by day. But today, Mohammad Yunus has said that rights will be respected of all and they will ensure that peace prevails in Bangladesh. However, yesterday when Vikram Misri met the Bangladeshi counterpart, our Indian Foreign Secretary, he also raised certain concerns by India against what's happening, like attacks on Hindu minorities, temples are being vandalized in Bangladesh, and hence this reasonable demand has been raised by India that the safety must be ensured by Bangladesh government, interim government under Mohammad Yunus to safeguard Hindu minorities. This anger has also boiled up after a Hindu priest was arrested on sedition charges. Remember, even the ISKCON community in India has raised voices against what's happening in Bangladesh. They have demanded that the security should be given to minorities as well as their religious places, which are being vandalized day after another day. And now the Hindu minorities say that they feel unsafe in Bangladesh under Mohammed Yunus. Remember, Sheikh Hasina has also hit out at Bangladesh government, saying that they are ensuring rest doesn't prevail, and also law and order situation is brutal under Mohammed Yunus's regime.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
This December, NDTV Auto's maiden conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that
And breaking news coming in at this hour, Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar is holding a meeting with the Leader of the House, JP Nadda, and Leader of the Opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, in his chamber. Remember, a meeting was held yesterday as well, and now this is the meeting that is continuing from yesterday. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is joining me for more on this. Aishwarya, what are the details of these meetings?
Well, it is Rajya Sabha Chairperson, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, who had called the Leader of Opposition of Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, and the Leader of the House, JP Nadda, to his chambers to find out a middle ground as far as the Lok Jam is concerned. Remember, since yesterday, there had been no work which had been done in the upper house and the lower house of the Parliament. Both the parties have been blaming each other as far as the functioning of House is concerned. It is also the opposition MPs who had claimed that today, when the Parliament reconvened, it was the Treasury benches who do not want to function the House, and therefore they created ruckus. The Congress party had been clearly agitating on several issues with the Trinamool Congress and Samajwadi Party also blocking the parliament. But it is the Bharatiya Janata Party who has been asking answers from the Congress party over the alleged link between George Soros Foundation and Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, which according to them have been termed as anti-India forces. So clearly amid of that, we have seen again a disruption and adjournment at the time of 11 a.m. when the House convened. But now to end this deadlock, an important meeting is underway in the Parliament complex as far as Rajya Sabha chairperson calling both the leader of House and leader of opposition in his chambers. Remember, today early morning there was also a meeting that was called by Rajya Sabha chairperson with the floor leaders, and there are talks which are underway. Whether there will be some middle ground that can come out from this meeting is something that remains to be seen.
The meetings were held yesterday. Before that, previously, 2 meetings were held with all floor leaders by Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla. We are not seeing any end to this deadlock. Again, both the houses were adjourned till noon.
Well, certainly it is Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha which was unable to function as far as the day's work is concerned. We have entered into a third week of Parliament. There are several legislative bills that needs to be tabled for consideration and passing, but nothing has been done so far because of the ruckus which we have seen. It is the opposition MPs who have been clearly blaming the government, and there was sloganeering, there was protest that was also seen outside the Parliament building with Congress MPs stating that Sadan Chalao, Sadan Chalao. And it is them who had also stated that the Congress, that the Treasury benches do not want to run the House, and this is something which is shocking according to them because they have never seen such kind of behavior from the Treasury benches from the government, and this is the first time when the government is not letting the Parliament function is the charges leveled by the opposition MPs, and therefore to find the middle ground. Now these meetings are underway. Yesterday as well, the Rajya Sabha chairperson met several of the MPs from different houses, and also today morning we have witnessed another meeting taking place as far as the Rajya Sabha chairperson is concerned with the floor leaders, and now it's very important meeting to find out a middle ground between the leader of opposition Mallikarjun Kharge and JP Nadda is on the way at his chambers.
Certainly, Aishwarya, when we hope that there is some peace that is found between the Treasury benches and the opposition as they continue to trade charge against each other. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In the United Health CEO's murder, key suspect has been nabbed.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024. NDTV is the top most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj, and a lot is happening in Parliament. The showdown over Soros to the Rajya Sabha chairman meeting both the leaders. We'll get you all the details. Let's take a look at the top headlines. Parliament pandemonium continues. Both houses adjourned amid ruckus. Speaker cautions opposition leaders over disruptions. Amid Parliament standoff, Rajya Sabha chairman meets Mallikarjun Kharge and JP Nadda in his chamber. Chorus for Mamata Banerjee to lead India Bloc grows. RJD chief Lalu Yadav now extends support to West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to lead the India Bloc. Protest march carried out outside Bangladesh embassy as the tensions between India and Bangladesh grows. Seven people killed, over 40 injured as a state-run bus rams into vehicles in a busy Mumbai road. CCTV footage shows the impact of the accident. Accused driver arrested. Shaktikanta Das bids farewell to RBI, thanks all his colleagues for cooperation. Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha again witnessed a storm over alleged concerns about BJP raising of the links that were associated with Congress party and US billionaire George Soros. Well, the BJP claims that the Congress is working with anti-India forces to destabilize the country, over which the Congress is reacting sharply and saying such allegations are just dark fantasies of the BJP and none of the allegations leveled by BJP against Congress and its leader Sonia Gandhi are ultimately true. In fact, ruckus was witnessed in both the houses. Lok Sabha was adjourned till 12 and Rajya Sabha as well. Now, Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar is meeting both leader of the house JP Nadda in Rajya Sabha and leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha Mallikarjun Kharge in his chamber. After this meeting, what will happen and what will be the outcome of this meeting? Will the floor function smoothly? Remains to be seen. Meanwhile, this is what is happening in the Parliament pandemonium that is brewing since many days. Sample the reactions coming in.
संसद एक पवित्र स्थल है और इस भवन की एक उच्च गरिमा, प्रतिष्ठा, मर्यादा है और इसी भवन में हमने आजादी भी प्राप्त की है और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र सर्वोच्च प्रतिनिधि संस्था है। संसद में देश की आकांक्षाओं, अपेक्षाओं को पूरा किया जाता है। सहमति असहमति हमारे लोकतंत्र की परंपरा रही है, जो संविधान बनते समय भी हमने अभिव्यक्ति की है। लेकिन मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हमें गरिमा रखनी चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से मैं देख रहा हूं संसद परिसर में जिस प्रकार के प्रदर्शन किए जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार के नारे, पोस्टर, मुक्तों का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, वह सिर्फ न अशोभनीय है बल्कि हमारी नियम प्रक्रियाओं, संसदीय परंपराओं के अनुरूप भी है। मुझे बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, इसमें प्रतिपक्ष के बड़े नेताओं का आचरण व्यवहार भी संसदीय मर्यादा के अनुकूल नहीं है। सभी दल के लोग संसद की गरिमा, परंपरा, मर्यादा, प्रतिष्ठा को बनाए रखें।
What is happening inside the? They are not showing our camera to our side at all. We are asking for, we are pleading to the speaker and the government at least run the house. Every member has a right to have a personal explanation if that member has been taken by another member. That opportunity also denying. What democracy in this country? This building, they built the building. This building became a mockery of.
Lok Sabha has been adjourned once again.
My friends say शोर मचाओ और फिर सदन चलाओ, दोनों साथ नहीं चलेगा। बीजेपी सरकार
Sir, but these MPs have been saying that you are not letting the house function.
The fact is they शोर मचाओ और बाहर निकल के सदन चलाओ, दोनों साथ नहीं चलेगा।
I'm being joined in by Sir, आपका response sir?
एक शब्द आज विपक्ष ने नहीं बोला। सरकार के मंत्री खड़े हुए, उन्होंने सदन का स्थगित करवाया।
वो कह रहे हैं आप लोग शोर मचा।
नो, एक शब्द नहीं बोला हमारा कोई आदमी, एक सदस्य हमारा कोई शब्द नहीं बोला। स्पीकर साहब ने जबरदस्ती
एक भी विपक्ष का एक भी
सदन चले।
So there you heard from both the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs and the Congress MPs blaming each other for not letting the House to function. It is the BJP MPs who have been saying that it is the opposition parties who are blocking the Parliament and the opposition MPs clearly stating that they had not spoken a single word, but the Lok Sabha got adjourned once again. This is Aishwarya Jain reporting for Parliament for NDTV.
और हमारी जवाबदेही है कि इसका जवाब हम साधारण लोगों को दे सकें और देश मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सुरक्षित होकर के आगे बढ़ेगा। इस बात को हम कहना चाहते हैं।
श्री प्रमोद तिवारी, यस।
माननीय सभापति जी, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि व्यवधान में जैसे आपने उनको सुना है, मुझे भी आप मौका देंगे। जो कुछ भी नड्डा साहब ने कहा है पूरी तरह गलत, बेबुनियाद।
So Union Minister JP Nadda speaking inside the House in Rajya Sabha, claiming and questioning the Congress party over its links with George Soros. My colleague Vasudha is also joining me from Vijay Chowk. Vasudha, the Parliament pandemonium continues despite this meeting between Dhankar and JP Nadda and Mallikarjun Kharge.
Absolutely, Aditi. Despite the meeting of floor leaders with Jagdeep Dhankar, the Rajya Sabha chairperson, yesterday, the ruckus continues, the logjam of the parliament continues. Remember, this winter session of the parliament is all set to conclude on the 20th of December. Hardly 10 days are left for this, but no significant legislative agenda has been taken up. In fact, today, the health minister, JP Nadda, laid down the papers for the Rishikesh AIIMS. But of course, as soon as he started speaking, there was a lot of ruckus. Similar things happened even in Lok Sabha, with the question are beginning, and of course protests resumed. The Congress party MPs want a discussion on several things, including Manipur violence. They want a discussion on the Adani issue. They are also asking for a discussion on the farmers' protest, the farmers who have actually resumed this Delhi Chalo march from Haryana and Punjab. So clearly opposition wants all of this, but the BJP is also coming down very heavily on the Congress party for its alleged links with George Soros-funded institutions and individuals. That has also taken a massive political turn, and both sides here blaming each other for not letting the House function. And all of this is happening under the shadow of two things. The spotlight is going to be on the constitution debate, which is going to happen in the Lok Sabha on the 13th and 14th. In fact, the Prime Minister himself is going to respond to this debate next Saturday. And of course, it will also happen in the upper house of the Parliament on the on 17th and 18th. In fact, it's the Home Minister Amit Shah who is going to initiate that debate. We're even told that big guns like Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, could be participating in that. And of course, the second important issue is that the government could be bringing in the One Nation, One Poll bill as early as this session. Now, that again is going to be a flashpoint between the opposition and the BJP when it comes to cost, convenience, administration and governance. There are so many plus points to this idea. But of course, when it comes to implementation, the fact that assemblies have to be dissolved before time, and the fact that this will bring in a complete overhaul of Indian democracy, electoral democracy, that seems to be quite a flashpoint between the opposition and the BJP. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But as of now, there's just ruckus in the parliament with the Congress party insisting on debates that it wants. But of course, there are also questions that have been raised on Rahul Gandhi's leadership, considering that several other MPs of other opposition parties want the House to function. They want issues to be taken up, issues that actually resonate with common man. Even as I speak, Rajya Sabha has been adjourned. In fact, the houses had just met at 11 a.m. and both of them had to be adjourned till noon. Now, Rajya Sabha, of course, has been adjourned. In Lok Sabha, the Speaker Om Birla, spoke very strong words. Rajya Sabha has been adjourned till tomorrow is what we understand. In Lok Sabha, Om Birla, the Speaker, gave out very strong words. In fact, he said that the constant ruckus and disruptions that the House has witnessed in the last few days are completely antithetical to the ideals and the values that the House stands for, the spirit of democracy stands for. Let me bring in my guests here. We have Sandeep Shastri with us, and who is the Lok Niti coordinator. We also have Sajjan Kumar, political analyst and author, with us. Thank you both of you for joining us on this phone line, on this show. Before that, let me also go across to my colleague Aishwarya, who has been tracking the parliament very closely. Aishwarya, very quickly, can you tell us what can we expect today and what really happened in the last 1 hour? Okay, we have Sajjan Kumar with us. We also have Professor Sandeep Shastri. Professor Shastri, to you first. How do you see, the Parliament functioning, sir, in the last few days? The logjam that continues. What is it that the opposition wants? And there was a lot of expectation that with increased numbers, the opposition would play a very constructive role, but that doesn't seem to be happening.
Vasudha, I agree with you that we see very little of constructive activity on the floor of the House. 2 points on that. One, I think this is a repetition of the past. We have always had this challenge in the past also. If you look at the sessions of the previous parliaments, irrespective of who was the ruling party, the same is the trend. Which, Vasudha, raises the question that are members of parliament looking at the floor of the House as a moment of confrontation, as a moment of grandstanding, or as a moment for a serious debate on issues? I think we are witnessing a culture of confrontation rather than a culture of cooperation. And let me also say, having seen the functioning of the parliament for the last 50 years now, I have believed that the language, the tone, the tenor, and the way in which the debates take place has changed quite dramatically, and not necessarily for the positive. We need to focus on issues concerning the nation and not necessarily issues concerning parties and people. And this, I think, is the challenge on both sides of the aisle, be it the ruling party or the opposition. There is reduced focus on issues concerning people and much more focus on confrontation between parties and confrontation between leaders of parties, with accusations being hurled at individuals. And that, I think, is a very sad commentary on how our houses are functioning, and in a way redefines how I think the elected representatives are looking at their own role.
Right. Also, Sajjan Kumar, you heard what Professor Shastri had to say. In the last few days, we've also seen leaders like Lalu Prasad Yadav, Sharad Pawar also in some ways questioning Rahul Gandhi's leadership and in some ways also endorsing the leadership of someone like Mamata Banerjee, who has successfully in the past stalled the march of the BJP in her own state. How do you see this, especially this parliament session, whatever happened, do you see this having a fallout on the united opposition India bloc? And this comes close on the heels of what really happened in Haryana and of course in Maharashtra, the electoral victories that the BJP, BJP enjoys right now, the kind of presence that it enjoys right now. Do you think that this will also have an impact on the Congress party's leadership when it comes to the India bloc?
Precisely, there are two perspectives to see the events which is going on, which is politics of disruption. One is between the Congress and the BJP, and second is within the India bloc. Now, first, between Congress and the BJP, we do see that everyone is blowing in the same direction. You kind of attack one of the corporate giant of India, and thereby it seems like an obsession. And then comes the counter response, which is trying to, bring entire corporate India into a nationalist frame, wherein the Soros become a signifier of the anti-national activities. So you do see more rhetoric and more polemics. But the real story, I think, is happening within India bloc. And within India bloc, mind it, Congress and in general and Rahul Gandhi in particular, they acquired hegemony post Bharat Joro Yatra, where after the Rahul Gandhi acquired certain traction. But now it seems that if you connect the dots, ever since Bharat Joro Yatra happened and left-dominated civil society started in fact capturing the platform of the Congress, thereafter you see this, disruption-centric activity led by Congress and Rahul Gandhi is phenomenal. It's rising in a quite leaps and bounds. And that is perhaps not going down well with the rest of the India bloc partners, because the kind of disruptions that is happening cannot be equated with the disruptions that had been happening in the past in the parliament. Because in the past, there was some sort of, understanding between the treasury benches and the opposition. There would be disruption, but there would also backdoor negotiation and some sort of understanding for the legislative businesses also. So there was an equilibrium. But now you see the top leadership of the Congress, it seems completely head-on about going with the politics of disruption. So therefore, any sort of interest between the treasury benches and the Congress seems incommensurable, because of the ideological stance that the top leadership seems to be taking. And this is not going down well with the other blocs of the India alliance. And that is why you see, be it Mamata Banerjee, be it Sharad Pawar or RJD or Samajwadi Party, none of them are on board with the kind of discourse that Congress is trying to lead. And this politics of disruption is not the disruption that the parliamentary politics, accommodates. This is a disruption which is coming from outside parliamentary democracy. This is coming from a very radical, polarized, polemical, rhetorical discourse of the left. And therefore, it seems that parliament, rather than being a house of deliberation, it is becoming, or it is being used as a house of polemics and house of rhetoric, which is catering to some larger...
Okay, Sachin, you'll have to hold on to your thought. Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, is speaking in the Lok Sabha. Let's listen into what he's saying.
Please, please. आप लोग भी बैठिए. आप सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते. आप लोग सदन नहीं चलाना चाहते. सभा की कार्यवाही बुधवार दिनांक 11 दिसंबर 2026 को प्रातः 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
So Lok Sabha also has been adjourned till tomorrow. Rajya Sabha also adjourned till tomorrow. This is, like Professor Shastri also said, politics of conflict and confrontation. While we were expecting politics of dialogue to play out in the parliament, in the new parliament, this clearly doesn't seem to be heading there. Of course, December 20th is when the winter session of the parliament will conclude. A lot of legislative agenda was supposed to be taken up, but constant ruckus by opposition has... also, let's listen into what Mamata Banerjee... remember that Mamata Banerjee is being endorsed. A lot of leaders of the opposition bloc have also been endorsing Mamata Banerjee, the TMC Supremo and also Chief Minister of West Bengal, as the leader of India bloc. Let's also ask our guests as to what they feel about it. Professor Shastri, in the last few days, not just Okay, before that, let's look at some political reactions on who is really prodding Mamata Banerjee to head the India alliance. What has she said, and what does this mean for the politics of the opposition bloc?
तो ममता जी को दे दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
तो ममता जी को दे दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में, नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
Well, joining with me is Trinamool Congress MP Kirti Azad. Sir, after Sharad Pawar, it is Lalu Prasad Yadav. Omar Abdullah yesterday stated that let the meeting happen and then Mamata Banerjee can claim the leadership for the India bloc. Do you think that the chorus is growing for Mamata Banerjee to take the charge of India bloc?
She hasn't claimed. The leaders have been asking her to lead the thing. And once they were all asking whether it was the Uddhav Shiv Sena or it was Samajwadi Party, or for that matter it was the Bhishma Pitama of Indian politics, Sharad Pawar ji, and now Lalu Yadav ji. They all are saying, so once they all said, she said, I formed the India bloc and I'm ready to lead. She never claimed it. We never claimed it. We always said that she is the best to lead the India bloc. And that is what the voices from across the country of all leaders are coming.
They have always been saying that there is a teamwork that is required to win a game. And in this India bloc, there are differences as far as opinions are concerned to who can lead the entire India bloc. Would you find it right that if Mamata Banerjee takes the charge, then everybody will be on the same page?
Well, you have various family members, and in the family there are 2 or 3 brothers and sisters. They all have difference of opinion, and yet they come to some solution for the family. When you talk about it, we always feel that the person who is the best to lead, who's got the best performance, who's performed really well. If you look at the strike rate of Congress and BJP, Congress only has 10% winning strike rate. And if you look at TMC and BJP, TMC has 70% winning strike rate.
लालू प्रसाद यादव का बयान ये स्पष्ट करता है कि इंडिया अलायंस का कोई भी नेता राहुल गांधी को नेता नहीं समझता है। 80 से ज्यादा बार रिलॉन्च करने के बाद भी कांग्रेस पार्टी राहुल गांधी को नेता नहीं एस्टैब्लिश कर पाई। हम नहीं, देश की जनता ही और विपक्ष के अब उनके साथी भी राहुल गांधी को एक बालक बुद्धि समझते हैं। जो अलायंस आपस में लड़े वो क्या जनता की सेवा करेगा। इसीलिए देश की जनता ने इस घमंडिया गठबंधन को 2014, 19 और 24 के अंदर इनके घमंड को चूर चूर किया था और 2029 के अंदर भी चूर चूर करेगी।
Well, after NCP founder Sharad Pawar, it's RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav endorsing the leadership of Mamata Banerjee of the India bloc. Remember that Mamata Banerjee in the last 2 days, when she spoke to a TV channel in an interview, said that she will know how to manage the India alliance better than anybody else. She has also said that it is the problem of the Congress party if they don't know how to manage this. But she's also made it very clear that she's the one who sort of founded this alliance. Remember that she played an instrumental role in that. Of course, there are many fault lines between her and the Congress party, specifically with the Gandhis. TMC is not an electoral ally of the Congress party, but it has actually supported the India alliance on several issues that the alliance has been raising. But of course, on many other issues, she has had her differences with Rahul Gandhi's way of leadership. But she feels that she is the best candidate to do this because she has also successfully stalled the expansion of the BJP in the state of West Bengal. Remember, in 2019, the BJP won 18 MPs, but in 2021, it got about 77 seats, which was a remarkable improvement from the 3 MLAs that it had in 2016. But of course, it was not considered enough. It was not enough to form the government. But in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Mamata Banerjee reduced the BJP to just 12 seats, which is being seen as a remarkable achievement on her front, which is why a lot of India bloc allies also feel that electorally Mamata Banerjee is far more equipped to deal with countering the BJP, because when it comes to a direct BJP versus TMC fight, it is the TMC that has won as opposed to to the Congress, which in a direct fight, be it in Haryana or in Maharashtra, has failed to do the same. Let me ask this question to Professor Shastri. Professor Shastri, you heard what Sharad Pawar said and of course what Lalu Prasad Yadav said. The back-to-back losses that the Congress party faced both in Haryana and in Maharashtra, in some ways, does that also, invisibilize the gains that the party made in 2024 Lok Sabha elections? Are there more and more disagreement with Rahul Gandhi's way of leadership, and how is this going to really end for the alliance, for the opposition alliance?
Vasudha, undoubtedly the Congress faces a crisis, having lost two assembly elections on the trot. And whatever advantage may have been gained in the Lok Sabha election seems to be being frittered away. I think what the India Bloc is now looking for is a much more collective leadership. And that's what Mamata Banerjee, Sharad Pawar, Lalu are all talking about. But let's also remember that within the India Bloc, the Congress is the only national party which is challenging other parties across the country, whereas most of the other parties in the India Bloc are parties which are linked to one or two states. Now that also makes a difference, but then the pitch for a collective leadership where the India Bloc demonstrates the democratic process of involving people. Because I think one of the challenges that the India Bloc faces right from the time of the Lok Sabha election is the fact that there are many parties and leaders who feel that they are not given enough say in decision making. And maybe the time has also come for the Congress to involve the leaders of other parties in decision making, especially as the leading party in the Lok Sabha as the official opposition. It may be useful for the Congress to take the other parties into confidence. It may be important for Congress leaders to take the others leaders into confidence and bring in that collective leadership spirit if the India Bloc is to really have any resonance in the days ahead.
Right. Also, Sajjan Kumar, last word from you, sir. How do you see the politics of, leadership of India Bloc playing out? Because like Professor Shastri also said that there's a lot of politics of confrontation that the parliament has witnessed this time. Does the Congress party need some sort of a review of its parliament strategy so that it gets more allies on board? And this is the first session which saw all three Gandhis in the parliament. Has it been able to leave that kind of mark that it would have expected?
I would like to add on to what Professor Shastri said. Yes, precisely there is a need on part of the Congress to agree and go for a more accommodative and collective leadership approach. But you also do see that while due to mathematics, because Congress has the numbers and therefore it has the LOP position, and therefore it makes sense for the India Bloc and other partners to be together. But you also see while that alliance is in letter, in spirit, you find that now it is moving towards some sort of a consolidation of a anti-BJP alliance without Congress. The kind of churning and kind of murmuring you see, because it's becoming very difficult to negotiate with a leader, and particularly Rahul Gandhi, who is comfortable in substituting the electoral losses with just ideological and narrative advantage. This doesn't work beyond a point. And for other constituents who may be confined to respective states but are more seriously in terms of their electoral gains, the Congress clearly, attempt to project itself in terms of a normative, moral, narrative-based platform rather than someone who is electorally serious, because the party is seemingly a baggage to its alliance partner, be it Jammu and Kashmir, be it in Jharkhand. You saw what happened when it was on its own in Haryana, also in Maharashtra, in Vidarbha, the way they were decimated. So you cannot be a baggage electorally and try to substitute that, not by reinventing yourself, but by, bringing lots many radical narrative and indulging into the politics of disruption around an issue for which there is no unanimity in the bloc. So that is why you do see also a crack within the alliance in spirit. Despite the mathematics, the chemistry is more among the non-Congress allies within India Bloc. And therefore, you do find that on many issues, you'll find more cracks if this way Congress keeps on proceeding, that on many issues, the non-Congress allies may end up taking, now onward, a different track compared to what Congress otherwise would like. So that is why this is the crisis of the Congress leadership, because the way it has moved into a
Breaking news coming in as we speak about the Parliament pandemonium. The tensions are continuing to rise after India Bloc has now submitted a no-confidence motion against Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Remember, in the morning, Congress was saying that they have sufficient signs to move this no-trust motion, and now it has been moved by the India Bloc. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal continues to stay with us. Vasudha, big move by India Bloc. They have finally submitted the no-confidence motion against Rajya Sabha Chairman.
Of course, there's a delegation of opposition MPs, what we hear, has submitted this. And remember, Aditi, there are technicalities to this, because this bill, this resolution should have been submitted 15 days prior to its moving. But of course, technicalities aside, there is we know that the opposition does not have the numbers when it comes to the upper house. But this is a political move by the opposition to sort of showcase that it is not really happy with the way the upper house is being run. That is why it wants to make this move. There have been attempts in the past as well. They have raised this issue of Jagdeep Dhankar not giving them their adjournment motions the kind of importance that it deserves. They also raised some important points regarding the fact that some of the BJP members were allowed to raise issues on the allegations of George-funded institutions being involved with Congress leadership. All of that really happened, but they feel that the opposition does not really have the space to speak its own issues, which is why they have blamed Jagdeep Dhankar for it. And in fact, yesterday when Mallikarjun Kharge got up to speak, the House had to get adjourned. Now, the Treasury benches and Jagdeep Dhankar have their own understanding of this. They feel that it's a continuous disruption and protest that have also led to the Houses not really functioning, especially the Rajya Sabha not functioning. But with the opposition now moving this no confidence motion against Jagdeep Dhankar, it is important to see how this actually pans out in the Parliament. There are 10 days left for the winter session to conclude. There's that big debate on the Indian Constitution that's going to come up. So clearly, we'll have to wait and see how all of that happens, how that whole attempt to ensure that there is some dialogue and discussion, how all of that happens in the midst of such polarizing and disagreeing views of both the opposition and the ruling party members.
Vasudha, interestingly, the TMC has also backed, the other India Bloc parties in moving this motion. First, while there was disruption, the TMC members were coming out and saying that they do not support the disruption that is happening and they want to raise the issues of concern. But now we are seeing that India Bloc is united and combined, they have moved this no trust motion.
Absolutely. The TMC was disagreement with the Congress party's leadership when it came to Adani issue. They feel that it's not an issue that resonates with the common people. Remember, when it comes to electoral politics, TMC has done better than the Congress when it comes to a direct TMC versus BJP fight. And it has reduced the BJP to 12 seats in the state of West Bengal, although there are questions regarding Mamata Banerjee's governance, especially after the RG Kar rape and murder case. But TMC MPs are of the view that they want to raise issues which are crucial, critical to West Bengal voters. They want to raise the issue of not just Bangladesh, but also the fact that West Bengal deserves the dues that the centre has not allegedly given to the state. They also have been raising issues of GST on certain items, on certain essentials. They want to raise these issues of inflation, unemployment, which they feel are more important to the state and its people. But on this issue, like you rightly pointed out, they feel that they've not been ceded that kind of space, especially in the upper house, which is why they are with the Congress party, with the larger India Bloc on this. TMC is not an electoral ally of the Congress party, but when it comes to this particular issue of the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha not really giving opposition the time that they deserve, they seem to be united with the Congress on this. But the chairperson in the past has also made it very clear that his behavior has not been partisan, and in fact he has been giving enough time to the opposition members as well. But it's the opposition that has, in his view, decried the ideals of democracy and constantly only disrupted the House, which is why he had resorted to such measures.
Well, we hope the showdown ends soon. Vasudha, thank you so much for those details. The India Bloc has moved a no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. And And now there are protests and anger that is growing against Bangladesh and all the atrocities that Hindu community is facing. Protest is being carried out against Bangladesh High Commission in the national capital, as well as on Bangladesh-India border. Near Bangladesh-India border, tensions between the two countries have been high after former ISKCON priest, alleged Hindu priest was charged and arrested under sedition case. Now, after this, there are protests that are being planned around the country. People demand answers from the Bangladesh government and also blame them for the atrocities that are being carried out against Hindu community. My colleague Ishika Verma is currently covering the Delhi protest, which is outside the Bangladesh High Commission, where the civic society members, groups members are protesting. Ishika, take us through the protest and what are their key demands?
Well, first of all, I'd like to show you directly the visuals that we are getting from here. Now, these are the people that have come here to protest against the Bangladesh government from different civic societies of the national capital. And you can see via their placards that they continue to raise slogans, in fact, raise slogans against the Bangladesh government. You can see the anger that continues to mount. And in fact, just 50 meters away from here is the Bangladesh High Commission, till where they wanted to march. But in fact, they have been stopped till here. I'll go across directly, in fact, to the people who are protesting. Sir, you are protesting here. What are your key demands?
हम लोग ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि बांग्लादेश में जिस प्रकार से महिलाओं के साथ में बर्बरता हो रही है, वह हिंदुओं को पिक एंड चूज करके मारा जा रहा है, उनके साथ में अत्याचार हो रहे हैं, उसको रोका जाए। आज हिंदुस्तान का ये तो शुरू से एक स्वभाव रहा है कि आज उनकी जो अपदस्थ जो उनकी राष्ट्रपति, उनको भी भारत ने जो शरण दी है, तो फिर वहाँ बांग्लादेश जिसका निर्माण ही भारत ने किया 1971 में, उनके साथ में इतना अत्याचार क्यों?
Now, in fact, you can see the anger among the people here. आप भी यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट करने आई हैं, जो हिंदुओं के ऊपर जो वहाँ पे जिस तरीके से अटैक हो रहा है, लेकिन बांग्लादेश की सरकार लगातार ये कह रही है कि ये उनका इंटरनल मैटर है और वो इंश्योर करती आ रही है कि इक्वल राइट्स रहेंगे सारे कम्युनिटीज को। इसे आप
देखिए, किसी भी गवर्नमेंट की पहला राइट्स होता है कि वो अपनी पब्लिक का ध्यान रखे, और जिस तरीके का प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है वहाँ पे, जिस तरह का अत्याचार हो रहा है, वो पूरे विश्व के लिए शर्मदायक है।
आज ये प्रदर्शन आप लोग कर रहे हैं, बांग्लादेश हाई कमीशन की तरफ कर रहे हैं, विश्व को क्या कहेंगे, यूएन को क्या कहेंगे?
आप देखिए किस प्रकार यूएन चुप है, किस तरफ मौन धार के बैठा हुआ है, परंतु आप सोचिए हिंदुओं की पीड़ा कौन समझेगा? एक ही देश है हमारा हिंदुओं का, वो है हिंदुस्तान, और कहीं पे अगर हिंदू है तो किस तरीके से शांति प्रिय धर्म है हमारा, बहुत शांति प्रिय हम ये प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, और यूएन की जो कुंभकर्ण की नींद सोया हुआ है वो उठे और इसमें एक्शन।
So in fact, you can hear the anger among the people. They continue to say that while the atrocities on Hindu minorities in Bangladesh continue, the UN continues to remain a mute spectator, and it is high time that they take cognizance of this issue and in fact amp up the pressure on the Bangladesh government to actually take some concrete steps.
Definitely, Ishika, and not just in the national capital, but protests are being carried out near Bangladesh-India border as well by the BJP. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is joining me. Saurabh, take us through their key demands. There is certainly anger amongst people in India over what's happening in Bangladesh.
Well, West Bengal is physically and geographically closest to Bangladesh, and the impact of what's happening in Bangladesh is largely going to be felt in West Bengal. We are at the Gojadanga border. Across, of course, these barricades, and a little down the road is the gate, and then, of course, you have Bangladesh on the other side, Shatkhira district. Now, what you see in Bangladesh is, of course, also a lot of anti-India commentary, especially one by a BNP leader who said Bangladesh has claim on Bihar, Odisha and Bengal. To that, of course, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has responded very strongly. She has said that if you think you will come and occupy, what do you think? We will sit and suck lollipops. Obviously scoffing at those comments made by that BNP leader in Bangladesh. But otherwise also she's largely taken a very proactive stance and said that whatever the government of India does, that of course this the Trinamool will support. She's also said expressed concern over the attacks on minorities, of course she says there's the BSF at the border to take care of all these anti-India comments that are coming in from Bangladesh. And of course, as you know, a few days ago, the BSF DG also toured all these areas. The BSF on the border is of course on high alert as the situation unfolds in Bangladesh. But this is of course also seeing a lot of political rhetoric in West Bengal because remember, with these attacks on Hindus in Bangladesh, there's also the development in Tripura, where 10 Bangladeshi nationals belonging to the Hindu community were detained. They had fled their villages there to escape the attacks and tension and unrest in Bangladesh. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma also spoke on it. So, these chief ministers, the Chief Minister of Assam, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, they may belong to different political parties, but at least on this Bangladesh issue, what you also see is India speaking in one voice against the attacks on minorities in Bangladesh. And
Right, Saurabh, tensions between the two countries have been high after Hindu priest Chinmoy Das was arrested under charges of sedition, leading to clashes between authorities and the Hindu minority. And since then, there have been concerns that have been raised by India. Thank you so much, Ishika and Saurabh, for joining us. So with that, we're slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show.
As Parliament pandemonium continues over the alleged Congress and George Soros links, now Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has hit out at the BJP, saying that the BJP is not interested in running the Parliament. Listen in.
मुझे ताज्जुब होता है, मैं तो नहीं हूँ संसद में, आज तक प्रधानमंत्री जी आया ही नहीं है। सत्र के मेरे ख्याल से 10 दिन तो हो गए होंगे, दिखते ही नहीं है यहाँ। ताज्जुब की बात मैं मुझे ताज्जुब होता है, मैं तो नहीं हूँ संसद में, आज तक प्रधानमंत्री जी आया ही नहीं है। सत्र के मेरे ख्याल से 10 दिन तो हो गए होंगे, दिखते ही नहीं है यहाँ। ताज्जुब की बात मैं
And now at least 7 people were killed and over 49 were injured after a speeding state bus rammed into pedestrians and several vehicles in Mumbai's Kurla West. The police have arrested the bus driver and have booked him for culpable homicide. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has announced a compensation of Rs 5 lakh for the family of the deceased in the accident.
After a best bus lost its control in Mumbai's Kurla region, more than 7 people have been declared dead, whereas 50 have been injured so far. This incident occurred last night at around 9:30 p.m. when a best bus, which is a public undertaking, lost its control in Kurla, leading to more than 50 people being injured, and it rammed into several vehicles as well, including 7 auto rickshaws and 10 to 15 cars that were parked on the road. Being a busy road, it led to even more damages as well as injuries that people received because the bus was said to be at a speedy race. At present, we are here in Kurla at this spot where the bus came and halted at. This particular wall that you see has been destroyed after the bus rammed into it, and it belongs to a society where eyewitnesses on the spot say that it was nothing less than a terror sound leading. The sound that came out was that of similar to a bomb attack, after which they came out and they saw that a lot of people were stuck under the tires of the bus, and also the passengers that were present in the bus were injured and hurt badly, after which police control forces were called off, and also there were ambulances that were brought on the spot that took those people to Baba and Sion Hospital. At present, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has announced an ex gratia of 5 lakhs to the deceased of the family of the deceased, and also if you see these vehicles that were damaged, including taxis, are being taken off and towed to the respective sectors, and the bus that damaged all these vehicles has been kept at the Kurla depot. Today early morning, the bus services so far has been suspended for the daily commuters, leading to even more panic amongst people and an outrage of why did such incident occur at all. If you see, the impact of the attack was so severe that right from a distance of 1 kilometer so far, it has impacted vehicles because it was at a steady space, and also an FIR has been registered against the driver for rash driving, and also under the sections that lead to culpable homicide. He'll be presented in the Kurla court today seeking further custody to understand whether was he in a drunken state or was it actually a technical failure. And also people complain that right back opposite to where the bus hit, there's a school where kids do come and they were studying, and if this incident would have happened a bit earlier, it could result into even more loss.
Now, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy unveiled the 17-foot tall bronze statue of Telangana Tali at B.R. Ambedkar Telangana State Secretariat. But there is ongoing controversy over the statue. The Congress government has reimagined how she must look and has installed a new statue inside the Secretariat at a time when the Revanth Reddy government is celebrating 1 year of its government formation. Earlier controversy had broken out after the earlier version of Telangana Tali was replaced by a Rajiv Gandhi statue outside the Secretariat. BRS leader K.T. Ramarao has said they would remove his statue after they come to power. Revanth Reddy dared him and then announced a Telangana Tali statue inside the Secretariat complex. Shaktikanta Das, the outgoing governor of Reserve Bank of India, thanked Team RBI in his farewell message ahead of formally demitting office. Revenue Secretary Sanjay Malhotra has been appointed as the new RBI governor. Listen into what Shaktikanta Das had to say.
You would be aware that we have adopted we have been holding wide-ranging consultations on many issues. In fact, the consultative approach behind regulation, behind all decisions that we have taken in the last 6 years, the consultative approach is very much evident. So far as the Reserve Bank is concerned, I think restoring the inflation growth balance is the most important task ahead of the Reserve Bank. And I am sure the Team RBI under the leadership of the new governor will take it forward.
And for more on this, my colleague Sakshi Bajaj is joining me. Sakshi, take us through the key highlights of Shaktikanta Das's tenure.
Absolutely. Well, end of an era on Mint Road. Shaktikanta Das in his last address in RBI saying very, very clearly that, look, teamwork has been at the center stage. Of course, thanking all for their support and wishing the successor good luck. But remember, as far as his tenure is concerned, his 6-year tenure, we've seen that, look, he not only took over the economy at the time when the COVID-19 pandemic really was at center. He really helped the economy recover from the COVID-19 crisis. Remember, one of his key achievements and big hits as far as economists are concerned is, of course, handling the COVID-19 pandemic and the crisis at large for the economy at the time, as well as, of course, looking at digital innovation on the go and constantly ensuring that there's liquidity in the system. So that's really as far as the big hits are concerned during his tenure, when you believe. As far as, of course, challenges are concerned for the successor, we know that retail inflation is at a 14-month high. We know that the FY25 growth projections have been reduced. So really key challenges at the moment for the successor, and Shaktikanta Das saying that, look, teamwork and a consultative approach really has been at the center stage for each decision taken in his tenure. Remember that he has been one of the longest serving RBI governors, and he has, of course, maneuvered several challenges as we go. Remember, we are at the times where geopolitical concerns are rising constantly. So really an end of an era on Mint Road.
Absolutely. Sakshi, thank you so much for joining us with those updates. And fortunately and unfortunately, former Karnataka Chief Minister and 92-year-old SM Krishna has passed away. He was a charismatic leader with a modern outlook who created a niche for himself in the country's political landscape with his administrative skills and a unique vision of development. The 92-year-old political stalwart had been ill for some time and had been undergoing treatment for age-related ailments. Listen into how the political leaders are remembering him today.
If at all you see a Bangalore International Airport, if you see a metro rail, Nama Metro, it is his contribution. He has given a big governance. He is a model of governance, well-spoken, highly educated, and I think Karnataka is proud to receive. Forget that he is my relative, he is my political mentor. That is a different issue. His contribution cannot be forgotten. He has left a big legacy to all of us. Lot of things to learn from him, and I think I am proud to tell that we have learned a lot of things from him.
SM Krishna himself is a great personality. His personality is uncomparable in the present day political scenario. He has left an immense impression in the minds of politicians in general and particularly the youngsters. He is the one who took the Bangalore, took Karnataka to the world, to the international level. And today what we see in IT revolution in Karnataka, in Bangalore, the entire credit goes to him.
He was just not the CM of Karnataka, but also the CEO for Karnataka. His progressive thinking in social sectors, balancing welfare with IT is extremely commendable. And I think he's left a great impact, a profound impact on the people of Karnataka and the people of India. And I think this is a loss that is irreplaceable.
Huge loss to us as a family and also for Karnataka state. His contribution to the state goes beyond his tenure as the chief minister. We all fondly remember his contribution, and he's someone who was not just respected in the state, but in the Indian political system and also in the world. His stature is something that we will certainly miss, and his loss is something that as family we certainly, it's a huge loss.
I am deeply saddened by the passing away of veteran leader. His modern approach towards the development of the state and his modern approach to every sector of the state has been benefited during his tenure. We are really deeply saddened. It's a great loss not only for the people of Karnataka, for the entire country.
Authorities have arrested the man suspected of killing United Health executive Brian Thompson and charged him with murder. The accused has been arrested after massive 5-day manhunt. The 26-year-old suspect was captured in Pennsylvania. The 26-year-old is an Ivy League graduate from Maryland. Take a look at what the cops had to say.
Members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan. The suspect was in a McDonald's and was recognized by an employee who then called local police.
So the authorities have arrested the man suspected of killing United Health executive Brian Thompson and charged him with murder. He was arrested after massive 5-day manhunt. The 26-year-old suspect was captured in Pennsylvania. The CCTV footages have also been accessed by NDTV, in which the murder can be seen. This 26-year-old accused is an Ivy League graduate from Maryland, but now has been arrested by the US authorities for the killing of United Health executive Brian Thompson. My colleague Vishal Vivek is joining me for more on this. Vishal, have the cops been able to identify the motive behind this killing?
Well, the motive is not clear yet, but a manifesto has been achieved, they have received the manifesto, and the manifesto says that this person had a vigilante mindset and he wanted to speak out against corporate America. He had some problems with corporate America. He wanted to speak out against it, and he also said in that manifesto that these parasites had it coming, quote unquote. So he belonged to a very affluent family from Maryland, Baltimore, but that did not stop him from, becoming sort of a vigilante, as I mentioned earlier. And he was throughout a very good student. He was a valedictorian. He was an Ivy League graduate. He had worked at a software firm. So it seemed to be pretty normal for his friends as well when he was growing up. But suddenly he turned rogue and he had these ideologies that he wanted to speak out against corporate America, which led to the death of one of the biggest company's CEOs in the US. And that manhunt lasted about 5 days. He was nabbed after a manhunt of 5 days, and authorities in New York have charged him with murder and also possession of firearms. When he was arrested, he had a 3D printed gun, a 3D printed silencer with him, and he also had few fake identification, few fake IDs with him as well. So it's all in unraveling at the moment. More details will follow soon from the authorities when the case takes a bigger shape.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for those updates. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. My colleague Kitty Behel joins you next.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India Bloc moves no trust motion against RS chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Over 50 opposition MPs have signed the no trust motion, alleging partisan functioning of the House. Congress's leadership crisis spreads. India Bloc allies question Cong leadership. Chorus grows for leadership change in the India Bloc. As India flags concerns over safety of minorities in Bangladesh, a Hindu priest has been arrested for sedition. Protest march taking place outside the Bangladesh embassy. Seven people killed, over 40 injured as a state-run bus rams into vehicles in a busy Mumbai road. CCTV footage shows the bus barreling down the road at a high speed. Shaktikanta Das bows out as RBI Governor, says he ensured consultative approach for all decisions made. Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Amid the leadership tussle in the India Bloc, RJD chief and former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav has extended support to TMC chief and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. Lalu Prasad Yadav has said that Congress's objection means nothing and the party is going to support Mamta Banerjee. Mamta Banerjee needs to be given the leadership of the India Bloc and we will form the government again in 2025. That's the quote from Lalu Prasad Yadav. Earlier, remember, Lalu Prasad Yadav's son and also RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav had said he had no objection to any senior leader of the India Bloc, including Mamta Banerjee, leading the coalition, but also stressed that the decision needs to be reached through consensus. Well, Mamata Banerjee earlier had expressed dissatisfaction with the functioning of the India bloc, signalling her intent to take charge of the alliance. Well, TMC MP Kirti Azad also has said that she is the most suitable for the job, as she is the only leader who's repeatedly defeated the BJP in Bengal. Meanwhile, the BJP says that the statements coming in from opposition leaders expose the Congress party's inability to lead. Now, as the chorus grows for the leadership change in India bloc, it seems like Congress's leadership crisis from within the party has now further spilled to the India bloc now. Listen in to reactions coming in from Lalu Prasad Yadav, as well as more from the India bloc, as well as we have a reaction from the BJP.
तो ममता जी को जो दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
तो ममता जी को जो दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में, नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
Well, joining with me is Trinamool Congress MP Kirti Azad. Sir, after Sharad Pawar, it is Lalu Prasad Yadav. Omar Abdullah yesterday stated that let the meeting happen and then Mamata Banerjee can claim the leadership for the India bloc. Do you think that the chorus is growing for Mamata Banerjee to take the charge of India bloc?
She hasn't claimed. The leaders have been asking her to lead the thing. And once they were all asking whether it was the Uddhav Shiv Sena or it was Samajwadi Party, or for that matter, it was the Bhishma Pitama of Indian politics, Sharad Pawar ji, and now Lalu Yadav ji. They all are saying, so once they all said, she said, I formed the India bloc and I'm ready to lead. She never claimed it. We never claimed it. We always said that she is the best to lead the India bloc. And that is what the voices from across the country of all leaders are coming.
They have always been saying that there is a teamwork that is required to win a game. And in this India bloc, there are differences as far as opinions are concerned to who can lead the entire India bloc. Would you find it right that if Mamata Banerjee takes the charge, then everybody will be on the same page?
Well, you have various family members, and in the family there are 2 or 3 brothers and sisters. They all have difference of opinion, and yet they come to some solution for the family. When you talk about it, we always feel that the person who is the best to lead, who's got the best performance, who's performed really well. If you look at the strike rate of Congress and BJP, Congress only has 10% winning strike rate. And if you look at TMC and BJP, TMC has 70% winning strike rate.
राम गोपाल यादव जी ने भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बड़ा स्पष्टता के साथ कहा कि राहुल गांधी जी ने ऐसा कुछ भी हासिल नहीं किया है कि इंडी गठबंधन के नेता के रूप में राहुल गांधी को देखा जाए। हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी नहीं है। ठीक उसी प्रकार उन्होंने मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे का नाम लिया कि मल्लिकार्जुन जी नेता है। ठीक उसी प्रकार टीएमसी ने बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से स्ट्राइक रेट की बात की है कि राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में इंडी गठबंधन का स्ट्राइक रेट क्या था, क्या अचीव किया है उन्होंने। हम क्यों राहुल गांधी को अपना नेता माने, क्यों ना ममता बनर्जी को ही इंडी गठबंधन के नेता के रूप में प्रोजेक्ट किया जाए।
All right, political strategist Amitabh Tiwari as well as senior journalist Aditi Patnis with us on the broadcast here. Mr. Tiwari, if I could come to you first. Well, RJD chief Lalu Prasad Yadav says that Mamata Banerjee needs to be given the charge of the India bloc. She should be leading the India bloc. And at the same time, he's dismissed the Congress's objections as irrelevant. What does it really signal about the leadership challenge? Of course, that's been there in the Congress party, seems to be spilling to the India bloc now.
No, see, essentially, if you see, the India bloc consists of 2 blocks. One is the Congress party and the other is a group of regional parties. If you see in terms of numbers, the regional parties together won 135 while the Congress won 99 seats. Now, these regional parties, if you see TMC, SP, RJD, DMK, Aam Aadmi Party, etc., NCP, etc., they have all grown at the expense of the Congress party, bagging its SC, ST, minority, and lower OBC votes over the years. So there is a big contradiction in the India bloc. The allies, if Congress party strengthens, the regional party weakens. If regional party strengthens, the Congress party weakens, because their vote blocks are complementary, number one. Number two, the regional parties feel that this Congress party's big brother attitude, and they are now questioning the leadership of Rahul Gandhi, or the leadership ability of Rahul Gandhi. They feel that these two factors are going to perhaps damage the prospects of regional parties in the upcoming state elections. Now you have a lot of state elections due in 1.5 years, including West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Bihar, and Delhi. So the regional parties now feel that this is perhaps the time to give the leadership mantle to a leader as senior as Mamata Banerjee, who can take on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because Rahul Gandhi or the Congress party has failed in direct one-to-one contest versus the BJP in Haryana elections, as well as Maharashtra. The regional parties are blaming Congress, whereas the regional parties like National Conference and the JMM have defeated the BJP in the recently concluded state elections. So regional parties do have a better strike rate against the BJP, and they now feel that it is the time to take the leadership mantle. Otherwise, they would suffer in the state election cycle in the next 4 to 5 years.
Okay, so Ms. Fadnis, do you believe the same? Is this distress after repeated defeats in the recently held polls? Is that something that's spreading in the India bloc, and that is making these leaders say that not somebody from the Congress, not the Congress party, but a non-Congress leader rather should be leading the India bloc?
Well, I'm slightly confused because I don't know whether the elections are meant to be Lok Sabha elections or state elections. If you're talking about state elections, in every state, one or other regional party has its primacy. And I think the Congress has more or less submitted to that primacy. I mean, let's face it, Trinamool Congress performed miserably badly in Goa. It has performed extremely well in West Bengal. But in the rest of the Northeast, it's not really that evident. So,
but Lalu Prasad Yadav, when he says that we will form the government again in 2025, what is he referring to? He's speaking at the national level.
No, I think he's talking, like Mr. Amit Shah mentioned once, it's a jumla. Of course, he will say that we are going to form the government in 2025. He's not likely to say we will.
Okay, I think there's some audio problem with Ms. Fadnis' line. We'll go to her in just a bit. Meanwhile, let me go back to Mr. Amitabh Tiwari here. TMC MP Kirti Azad saying that Mamata Banerjee is the most suitable for the job because she has repeatedly defeated the BJP in West Bengal. Of course, he's referring to. Who, according to you, Mr. Amitabh Tiwari, if I could ask this question, is the most suitable? Or is it Mamata Banerjee? Lalu Prasad Yadav earlier, day before yesterday, we've been speaking about it, that Lalu Prasad Yadav also, the RJD leaders had been batting for him as the lead for the India bloc. But he's backed out now. Lalu Prasad himself is now batting for Mamata Banerjee. Who's the most suitable?
No, see, if you see experience-wise, Mamata Banerjee is 3-term chief minister and she has been an MP for 7 terms for 25 years. She is known as a street fighter and she has defeated the Communist Party at their peak in 2011 and even the BJP at their peak in 2021 and 2024 now. So in terms of experience, she has the experience. The issue is that the appeal of TMC beyond West Bengal or beyond East and Northeast is limited. However, if you remember the prime ministerial rankings, when C Voter asked this question before the general elections, Mamata Banerjee was ranked 3rd along with Arvind Kejriwal after Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi. So even at a pan-national level, she was rated as number 3 to lead the country because West Bengal is not a small state. It sends 42 MPs to parliament, and which is the 3rd highest after UP and Maharashtra. So now what is happening is that maybe at an individual level, TMC would not be able to match Congress because Congress has almost 3 times or more than 3 times the number of seats. But if other parties like the Samajwadi Party, which has 37, RJD, NCP, Shiv Sena, UBT, etc., back Mamata Banerjee, then in number of seats, the regional bloc almost equals the number of seats which Congress party has. Then it is up to the India bloc to decide who will lead. The Congress party has the support of DMK. So that is an advantage to the Congress party because
Right.
DMK still is backing the Congress. So now it's up to the India bloc to decide who would lead. However, both the regional parties combined together and the Congress party have their claims, and both have pros and cons in terms of the leadership abilities.
Well, there is
and
no denying the fact to, what you're saying. Of course, the Congress party has the maximum numbers in the Lok Sabha when it comes to the India bloc. But this confusion at least is clear about the Congress party, that the regional parties at least, nobody of course has raised an objection to, when it comes to the Congress party saying that we are the big brother, we've been the elder brother in the India bloc and we will continue to do so. But the regional parties clearly saying, this confusion is clear at least, that the regional parties do not want the Congress to be leading the India bloc.
No, clearly that they do not want Congress to be leading the India bloc because see, elections are approaching. The Aam Aadmi Party is not having an alliance with the Congress. The RJD is likely to have an alliance with the Congress, but it knows that the Congress was the prime reason why the Mahagathbandhan lost the elections because their strike rate was the poorest.
Yes.
So it's also a pressure tactic from Lalu Yadav to convey to Congress that they will not be getting the same number of seats which they got in 2020. So it's also a pressure tactic from them. Now you have 2026, you have Kerala, where again the CPM and the Congress will fight against each other. And even in Bengal, it is highly unlikely that the Congress party is going to form an alliance with the TMC. But the regional parties feel that wherever the Congress is the leader, like let's say in Maharashtra, and even when it is not the leader, like say Bihar or a UP, what it does is that it demands a high number of seats but does not perform well, and that leads to weakening of the prospect of the alliance. So that is why I think all these things are being considered.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Amitabh Tiwari, for putting things into perspective and for your valuable opinion there. And Ms. Fatness also will be tracking the developments here. Meanwhile, that's the latest that's coming in at this point in time. Well, we have more news now that's coming in. We are now learning that the opposition has moved a no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar, and the Congress-led India bloc has accused the RS chairman of bias and partisan functioning, claiming he favors the ruling party during House proceedings and stifles the opposition's voice. We have a reaction coming in from the TMC. Listening.
क्यों आज बार बार एडजर्न हो रहा है मैम? हाउस आज भी नहीं चलने दिया गया।
देखिए, वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस वाला जो रेजोल्यूशन हुआ उसमें हम अपोजिशन यूनाइटेड है, वो तो एक इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा है ही, लेकिन आज सिर्फ आज ही नहीं, फर्स्ट डे से सदन चलने नहीं दे रहा है ट्रेजरी बेंच खुद। ट्रेजरी बेंच जानते हैं कि पीपल्स इशू अपोजिशन उठाएंगे, हमारे पास बहुत सारे पीपल्स इशू हैं, वो पीपल्स इशू अगर हम उठाएंगे, प्राइस राइज इन्फ्लेशन से लेकर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट तक, मणिपुर से लेकर अपराजिता बिल अभी तक क्यों सिग्नेचर नहीं हुआ राष्ट्रपति जी का, और हमारे बंगाल बीइंग डिप्राइव्ड और ऑल अदर नॉन बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट्स, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स आर बीइंग डिप्राइव्ड फॉर आवास योजना ड्यू एंड एमजीएनआरएजी ड्यू एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। फर्टिलाइजर के इश्यू है, किसान वाले के इश्यू है, बहुत सारे ऑपोजिशन के इश्यू हैं। ट्रेजरी बेंच को पता है वो आंसर नहीं दे सकेंगे, उसका फ्लॉ क्या है उनको पता है, इसीलिए इस सब पीपल्स इशू पर वो सदन चलाना नहीं चाहते। ऑपोजिशन चाहते हैं, हम चाहते हैं पीपल्स इशू पर सदन चलाए, और हम एक के बाद एक ये सब इशू पर 0 आवर स्पेशल मेंशन, शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन डिस्कशन डाला, लेकिन एक भी डिस्कशन में नहीं आया। वो नॉन इशू पर एक के बाद एक के दिन ट्रेजरी बेंच की तरफ से सदन बंद कर रहा है, जो बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट है।
Well, my colleague Vasudha also now joins us on the broadcast here. Vasudha, this notice with 50 plus signatures by MPs from the Congress, Aam Aadmi Party, Samajwadi Party, TMC now has been submitted to the Rajya Sabha Secretariat. Well, this is quite unusual. What does it really signal?
Absolutely, Kitty. This is a political move. Remember that there are 103 members of the India Bloc in the upper house. So clearly the opposition bloc does not have numbers when it comes to really making a point there, but it wants to make a political point. This is a symbolic move. And I spoke to the MPs there. They want to make it clear that it's not just against one individual, but they want to basically register their opposition, their protest against the way the upper house is being run. Remember that they've already had raised some objections against Rajya Sabha Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar's way of working. They felt that some of their motions, adjournment motions, their requests for discussions have been not really accepted by Jagdeep Dhankar, while those of the ruling party MPs have been accepted. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. There are many technicalities to this. This notice should have come 14 days prior to the resolution being moved, and that has really not happened. Remember, it's 10 days to go for the winter session to conclude. But all that it shows is this continuous flashpoint that's emerging between the opposition parties and the India Bloc over running of the House. Basically, the Congress party insisting on having a debate on not just the Adani issue, but also on Manipur issue, on farmers' protest, and the ruling party also coming down very heavily on the Congress party for allegations of its links with George Soros-funded individuals and entities. So clearly, this is a political flashpoint that's being played out, while the opposition India Bloc does not have numbers to bring in an impeachment motion against Jagdeep Dhankar. This is a political move where they want to show their might, and they also want to show their dissent and opposition, and in some ways how upset they are with the way the upper house is being run.
Okay, all right. It's clear messaging from the opposition bloc here in the parliament with this notice being, we are learning now this opposition now moving the no trust motion against Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. Well, what the India Bloc here has said that Jagdeep Dhankar is biased in his in his manner, how he favors the ruling party during House proceedings, and also that's something that's stifling the voice of the opposition. All right, now both houses, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, were adjourned today. Lok Sabha has been adjourned shortly after it reconvened at 12. The opposition continued to protest as the bills were introduced. Kiran Rijiju lashed out at the opposition, saying that the opposition must apologize for wasting the time of the House. Well, the Rajya Sabha was also adjourned shortly after it had reconvened at 12 p.m. As soon as the House had assembled, the opposition and ruling party members started trading charges over the issues of George Soros, and MPs from both sides raised slogans in support of the issues they wanted to raise, forcing Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar to adjourn the proceedings till tomorrow.
संसद एक पवित्र स्थल है और इस भवन की एक उच्च गरिमा, प्रतिष्ठा, मर्यादा है, और इसी भवन में हमने आजादी भी प्राप्त की है, और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र सर्वोच्च प्रतिनिधि संस्था है। संसद में देश की आकांक्षाओं, अपेक्षाओं को पूरा किया जाता है। सहमति असहमति हमारे लोकतंत्र की परंपरा रही है, जो संविधान बनते समय भी हमने अभिव्यक्ति की है। लेकिन मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हमें गरिमा रखनी चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से मैं देख रहा हूं संसद परिसर में जिस प्रकार के प्रदर्शन किए जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार के नारे, पोस्टर, मुक्तों का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, वह सिर्फ न अशोभनीय है, बल्कि हमारी नियम प्रक्रियाओं, संसदीय परंपराओं के अनुरूप भी है। मुझे बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, इसमें प्रतिपक्ष के बड़े नेताओं का आचरण व्यवहार भी संसदीय मर्यादा के अनुकूल नहीं है। सभी दल के लोग संसद की गरिमा, परंपरा, मर्यादा, प्रतिष्ठा को बनाए रखें।
चलाने के लिए सदन को अडाने कि आपको शर्मनाक व्यवहार की वजह से जो सदन की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचा है, आपको माफी मांगना चाहिए और
happening inside the house. They are not showing our camera to our side at all. We are pleading to the speaker and the government at least run the house. Every member has a right to have a personal explanation if that member has been taken by another member. That opportunity also denying. What democracy in this country? This building, they built the building. This building became a mockery of.
Well, my colleague Vasudha Venugopal also joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Vasudha, well, another day of the winter session, and clearly because of the log jam, there was no work done today as well.
Absolutely, Kitty. When the winter session of the Parliament started, the government had said that this is going to be a transformative session because there are going to be 15 bills, 5 of them entirely new bills, and they are going to bring in reforms in the sectors of health, shipping, education, even for that matter, economy, industries. But nothing of that sort could actually be implemented because there has been a continuous log jam between the opposition parties and the Treasury benches. And that the first week of the Parliament was a complete washout. And what we witnessed since yesterday is also this continuous stream of unscheduled adjournments that happened, and that's also happening because the Congress party wants to, keep protesting on the Adani issue. It wants to raise issues such as Manipur violence, and also it wants to protest on the farmers' agitation as well. And the BJP, on the other hand, has also been very aggressive. It has come down very heavily on the Congress party on the allegations of links of its leaders with George Soros-led institutions and organizations, and BJP has basically claimed that the Congress leadership was hand in glove with George Soros-type people to destabilize the Indian democracy and Indian economy. So there is a lot of back and forth that's happening, which is why as soon as the House is convened for business today, there was question hour in the Lok Sabha. In fact, there was a bill that was moved by Sarbanand Sonowal, shipping minister, the merchant shipping bill, which of course Manish Tiwari, the Congress MP, stood up to oppose it, saying that it does not have legal competence. But of course, there was continuous protest in both houses. Both the houses got adjourned till noon, and then again the protests began when the houses reconvened, and of course now they have been adjourned for an entire day. So this is clearly a waste of the Exchequer's money, and this was something that even the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju said today, saying that the opposition needs to answer why it is wasting common man's money.
Yes.
And that was something that basically was contradicted by the opposition members, who basically have blamed the government, the ruling party MPs, for not letting the House function.
Well, absolutely. The Congress continues to say that the ruling party is not letting the House function and the government is really not interested in running the House, but it's the BJP that says that it's ready to have a discussion on the allegations that have been made, the link that they're talking about between Sonia Gandhi and George Soros. But it's the opposition that doesn't want to have a discussion on that. So both sides have their issues, but important bills remain pending in the House for discussion. And just a few days left for the winter session to end. Whether any work gets done or not, that remains to be seen. It's just a few days left now. With most of the days being washed out in the Parliament, we've seen how this ruckus has been going on since a few days now, with the opposition and the ruling party locking horns over various issues. All right. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details there. Well, now we do understand Priyanka Gandhi also now has hit out at the centre. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has said that Prime Minister Modi has been absent in the Parliament and the government is not interested in running the Parliament. They do not want to have discussion. They only get the House adjourned through various ways. Listen in.
रोज हम कोशिश करते हैं लेकिन वो नहीं चाहते, चर्चा नहीं चाहते, तो किसी न किसी बहाने adjourn करा रहे हैं। और मुझे ताज्जुब होता है, मैं तो नहीं हूँ संसद में, आज तक प्रधानमंत्री जी आए ही नहीं है। सत्र के मेरे ख्याल से 10 दिन तो हो गए होंगे, दिखते ही नहीं है यहाँ।
All right, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking now. At least 7 people were killed and over 49 injured after a speeding best bus rammed into pedestrians and several vehicles also in Mumbai's Kurla West. We are learning the police have arrested the bus driver and have also booked him for culpable homicide. Maharashtra Chief Minister has announced ex gratia of 5 lakh rupees for the family of deceased.
After a best bus lost its control in Mumbai's Kurla region, more than 7 people have been declared dead, whereas 50 have been injured so far. This incident occurred last night at around 9:30 p.m. when a best bus, which is a public undertaking, lost its control in Kurla, leading to more than 50 people being injured, and it rammed into several vehicles as well, including 7 auto rickshaws and 10 to 15 cars that were parked on the road. Being a busy road, it led to even more damages as well as injuries that people received because the bus was said to be at a speedy race. At present, we are here in Kurla at this spot where the bus came and halted at. This particular wall that you see has been destroyed after the bus rammed into it, and it belongs to a society where eyewitnesses on the spot say that it was nothing less than a terror sound leading. The sound that came out was that of similar to a bomb attack, after which they came out and they saw that a lot of people were stuck under the tires of the bus, and also the passengers that were present in the bus were injured and hurt badly, after which police control forces were called off, and also there were ambulances that were brought on the spot that took those people to Baba and Sion Hospital. At present, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has announced an ex gratia of 5 lakhs to the deceased of the family of the deceased, and also if you see these vehicles that were damaged, including taxis, are being taken off and towed to the respective sectors, and the bus that damaged all these vehicles has been kept at the Kurla depot. Today early morning, the bus services so far has been suspended for the daily commuters, leading to even more panic amongst people and an outrage of why did such incident occur at all. If you see, the impact of the attack was so severe that right from a distance of 1 kilometer so far, it has impacted vehicles because it was at a steady space, and also an FIR has been registered against the driver for rash driving, and also under the sections that lead to culpable homicide. He'll be presented in the Kurla court today seeking further custody to understand whether was he in a drunken state or was it actually a technical failure. And also people complain that right back opposite to where the bus hit, there's a school where kids do come and they were studying, and if this incident would have happened a bit earlier, it could result into even more loss.
All right, the unfortunate accident in Maharashtra's Mumbai there, this is Mumbai's Kurla West where this tragedy took place. All right, we'll keep an eye on the developments here. We have a short break now coming up. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, We are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its
Welcome back after the break. A huge row has now erupted over the unveiling of the redesigned Telangana Thali statue at the state secretariat, with the Congress government justifying the new design. Well, the government claimed that no official approval was given to the previous version during the BRS regime, prompting the state government now to formalize the design. Making a statement in the assembly, Chief Minister Revanth Reddy claimed that the new design reflected Telangana's cultural heritage and self-respect. Well, Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy had unveiled the 17-foot tall bronze statue of Telangana Thali at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Telangana State Secretariat, and the controversy has now snowballed. Well, we have a reaction coming in from K. Kavita. Listen in.
Well, unfortunately, the idol that he has unveiled has not been discussed with anybody. In fact, it was kept a secret until it was unleashed. Why so much fear? If it was a emotive issue for 4 crore people, he could have unveiled it. He could have openly discussed it with everybody. He did not. He just put it. I think media also chased to get a glimpse of what was there. You know it very well. So I am only saying that it is a fear that Revanth Reddy has, that because he has always opposed the formation of Telangana, his name is not there in the history. Now he is trying to somehow make a comeback into the history of Telangana, which is not going to happen.
All right, my colleague Vasudha is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Vasudha, even as the Congress government says that there was no approval for any design in the previous BRS regime, the BJP here says that the Congress has failed to include Bathukama. That's a cultural symbol that should have been included in the statue. What more objection is being raised? Any reaction from the Congress here on this objection, very specific objection that's being raised by the BJP here?
Well, that's right, Kitty. Telangana or Telangana Talli or Telangana Mata is highly an emotive issue for the people of Telangana. And if you look at the two statues, the BRS statue, which of course was envisaged much earlier, represents a prosperous woman. She has jewelry, she has a crown, she has a mace in one of her hands, and she's wearing a very bright pink pochampalli, which also, showcases the heritage of Telangana. And she has a Bathukama, pot. But Bathukama is one of the most important festivals, and, she's a deity there. And, it represents a Telangana woman, not just having Bathukama in her hands, but also someone who's very prosperous. On the other hand, in complete contrast is the statue of Telangana Talli that Revanth Reddy's government has come up with. She is a rural woman. She's dressed in a green sari. She has, of course, maize, and she's somebody who's not wearing jewelry. She's not wearing a crown, and she also has, she also has the Abhay Ashtanga, in the sense, she also has the hand that she's showing. So basically, the BRS has claimed that the Congress party has tried to put in the hand symbol of the Congress party, and also in the sense remove the prosperity and riches that surround the Telangana Talli of the BRS's imagination, and shows the Telangana Talli as somebody who's poor. But Revanth Reddy has a counter narrative to this. He says that this is a rural woman who inspired the Telangana movement, and she represents the common Telangana mother, and not really somebody who wears jewelry, or for that matter somebody who's very prosperous.
All right, this is of course an emotive issue, and the face-off between both the sides continues. Thank you so much, Vasudha, for getting us all those details. We have some breaking news now coming in. We are learning now in the Business Advisory Committee meeting in the Parliament. Now it has been decided that 12 hours will be allocated for discussion on Constitution Day. Depending on the strength of the party, the time is being allocated. What we are learning so far is that the BJP will be getting about 6 hours, while the opposition will also get 6 hours to speak. Well, remember, that's the latest now coming in. The Parliament discussion on Constitution is going to take place in Lok Sabha on 13th and 14th, and in Rajya Sabha it's going to be held on December 16 and 17, and Prime Minister Modi is also expected to deliver his response. He is going to respond on the two-day debate on the Constitution in Lok Sabha on December 14. That is what we are learning. All right, Aishwarya, my colleague, is now joining us on the broadcast. He'll be joining us in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we're picking at this point in time. The Business Advisory Committee meeting of Rajya Sabha has been decided that 12 hours are going to be allocated for discussion on Constitution Day. Well, remember, this has been a key demand of the opposition, that a debate needs to be held, a discussion needs to be held on the issue of Constitution. So far, we've seen this issue playing out outside the Parliament over the last few months, or about a year. Leading up to the elections in several states as well as Lok Sabha, this has been an important issue, one of the important issues that has been raised by the opposition as well as the BJP. Now, with the government agreeing to hold a discussion on Constitution, both in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, what we are learning so far is that the timing now that has been decided, it's going to be about 12 hours that's going to be given for the discussion on Constitution Day. Well, Aishwarya, that's the latest we are picking now. As per information coming in, 6 hours is what the BJP will get, and the opposition also getting equal time to speak on the matter.
Well, that's right. In the Business Advisory Committee meeting that was held for the Rajya Sabha, it has been decided that 12 hours will be allocated for 2 days. There will be no question hour, there will be no 0 hour. Straight from the morning till evening, there would be 6 hours given to the treasury benches, and the 6 hours that will be given to the opposition parties as well. And for straight 2 days, there would be discussion, that is Monday and Tuesday, that is on 16th and 17th of December. It would be Home Minister Amit Shah who will be initiating the debate of Constitution of India, and we have been told if there would be the consensus amongst the members on that particular day that the hours need to be extended, that will be decided on the same day as well. So that's the important decision that has been taken as far as the Business Advisory Committee of Rajya Sabha is concerned.
All right. Well, Prime Minister Modi is also expected to respond to the two-day debate on the Constitution in Lok Sabha on December 14. As per information coming in, well, this has been a primary demand from the Opposition Alliance for the winter session, that a discussion needs to be held. And what we are learning is that the discussion is set to begin with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's opening remarks. And in Rajya Sabha, Home Minister Amit Shah will initiate the debate on December 16, with Prime Minister Modi expected to deliver his response on December 17. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking. Well, the outgoing Governor of the Reserve Bank of India, Shaktikanta Das, today thanked Team RBI in his farewell message ahead of formally demitting office. Revenue Secretary Sanjay Malhotra appointed new RBI Governor, and this was the last address of Shaktikanta Das with his last day in office as RBI Governor.
You would be aware that we have adopted we have been holding wide-ranging consultations on many issues. In fact, the consultative approach behind regulation, behind all decisions that we have taken in the last 6 years, the consultative approach is very much evident. So far as the Reserve Bank is concerned, I think restoring the inflation growth balance is the most important task ahead of the Reserve Bank. And I am sure the team RBI under the leadership of the new governor will take it forward.
It is the end of an era of the Shaktikanta Das era on Mint Road. Shaktikanta Das in his final address really talking about teamwork being at the center stage of all decisions, saying that look, he did ensure a collaborative and a consultative approach was looked at as far as all decisions were concerned. Of course, thanking everyone for their support and congratulating his successor. But what really are the highlights really from his tenure? Now, economists and analysts alike believe that look, the key hits or the key highlights really from his tenure at large have been his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, the way he handled that crisis and got the economy out of the crisis at large, as well as mentioning the fact that look, financial inclusion was at the center stage, digital innovation was at the center stage during his tenure. So those really coming out as key hits really. Now as far as the successor Sanjay Malhotra is concerned, economists and analysts alike believe these are of course challenging times. We have seen retail inflation at a 14-month high of 6.21%. We've seen the FY25 growth outlook reduced to 6.6% as opposed to 7.2% earlier. So challenging times, and really the spotlight will be on how the inflation and growth trade-off is handled.
All right, more news now. Amid the leadership tussle in India Bloc, RJD chief and former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav extended support to the TMC chief Mamta Banerjee. Lalu Prasad Yadav said, Congress's objection mean nothing. We will support Mamta Banerjee. Mamta Banerjee should be given the leadership of the India Bloc. And he also went on to say that the India Bloc will form the government again in 2025. Well, remembered earlier, Lalu Prasad Yadav's son and RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav had said he had no objection to any senior leader of the India Bloc, including Mamta Banerjee, leading the coalition, but the decision needs to be reached through consensus. Well, Mamta Banerjee on December 6th had expressed her dissatisfaction with the functioning of the India Bloc, signalling her intent to take charge of the alliance if given the opportunity. Also now, TMC MP Kirti Azad has said she is the most suitable for the job as she is the only leader who has repeatedly defeated the BJP in West Bengal. Meanwhile, the BJP says the statements coming in from opposition leaders expose Congress's inability to lead. Listening.
तो ममता जी को जो दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
तो ममता जी को जो दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में, नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
Joining with me is Trinamool Congress MP Kirti Azad. Sir, after Sharad Pawar, it is Lalu Prasad Yadav. Omar Abdullah yesterday stated that let the meeting happen and then Mamta Banerjee can claim the leadership for the India Bloc. Do you think that the chorus is growing for Mamta Banerjee to take the charge of India Bloc?
She hasn't claimed. The leaders have been asking her to lead the thing. And once they were all asking whether it was the Uddhav Shiv Sena or it was Samajwadi Party, or for that matter, it was the Bhishma Pitama of Indian politics, Sharad Pawar ji, and now Lalu Yadav ji. They all are saying, so once they all said, she said, I formed the India Bloc and I'm ready to lead. She never claimed it. We never claimed it. We always said that she is the best to lead the India Bloc. And that is what the voices from across the country of all leaders are coming.
They have always been saying that there is a teamwork that is required to win a game. And in this India Bloc, there are differences as far as opinions are concerned to who can lead the entire India Bloc. Would you find it right that if Mamta Banerjee takes the charge, then everybody will be on the same page?
Well, you have various family members, and in the family there are 2 or 3 brothers and sisters. They all have difference of opinion, and yet they come to some solution for the family. When you talk about it, we always feel that the person who is the best to lead, who's got the best performance, who's performed really well. If you look at the strike rate of Congress and BJP, Congress only has 10% winning strike rate. And if you look at TMC and BJP, TMC has 70% winning strike rate.
रामगोपाल यादव जी ने भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बड़ा स्पष्टता के साथ कहा कि राहुल गांधी जी ने ऐसा कुछ भी हासिल नहीं किया है कि इंडी गठबंधन के नेता के रूप में राहुल गांधी को देखा जाए। हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी नहीं है। ठीक उसी प्रकार उन्होंने मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे का नाम लिया कि मल्लिकार्जुन जी नेता है। ठीक उसी प्रकार टीएमसी ने बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से स्ट्राइक रेट की बात की है कि राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में इंडी गठबंधन का स्ट्राइक रेट क्या था, क्या अचीव किया है उन्होंने। हम क्यों राहुल गांधी को अपना नेता माने, क्यों न ममता बनर्जी को ही इंडी गठबंधन के नेता के रूप में प्रोजेक्ट किया जाए।
देखिए, अभी हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से अभी कोई ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया है, तो अभी मैं इस पर फिलहाल कुछ बोल नहीं पाऊंगी। सभी पार्टीज की अपनी अपनी राय होती है, फिर आपस में मिल बैठ के जब मीटिंग होगी उसमें सर्वसम्मति से जो भी होगा वो हमारी पार्टी को स्वीकार होगा।
Well, both houses of the parliament were adjourned today. Lok Sabha was adjourned shortly after it reconvened at 12 p.m. Opposition continued to protest, demanding discussion on various issues. And Union Minister Kiran Rijiju lashed out at the opposition, saying that the opposition needs to be apologizing for wasting the time of the House. Well, the Rajya Sabha was also adjourned shortly after it reconvened at 12 p.m. As soon as the House had assembled, the opposition and ruling party members started raiding charges over issues of George Soros and Adani. MPs from both sides raised slogans in support of the issues they wanted to raise, forcing the chairman of the House to adjourn the proceedings till tomorrow.
संसद एक पवित्र स्थल है और इस भवन की एक उच्च गरिमा, प्रतिष्ठा, मर्यादा है और इसी भवन में हमने आजादी भी प्राप्त की है और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र सर्वोच्च प्रतिनिधि संस्था है। संसद में देश की आकांक्षाओं, अपेक्षाओं को पूरा किया जाता है। सहमति असहमति हमारे लोकतंत्र की परंपरा रही है, जो संविधान बनते समय भी हमने अभिव्यक्ति की है। लेकिन मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हमें गरिमा रखनी चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से मैं देख रहा हूं संसद परिसर में जिस प्रकार के प्रदर्शन किए जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार के नारे, पोस्टर, मुक्तों का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, वह सिर्फ न अशोभनीय है बल्कि हमारी नियम प्रक्रियाओं, संसदीय परंपराओं के अनुरूप भी है। मुझे बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, इसमें प्रतिपक्ष के बड़े नेताओं का आचरण व्यवहार भी संसदीय मर्यादा के अनुकूल नहीं है। सभी दल के लोग संसद की गरिमा, परंपरा, मर्यादा, प्रतिष्ठा को बनाए रखें।
चलाने के लिए सदन को अडान में लाने
कि आपको शर्मनाक व्यवहार की वजह से जो सदन की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचा है, आपको माफी मांगना चाहिए और जॉर्ज सोरोस और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व के बीच में क्या रिश्ता है और देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ आपका क्या संबंध है, इसके बारे में भी आप यहाँ सदन में माफी मांगना चाहिए।
What is happening inside the? They are not showing our camera to our side at all. We are asking for, we are pleading to the speaker and the government, at least run the house. Every member has a right to have a personal explanation if that member has been taken by another member. That opportunity also denying. What democracy in this country? This building, they built the building. This building became a mockery of.
All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking. Authorities have arrested the man suspected of killing United Health executive Brian Thompson and charged him with murder. Well, the man, Luigi, was arrested after a massive 5-day manhunt. The 26-year-old suspect was captured in Pennsylvania. He's a 26-year-old Ivy League graduate from Maryland. That is what we are learning. Well, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. Let's listen in to what the NYPD cop had to say on this.
Members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan. The suspect was in a McDonald's and was recognized by an employee who then called local police.
All right, well, going back to the news that we've been tracking coming in from the Parliament, both houses were adjourned today. Lok Sabha was adjourned shortly after it reconvened at 12, with the opposition continuing its protest demanding discussion on various issues. Well, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju also had lashed out at the opposition, saying the opposition needs to be apologizing for wasting the time of the House. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya joining us on the broadcast here. Well, another day was washed out with just a few days now left for the winter session to end, Aishwarya. Important bills also pending in the Parliament to be taken up. Looks like it's not going to be an easy route for the ruling party, for the government. All right, I'm being told that Aishwarya is also going to be joining us in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we are picking at this point in time. The Rajya Sabha also, remember, was adjourned shortly after it reconvened at 12 p.m. As soon as the House had assembled, the opposition and ruling party members started trading charges over the issues of George Soros as well as Adani. MPs from both sides raised slogans in support of the issues they wanted to raise, and this forced Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar to adjourn the proceedings till 11 a.m. tomorrow. My colleague Aishwarya now joins us on the broadcast here. Aishwarya, another day washed out with just a few days now left for the winter session to end. Important bills remain pending in the Parliament. Aishwarya, if you're able to hear my voice.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, Aishwarya, what I'm asking here is that another day was washed out, and take us through the details of the bills that remain pending, the work that needs to be done before the session ends.
Well, definitely, it's the complete washout that we have seen as we enter the third week of the Parliament session, and it is a minimal work that had been done. Of course, the opposition parties and the treasury benches both blaming each other for not letting the Parliament function. The opposition protested outside the Parliament, stating that it is the government who is not letting the Parliament function. Therefore, the reason perhaps important legislative bills are not being allowed to be tabled. On the other side, it is the government who had been stating that opposition is not responding on the serious allegations of Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi with Mr. George Soros Foundation. But it is something which is hampering the legislative business. Disaster management bill to railway amendment bill, where railway minister is about to respond in the Lok Sabha, and also the banking amendment bill. All are due in both the houses of Parliament, and therefore the reason perhaps the blame game is currently on. But the important business advisory committee meeting that just concluded of Rajya Sabha that decided that there would be constitution debate and 12 hours time will be allocated to both the opposition and the government. Now, the shadow of these claims and counterclaims will affect those 2 days of the constitution debate or not is something that also remains to be seen.
All right. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest that we're picking up at the moment. We'll get you more as developments take place. It's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
India Bloc allies question Congress's leadership as chorus grows for leadership change in the India Bloc. India flags concerns over safety of minorities in Bangladesh. Protest march was carried out outside the Bangladesh embassy. 7 people killed, over 40 injured as a state-run bus rammed into vehicles in a busy Mumbai road. Shaktikanta Das bows out as RBI Governor, says ensured consultative approach for all decisions made during his tenure.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
the energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we're tracking here at this hour. No confidence motion moved against Rajya Sabha chairman. India Bloc moves no trust motion against Jagdeep Dhankar. Over 50 opposition MP signatures in this no trust motion. And Parliament adjourned till tomorrow within hours amid ruckus. Speaker says opposition's behaviour is disappointing. Congress says government not interested in running the Parliament. And Congress's leadership crisis spreads as India Bloc allies question Congress party's leadership. A chorus grows for leadership change in India Bloc. Lalu backs Mamta. Constitution debate inside Parliament. 12 hours allocated for constitution discussion. BJP Congress to get equal time on debate. As tensions amid India-Bangladesh grows after Hindu priest arrest on sedition charges, protest outside Bangladesh embassy was carried out.
And big story that we're tracking here at NDTV is the no confidence motion that has been submitted now by the India Bloc. The opposition has moved the no confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. As per reports, the Congress-led India Bloc has accused Dhankar of being biased and functioning in a biased manner, claiming that he is only favouring the ruling party during House proceedings and stifling the opposition's voice. Remember, Jagdeep Dhankar held meetings with both the leader of House and the opposition in Rajya Sabha. Jagdeep Dhankar assured the smooth functioning, but despite that, there is a growing dissent against Jagdeep Dhankar. Listening to what the opposition leaders had to say.
क्यों आज बार बार एडजर्न हो रहा है मैम? हाउस आज भी नहीं चलने दिया गया।
देखिए, वो नो कॉन्फिडेंस वाला जो रेजोल्यूशन हुआ उसमें हम अपोजिशन यूनाइटेड है, वो तो एक इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा है ही, लेकिन आज सिर्फ आज ही नहीं, फर्स्ट डे से सदन चलने नहीं दे रहा है ट्रेजरी बेंच। खुद ट्रेजरी बेंच जानते हैं कि पीपल्स इशू अपोजिशन उठाएंगे। हमारे पास बहुत सारे पीपल्स इशू हैं, वो पीपल्स इशू अगर हम उठाएंगे, प्राइस राइज, इन्फ्लेशन से लेकर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट तक, मणिपुर से लेकर अपराजिता बिल अभी तक क्यों सिग्नेचर नहीं हुआ राष्ट्रपति जी का, और हमारे बंगाल बीइंग डिप्राइव्ड और ऑल अदर नॉन बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट्स, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स आर बीइंग डिप्राइव्ड फॉर आवास योजना ड्यू एंड एमजीएनआरएजी ड्यू एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा। फर्टिलाइजर के इश्यू है, किसान वाले के इश्यू है, बहुत सारे ऑपोजिशन के इश्यू हैं। ट्रेजरी बेंच को पता है वो आंसर नहीं दे सकेंगे, उसका फ्लॉ क्या है उनको पता है, इसीलिए इस सब पीपल्स इशू पर वो सदन चलाना नहीं चाहते। ऑपोजिशन चाहते हैं, हम चाहते हैं पीपल्स इशू पर सदन चलाए, और हम एक के बाद एक ये सब इशू पर 0 आवर स्पेशल मेंशन, शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन डिस्कशन डाला, लेकिन एक भी डिस्कशन में नहीं आया। वो नॉन इशू पर एक के बाद एक के दिन ट्रेजरी बेंच की तरफ से सदन बंद कर रहा है, जो बहुत अनफॉर्चुनेट है।
And my colleague Aishwarya Jain is joining me for more on this. Aishwarya, growing dissent against Jagdeep Dhankar motion has been moved by the India Bloc. What can be its impact be?
Well, certainly, as we entered the third week of winter session of Parliament today as well, there was minimal work that was done in both the upper house and lower house of the Parliament. It was in Rajya Sabha where we saw uproar, adjournments. There was ruckus in the Lok Sabha as well. There was similar scenes that were witnessed, and there were claims and counterclaims both by the opposition and the government. It is the opposition party who protested outside the Makar Dwar of the Parliament and stated that it is the government who is not letting the Parliament function. And on the other side, it is the treasury benches who have been blaming opposition MPs that they are not letting the Parliament function. As far as the Lok Sabha is concerned, it is the opposition MPs who came to the well of the House, protested. They, in fact, did sloganeering as well. And because of the House was in disorder, there was adjournments that were seen in both the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. There are three important bills that needs to be tabled, that needs to be tabled for consideration passing as far as disaster management. Bill 2024, the Railway Amendment Bill, where the Railway Minister is scheduled to give a reply, and also, the Banking Amendment Bill in the Rajya Sabha. They all are due, but the important Business Advisory Committee that was scheduled today, that decided that the Constitution debate will take place on 16th and 17th in the Rajya Sabha, in which 6 hours time had been given to both the opposition parties and the treasury benches as well to speak upon, and there will be no question hour, there will be no 0 hour, there will be no special mentioning on those particular days. Now, whether the shadow of this uproar, which we are witnessing for the first 2 initial weeks of the Parliament session, will continue and will cast a shadow on the upcoming Constitution debate or not is something that remains to be seen. But for the benefit of our viewers, let us tell that it is the no confidence, the no trust motion, which has been formally now submitted to the Secretary General of Rajya Sabha. In fact, all parties that belongs to India Group had no option but to formally submit a no confidence motion against the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. It's something that the Congress leader Jairam Ramesh had also stated on social media platform X. He went on to say that for extremely partisan manner in which he has been conducting the proceedings of councils of state, it is very painful decision for the India party to take, but in the interest of parliamentary democracy that have had to take this step. More than 55 signatories from different India Bloc parties had submitted this motion to Secretary General Raj Sabha. Now, whether this will be accepted or not is something that remains to be seen.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. Thank you so much for joining us with those updates. Now, amid the leadership tussle in India Bloc, RJD chief and former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav extended support to Trinamool Congress chief Mamata Banerjee's candidature. Lalu Yadav said that Congress's objection means nothing. They will support Mamata Banerjee, and Mamata Banerjee should be given the leadership of the India Bloc, and if she gets it, then they will form the government in the next year. Earlier, Lalu's son and senior RJD leader Tejashwi Yadav had said he had no objection to any senior leader of the India Bloc, including Mamata Banerjee, leading the coalition. But he stressed that the decision must be reached through a consensus. Banerjee also had on December 6 expressed dissatisfaction with the way the India Bloc is functioning, signalling that Mamata Banerjee's intent is to take charge of the alliance if given the opportunity. After Mamata Banerjee, TMC MP Kirti Azad said that she is the most suitable candidate for the job, as she is the only leader who had repeatedly defeated the BJP in Bengal. But the BJP says the statements from the opposition leaders expose Congress's inability to lead as the chorus grows for the change in the leadership role in the India Bloc. It seems like the Congress's leadership crisis has further spilled to the India Bloc now. Take a look at the reactions coming in.
तो ममता जी को दे दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
तो ममता जी को दे दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में, नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
Well, joining with me is Trinamool Congress MP Kirti Azad. Sir, after Sharad Pawar, it is Lalu Prasad Yadav. Omar Abdullah yesterday stated that let the meeting happen and then Mamata Banerjee can claim the leadership for the India Bloc. Do you think that the chorus is growing for Mamata Banerjee to take the charge of India Bloc?
She hasn't claimed. The leaders have been asking her to lead the thing. And once they were all asking whether it was the Uddhav Shiv Sena or it was Samajwadi Party, or for that matter it was the Bhishma Pitama of Indian politics, Sharad Pawar ji, and now Lalu Yadav ji. They all are saying, so once they all said, she said, I formed the India Bloc and I'm ready to lead. She never claimed it. We never claimed it. We always said that she is the best to lead the India Bloc. And that is what the voices from across the country of all leaders are coming.
They have always been saying that there is a teamwork that is required to win a game. And in this India Bloc, there are differences as far as opinions are concerned to who can lead the entire India Bloc. Would you find it right that if Mamata Banerjee takes the charge, then everybody will be on the same page?
Well, you have various family members, and in the family there are 2 or 3 brothers and sisters. They all have difference of opinion, and yet they come to some solution for the family. When you talk about it, we always feel that the person who is the best to lead, who's got the best performance, who's performed really well. If you look at the strike rate of Congress and BJP, Congress only has 10% winning strike rate. And if you look at TMC and BJP, TMC has 70% winning strike rate.
राम गोपाल यादव जी ने भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बड़ा स्पष्टता के साथ कहा कि राहुल गांधी जी ने ऐसा कुछ भी हासिल नहीं किया है कि इंडी गठबंधन के नेता के रूप में राहुल गांधी को देखा जाए। हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी नहीं है। ठीक उसी प्रकार उन्होंने मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे का नाम लिया कि मल्लिकार्जुन जी नेता है। ठीक उसी प्रकार टीएमसी ने बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से स्ट्राइक रेट की बात की है कि राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में इंडी गठबंधन का स्ट्राइक रेट क्या था। क्या अचीव किया है उन्होंने? हम क्यों राहुल गांधी को अपना नेता माने? क्यों ना ममता बनर्जी को ही इंडी गठबंधन के नेता के रूप में प्रोजेक्ट किया जाए?
देखिए, अभी हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से अभी कोई ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया है, तो अभी मैं इस पर फिलहाल कुछ बोल नहीं पाऊंगी। सभी पार्टीज की अपनी अपनी राय होती है, फिर आपस में मिल बैठ के जब मीटिंग होगी उसमें सर्वसम्मति से जो भी होगा वो हमारी पार्टी को स्वीकार होगा।
ममता बनर्जी का नाम लगातार आगे आ रहा है, तमाम जो अलायंस मेंबर्स हैं वो उनका ही नाम ले रहे हैं कि उनको लीड करना चाहिए।
आज इस पर कहीं कोई चर्चा नहीं है, न कोई आवश्यकता है। आज जरूरत है इस देश में सौहार्द कायम करने की। आज जरूरत है इस देश में महंगाई घटाने की। आज जरूरत है हमारे देश का करोड़ों नौजवान जो बेरोजगार है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार रहते चलते पेपर लीक हो रहा है। आज इस पर सब पर हमें सोचना है और इस पर समाधान का रास्ता भरना है। और इस तरह की इंडिया गठबंधन इसके लिए का है
क्योंकि लालू प्रसाद यादव से लेकर उमर अब्दुल्ला से लेकर शरद पवार
ऐसा है,
बोल रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी की जगह ममता बनर्जी को लीड करना।
ये सब इन लोगों का अपने विचार है, ये इन लोगों के विचार हो सकते हैं, लेकिन आज जो राष्ट्र के सामने, देश के सामने, हम लोगों के सामने बड़ा सवाल है, वो किसानों का सवाल है। बड़ा सवाल है इस देश के करोड़ों नौजवानों का, जो पढ़े लिखे हैं, जो हमारी दौलत है। किसी देश की दौलत हीरा जवाहरात सोना चांदी नहीं होता है, उस देश की दौलत हमारा नौजवान है, हमारा किसान है और देश के रहने वाले लोग हैं। हमें उनकी भलाई के लिए, हमें उनके वेलफेयर के लिए आज चर्चा करना है, सोचना है, सदन में रखना है। आज ये सवालात हैं।
देखिए, इंडिया ब्लॉक में कई सारी पार्टीज हैं, आज से नहीं है, लोकसभा से पहले है। तो जो मंच गणतांत्रिक है, डेमोक्रेटिक अगर कोई अलायंस है, उसमें सब अपने विचार रख सकते हैं, पर निर्णय सब मिलकर ही लेंगे।
Even though YSRCP is not part of India Bloc or NDA, I sincerely feel, because of the past experience, and I have been seeing the Congress party for the last 8 years in Rajya Sabha. This is the 9th year. At this point of time, I feel that the Congress party has failed to lead India Bloc for the last one and a half years. Didi ji will be in a position to lead the India Bloc parties, and Didi ji will be able to handle any issue, any problem that crops up in any given situation, and handle more effectively and efficiently than Congress party. Therefore, Didi ji should be made to lead the India Bloc parties.
लगातार जो इंडिया ब्लॉक के अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं, शरद पवार, लालू प्रसाद यादव, उमर अब्दुल्ला, तमाम लीडर्स अब बोल रहे हैं कि ममता बनर्जी को इंडिया ब्लॉक की लीडरशिप दे देनी चाहिए। खुद ममता बनर्जी ने बोला, मैं वेस्ट बंगाल से इंडिया ब्लॉक लीड कर सकती हूँ। किस तरीके से देखते हैं आप इन तमाम जो कोरस ग्रो हो रहा है?
आज तो आपको अपना रिकॉर्ड स्ट्रेट और ठीक रखना चाहिए। अभी आपने देखा होगा, सीनियर मेंबर पार्लियामेंट आरजेडी के नेता अभी यहाँ बोल के गए कि आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट लालू जी की बात की गई है, लालू जी ने ऐसा नहीं कहा। तो वो बात छोड़िए, हाउस नहीं चलता है, रूलिंग पार्टी के एमपीज 3 दिन से नहीं चला रहे हैं। क्यों नहीं चला रहे भाई? रूलिंग पार्टी की तो जिम्मेवारी होती है हाउस चले। आज तक इतिहास में कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि सत्ता पक्ष हाउस ना चलना है, तो इसके लिए जिम्मेवारी सत्ता पक्ष की है।
You want to comment on the leadership crisis of the India Bloc as well, because several non-India Bloc parties, including the YSRCP, had requested Mamata Banerjee to take over the India Bloc. What's the Biju Janata Dal stand on it, or if you want to comment on it?
You see, as far as India Bloc is concerned, since we are not part of the India Bloc, for us to comment on it would be inappropriate. If we were, probably I would have held a view. But I would believe that when we are not a part of the India Bloc, to talk about its leadership, at least from the Biju Janata Dal's perspective, would not be right.
Thank you so much for that. Of course, Biju Janata Dal MP Sasmit Patra speaking to NDTV.
ये स्वार्थ का गठबंधन बहुत देर नहीं चलता है। ये सब हिडन एजेंडा लेकर के अपने परिवारवादी जमींदारी को बढ़ाने के लिए, जनता की लूटी हुई गाड़ी कमाई बचाने के लिए एकजुट हुए थे। अब उनका चेहरा असली सामने आने लगा है। गठबंधन से एक एक करके सब बाहर हो जाएंगे।
And my colleague Aishwarya is joining me for more on this. Aishwarya, there is a growing demand to make Mamata Banerjee the new leader of the India Bloc. But how is the Congress party looking at it? Will Congress party accept that there are some shortfalls in its leadership?
Well, several Congress MPs have stated that Rahul Gandhi is a fighter, and therefore the reason perhaps as many as people who can give opinions and as many as people who can comment on the leadership of Rahul Gandhi, he can survive. And therefore the reason perhaps it is the Congress which is confident of Rahul Gandhi leading the entire India Alliance. But several of the India Alliance members have openly targeted the leadership of Rahul Gandhi. They have stated that in the recently held elections of Maharashtra and Haryana, it is the Congress party which has completely failed, and Mamata Banerjee's strike rate, the Trinamool Congress strike rate in the state of West Bengal had been very good, and therefore the reason perhaps Mamata Banerjee should lead the India Alliance. It remains to be seen how things unfold in the upcoming days. But of course, the chorus has grown as far as Mamata Banerjee's leading the entire India Bloc is concerned, looking at the recent results where its own allies are now not at the same page.
Certainly, Aishwarya, there is a huge amount of concern that is being raised among the India Bloc leaders. They are all worried about the future of its bloc and alliance, but it remains to be seen how the Congress party will tackle this growing dissent. Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us. Now, in Business Advisory Committee meeting of Rajya Sabha, it has been decided that 12 hours will be allocated for discussion on Constitution Day. Depending on the strength of the party, the time will be allocated. BJP will get 6 hours, while opposition will also get 6 hours. There will be no 0 hour, no question hour, no special mentioning. If there will be consensus amongst these leaders, then House can be added and decision will be taken on same day. In Rajya Sabha, Home Minister Amit Shah will initiate the debate at 11 o'clock in the morning on 16th December, while Prime Minister Narendra Modi will respond to the Constitution debate on December 14. For more on this, my colleague Aishwarya stays with me. Aishwarya, we are seeing that both the camps will be readying for the Constitution debate. As per sources, we are hearing that Prime Minister will be responding to the Constitution debate on December 14. Is it correct?
Well, that's right. Business Advisory Committee for Rajya Sabha met at around 12:30 in the Parliament, and it was decided that 12 hours will be allocated to both the opposition and treasury benches to speak on the day of Constitution debate, that is in Rajya Sabha on 16th and 17th of December. There will be no special mentioning, there will be no 0 hour, there will be no question hour on these 2 days. And from morning to evening, the debate on Constitution will continue. The respected parties will have to send across the names of the speakers who will be speaking on the Constitution debate. Now, on that particular day, it has also been decided that if the floor leaders will be willing to increase the time, then that could be the prerogative of the Rajya Sabha chairperson, that whether to increase or not. But it has been very clearly decided from the Bharatiya Janata Party that it would be in Lok Sabha, where 13th or 14th the Constitution debate will commence. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be responding to it, while in the Rajya Sabha, Home Minister Amit Shah will be initiating the debate of Constitution sharp at 11 a.m. on 16th of December.
Certainly, Aishwarya. Stay with me. We have more news coming in from the Parliament. Well, viewers, to jog down your memory, what happened since morning, both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have been adjourned for the day. There is no end in sight to the pandemonium as both the factions continue to blame each other for the disruption. In fact, this comes after Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla began the proceedings by urging the members of the House to maintain the decorum of the House and highlighted the methods adopted by the opposition parties to protest. But the opposition parties continued their protest. In fact, the BJP also went on and asked for apology from the opposition to disrupting the House and wasting the time of the House. However, the Congress party and others have maintained that the BJP is not interested in running the parliament, hence they are trying and diverting the topic to others. Meanwhile, the BJP continues to amp up its attack against the Congress party, linking Sonia Gandhi to a US billionaire George Soros and saying that the Congress party is working with India forces to destabilize the government and India in the country. However, this comes also after Jagdeep Dhankar also initiated meetings with both the house's leaders, with the leaders of the Rajya Sabha. Jagdeep Dhankar met Mallikarjun Kharge and JP Nadda and urged both of them to let the House function smoothly. But the pandemonium continues, the House has been adjourned for the day and the politics continues to bruise in. Take a look at what the others had to say.
संसद एक पवित्र स्थल है और इस भवन की एक उच्च गरिमा, प्रतिष्ठा, मर्यादा है और इसी भवन में हमने आजादी भी प्राप्त की है और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र सर्वोच्च प्रतिनिधि संस्था है। संसद में देश की आकांक्षाओं, अपेक्षाओं को पूरा किया जाता है। सहमति असहमति हमारे लोकतंत्र की परंपरा रही है, जो संविधान बनते समय भी हमने अभिव्यक्ति की है। लेकिन मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हमें गरिमा रखनी चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से मैं देख रहा हूं संसद परिसर में जिस प्रकार के प्रदर्शन किए जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार के नारे, पोस्टर, मुक्तों का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, वह सिर्फ न अशोभनीय है बल्कि हमारी नियम प्रक्रियाओं, संसदीय परंपराओं के अनुरूप भी है। मुझे बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, इसमें प्रतिपक्ष के बड़े नेताओं का आचरण व्यवहार भी संसदीय मर्यादा के अनुकूल नहीं है। सभी दल के लोग संसद की गरिमा, परंपरा, मर्यादा, प्रतिष्ठा को बनाए रखें।
चलाने के लिए सदन को अडान में लाने करता हूं कि आपको शर्मनाक व्यवहार की वजह से जो सदन की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचा है, आपको माफी मांगना चाहिए और जॉर्ज सोरोस और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व के बीच में क्या रिश्ता है और देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ आपका क्या संबंध है, इसके बारे में भी आप यहाँ सदन में माफी मांगना चाहिए।
And my colleague Aishwarya Jain stays with me. Aishwarya, George Soros and Congress party's links are certainly a hot potato. Is Congress party mulling on a statement? Do they want to steer clear of the allegations that the BJP is levelling against them? We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Aishwarya Jain. George Soros is continuing to haunt Congress party. The BJP says that the Congress party is working with anti-India forces to destabilize India. The Congress party has in fact come out and said that these are the darkest fantasies of the Bharatiya Janata Party and such allegations are not true. These baseless allegations are what the counter by the Congress party is against the BJP. But the BJP refuses to take such claims and said that it is the Congress party which is working with anti-India forces and hence there is a ruckus in both the houses. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is back with me. Aishwarya, there is a ruckus in both the houses. The hot potato in this parliament showdown is the George Soros and the Congress party's links.
It is the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs who have been asking answers from the Congress party over the links between Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi with George Soros Foundation, as the Bharatiya Janata Party had claimed that George Soros Foundation had been the anti-India force and had an idea of having independent Kashmir. Priyanka Gandhi reacted to it and stated that Bharatiya Janata Party have no other issues apart from bringing an issue that was of 1994, and they do not want to run the parliament. We have seen uproar in the parliament, adjournments in both the houses today as well amid the claims and counterclaims being made. It was Sadan Chalao versus Shor Machao, sloganeering that was conducted between the Bharatiya Janata Party MPs and the opposition MPs as well. And in both the houses, there was minimal work that was done. In fact, Rajya Sabha Chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar, in fact, called up a meeting with the pro leaders as well to find out a middle ground to end this log jam, because important legislative bills are to be tabled for consideration and passing. But that has not been done so far, and therefore the reason perhaps another day of adjournment, another washout, and complete cut we have seen. We have also seen protests of the opposition MPs outside the parliament as well, where they have clearly alleged that it is not them, but it is the treasury benches who is not letting the parliament functioning, which is a shocking point for them.
Certainly, Aishwarya, and the Aam Aadmi is asking these politicians, while they indulge in blame game, when will the House function and the key bills that are pending will be passed? Thank you so much, Aishwarya, for joining us. Now, the government is ready to launch its One Nation, One Election project and can introduce a bill in Parliament in this session as per sources. The Cabinet has already approved the report of Ramnath Kovind Committee on One Nation, One Election. The government now wants to form consensus on the bill and can send it to a joint parliamentary committee for a detailed discussion. The JPC will hold discussions with representatives of all political parties. The other stakeholders will be involved in the process too, as per sources. Speakers of all state assemblies can also be called along with intellectuals from across the country. The opinion of common people will also be taken into consideration. Initially, the government wants to involve the people, and the ways and means to achieve this can be discussed later as per sources. But the Congress party says that the One Nation, One Election is against the parliamentary democracy, while the BJP backs the idea, saying it will bring transparency in the elections. Listen into what the Congress party and the BJP had to say.
कि माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जब 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री बने थे तब उन्होंने देखा था कि भाई देश भर में बार बार चुनाव होते हैं और लोगों को भी उसमें तकलीफ होती है और उसमें पैसा भी ज़्यादा बर्बाद होता है। तो इसीलिए शुरू में जब संसद बनी थी और 26 जनवरी 1950 को संविधान लागू करने के बाद जो पहला इलेक्शन हुआ था 1952 में, तो तब लोकसभा और विधानसभा एक साथ होती थी। 4-5 चुनाव एक साथ ही हुए थे, लेकिन बाद में कई गवर्नमेंट डिसॉल्व हुई, पार्टी इधर उधर हो गया, उससे मतलब ये अनियमित आई है। तो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन है कि भाई वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन अगर एक बार हो जाएगा तो ये लोगों का टाइम भी बचाने में उसकी मदद होगी, और इसीलिए वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन का एजेंडा हमारा है। माननीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी के कमेटी ने उसका रिपोर्ट सरकार के पास दे दिया है, सरकार ने कैबिनेट में उसको मंजूरी भी दी है। अभी बिल संसद में आना बाकी है, तो इस सत्र में ही वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन का बिल आ सकता है और उसमें चर्चा करके अपोजिशन को हमारा कहना है कि भाई इसको आपने सपोर्ट करना चाहिए। अगर उसमें कुछ सुझाव देना है तो सुझाव अमेंडमेंट के लिए दे सकते हैं, लेकिन वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को मेरे रिपब्लिकन पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया का पूरा सपोर्ट है और वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन होना चाहिए, ये हमारी भूमिका है।
तो आपको लगता है शीतकालीन सत्र में सरकार ये बिल ला सकती है?
हाँ, मतलब अभी ला सकती है। अभी 2 सप्ताह बाकी है, अभी इसमें क्या हंगामा भी चल रहा है, इस पर बहस होना जरूरी है, चर्चा होना बहुत जरूरी है और सबका सुनकर सरकार अंतिम निर्णय लेगी। लेकिन सरकार ने तो निर्णय लिया कि ऐसा होना चाहिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि इस सत्र में भी बिल आ सकता है।
How do you see this idea? The government sources are saying that this bill, after it is tabled, will be sent to JPC for further deliberation.
First of all, the idea of one nation, one election is against parliamentary democracy norms. We are a parliamentary democracy. a government, be it a central government or a federal state government, only is there until it has a majority. There is no fixed term. And only in a presidential form of government we have fixed term. In my opinion, this is unconstitutional. If the government tries to table the bill, and if they send it to a joint parliamentary committee, they will get these diverse views. And in fact, even when they bring the bill back to the House at any point of time, it will be defeated because I'm sure their own alliance partners, the TDP and the JDU, will not support it.
And now, as the Parliament standoff continues, both houses adjourned amid ruckus. Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has hit out at the centre. She has also questioned why is Prime Minister Narendra Modi absent in the Parliament, and says that she is sure that the government is not interested in running Parliament, hence they are causing disruption. Take a look.
रोज हम कोशिश करते हैं लेकिन वो नहीं चाहते, चर्चा नहीं चाहते, तो किसी न किसी बहाने adjourn करा रहे हैं। और मुझे ताज्जुब होता है, मैं तो नहीं हूँ संसद में, आज तक प्रधानमंत्री जी आया ही नहीं है। सत्र के मेरे ख्याल से 10 दिन तो हो गए होंगे, दिखते ही नहीं है यहाँ।
And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More news and updates lined up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi,
NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show.
The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
Viewers, the opposition has moved a no-confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. The Congress-led India Bloc has accused Jagdeep Dhankar of being biased and functioning in a biased manner, claiming that he only favors the ruling party during House proceedings and stifles the opposition's voice. But is it so or not? We'll discuss and deep down over it with our panel of experts. Joining me, Sajjan Kumar, political analyst, and Sanjay K. Chadha, who is a constitutional expert and also the advocate of Supreme Court. Sajjan Kumar, coming to you first. Though the opposition doesn't have the numbers required in the Rajya Sabha, the opposition wants to prove its point of not being given an opportunity to speak. Is it just a political gimmick by you? What do you think about it?
More than opposition, I think opposition needs one issue, which creates a semblance of unity within the India alliance. That is why, despite the numbers stacked against them, and the way there has been divergences, even how to protest against the BJP, you see Congress and the rest of the opposition are not on board. So therefore, all of them are desperately needing some issue because there is no internal chemistry. So something which is outside, like moving this motion, at least give them a notion of or a semblance of the unity. And that is where you see, I see more, the story is more about the creating a kind of chemistry within India alliance rather than, achieving a success. So that's why I think it's a gimmick, but the gimmick has a purpose of internal solidarity and consolidation in the India alliance. This is one. Second, also, we do see that now we are witnessing that within India Bloc, you have a Congress taking almost a solo path on the issues around which it want to protest or disrupt. Even within the politics of disruption, you have divergences, while the rest of them are diverging. So that is how I think this is some sort of a afterthought, and in a sudden they want to move this motion so that the debate shifts away from the internal problems of the India alliance. So that is why certainly it's a gimmick, but the gimmick has a purpose. Purpose is the internal consolidation of the India alliance. And that is why we do know, even the India alliance and Congress knows that the motion will be defeated. It cannot pass. The numbers not stacked either in Rajya Sabha or in Lok Sabha. As per the, Article 67B, you require kind of a majority in both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. So that way, despite knowing that, going ahead with that is just, and therefore, besides gimmick, we also know the kind of optics that has been happening. One day it would be about Adani, one day it would be about some sort of Manipur. Then you bring the motion against Dhankar. We do not know what will happen tomorrow. So that way, every day you see some sort of optics, some sort of a image war, some sort of a performativity that is happening. So certainly it's a gimmick with an attempt to create some sort of a unity within India alliance, which is slipping out. Yeah.
Okay. Point taken, a political gimmick by the opposition. Mr. Chadha, opposition had contemplated a no-trust motion against Dhankar in August as well. So this is not the first time. Tell us about the significance of the no-trust motion.
Yeah. As far as the significance of no-trust motion is concerned, I would like to tell you and our viewers that this is for the first time in our parliamentary history that this kind of motion is being moved. Look, this has its own importance, no doubt about it. It shows the, as we call in Hindi, rosh on the part of the on the part of the opposition party. Now, as Sajjan was telling that Article 67 provides for the provision. So let me clarify for, in little detail so that all our viewers also know about it, as what exactly is the procedure, how it happens, what is the procedure. The procedure, Section 67B specifically writes about this particular thing, where it says that a resolution is to be moved within the Council of Rajya Sabha. We have to move in motion. That motion has to be passed by majority, a simple majority. Now, thereafter, once this motion is moved, the prior requisite of moving this motion is a 14 days notice. That notice is to be 14 days in advance. And third requirement, which is mentioned in the law is that it has to be approved by simple majority by the Lok Sabha also. So this is the procedure, and prior to which, as we have seen today, the reports are saying that 70 or 60 member of parliament have signed. Member of parliament Rajya Sabha has signed this motion. So this is what is the requirement of law. Now, what is the ground on which it can be done, if it can be moved? So there are two specific grounds, though it is not written anywhere in the constitution per se, but proven misbehavior and incapacity are the two grounds. So from this is what is the law. When we talk about the impeachment of a judge, there also these are the two grounds. So from where? But the judicial interpretations, constitutions interpretations have shown that these are the primary two grounds. Here, the Congress and the alliance has taken the first one, proven misbehavior, by showing the biasness, basically. This is what is the crux of the matter. We all know that Vice President is the ex officio chairperson of Rajya Sabha. So this is what, as far as the law is concerned. Right. As it is happening for the first time, I think now onwards the law will also develop as to what exactly is the state of affair and what happens, what are the procedure. Like as per the rules of Lok Sabha, it has to be presented and submitted to the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, and that letter or motion is already been given to the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha.
Right, point taken. Sajjan Kumar, big accusation has been made against Vice President as well as Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. The opposition claims that they are not being given a chance in the Rajya Sabha to speak against the centre and the treasury benches.
While such sort of accusations had been made in the past also, but what had changed the context remains to be that the days of statesmanship, the political statesmanship wherein leaders across the party, even the senior leaders from the opposition ranks and from the treasury benches, used to have the kind of chemistry and used to have a mutual admiration. So those days are over. And that is why you see there have been bantering in the past also. Say, for example, when Somnath Chatterjee was the Speaker of Lok Sabha and BJP was in opposition, there have been bantering between Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Somnath Chatterjee. But then there was a kind of chemistry. The way politics has moved from deliberation to rhetoric and polemics, and the way, everyone is about performativity, you are, kind of imposing your own narrative. Such sort of accusations is just the beginning of a new trend. We should not be thinking this is one of the exceptional things. Yes, it has happened for the first time, but our political, nature and political culture has also gone a paradigm shift into a kind of quite polarizing. So that is why these accusations are just a symptom of a new sort of polarized, polemical, rhetorical politics, wherein disruptions are going to be the order of the day, and legislative business has to learn to, continue amidst these overall overarching, context of disruption. So that is why accusations, I am not surprised. I see it more as a symptom of a larger shift into the politics, wherein more polarized, you see whoever comes next, such sort of accusations will be more frequent, and therefore we do expect this to be a kind of new normal. Yeah.
Okay, new norm, can this be or not? Let's see. Sajjan Kumar, thank you so much for joining us. Sanjay K. Chadha, thank you so much for giving that deep analysis on the significance of the no trust motion. Remains to be seen when this parliament pandemonium will end. Shifting our focus to now Punjab, where the Youth Congress is protesting against the Punjab government. The Congress stir is against Punjab drug menace. The Congress party is asking the government that they should work and give employment to youth and curb the drug menace that is spiraling in Punjab. The Youth Congress workers are protesting in Chandigarh. Congress has staged a massive protest in Chandigarh against the Aam Aadmi Party government in the state. The Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann there facing the ire of the opposition parties. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna has more details.
Showing all these visuals from ground, what is happening at this point of time. We have seen Punjab Congress youth, the youth have come from across the state, and they are holding protests in Chandigarh, where they are demanding that there is need to give employment to the youth of the state. And it seems the drug menace has already been increased in the state of Punjab. One side they are saying why the employment has not been given to the youth within the state, and we have seen they are giving this slogan of this protest, बेरोजगारों दे बदले नशा नहीं. कहीं ना कहीं they want to give a very strong message to the state of Punjab that there is a need to provide employment to the youth, so that the way they are getting into drugs, that should not happen in the state. Nobody is allowed to move from this place. A few minutes back we have seen there was a confrontation between the police officials as well as these protesters who wanted to cross over the barricade, so that they will be able to march toward the Chief Minister residence and garrow the Chief Minister residence in Chandigarh, but they are being stopped by Chandigarh police. What we have learned that the Chandigarh police say they don't want to disturb law and order on the ground, and that is one of the main reasons why huge number of barricades have been put up on their way, and they are not supposed to allow to cross over these barricades. So as of now, we have seen Punjab youth, they have been demanding that there should be employment to youth in the state, and the way the drug menace is increasing in the state of Punjab, and the youth are getting into this drugs, that should be avoided at this point of time. So somewhere down the lane it seems they want to give a very strong message to the state government that unemployment has become one of the major issue in the state of Punjab. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Chandigarh.
Hundreds of men and women gathered in Imphal today for a massive rally calling for the repeal of the Armed Forces Act. The rally coincided with International Human Rights Day today. The march began in Imphal West, where protesters raised slogans as they made their way towards the main stadium in Imphal East, covering a distance of approximately 5 kilometers. The rally was organized by the All Manipur United Clubs organization, with support from various groups including the Manipur Students Federation. A huge row has erupted over the unveiling of the redesigned Telangana Talli statue at the State Secretariat, with the Congress government justifying the new design. The government claimed that no official approval was given to the previous version during the VRS regime, prompting the current government to formalize the design. Making a statement in the Assembly, Chief Minister Revant Reddy claimed that the new design reflected Telangana's cultural heritage and self-respect. In fact, BRS leader K. Kavita also performed the Palabhishekam of Telangana Talli statue at the BRS headquarters. Sample the reactions coming in.
Well, unfortunately, the idol that he has unveiled has not been discussed with anybody. In fact, it was kept a secret until it was unleashed. Why so much fear? If it was a emotive issue for 4 crore people, he could have unveiled it. He could have openly discussed it with everybody. He did not. He just put it. I think media also chased to get a glimpse of what was there. You know it very well. So I am only saying that it is a fear that Revant Reddy has, that because he has always opposed the formation of Telangana, his name is not there in the history. Now he is trying to somehow make a comeback into the history of Telangana, which is not going to happen.
There are 103 members of the India Bloc in the upper house. So clearly the opposition bloc does not have numbers when it comes to really making a point there, but it wants to make a political point. This is a symbolic move. And I spoke to the MPs there. They want to make it clear that it's not just against one individual, but they want to basically register their opposition, their protest against the way the upper house is being run. Remember that they've already had raised some objections against Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar's way of working. They felt that some of their motions, adjournment motions, their requests for discussions have been not really accepted by Jagdeep Dhankar, while those of the ruling party MPs have been accepted. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. There are many technicalities to this. This notice should have come 14 days prior to the resolution being moved, and that has really not happened. Remember, it's 10 days to go for the winter session to conclude. But all that it shows is this continuous, flashpoint that's emerging between the opposition opposition parties and the India Bloc over running of the House. Basically, the Congress party insisting on having a debate on not just the Adani issue, but also on Manipur issue, on farmers' protest, and the ruling party also coming down very heavily on the Congress party for allegations of its links with George Soros-funded individuals and entities. So clearly, this is a political flashpoint that's being played out. While the opposition India Bloc does not have numbers to bring in an impeachment motion against Jagdeep Dhankar, this is a political move where they want to show their might, and they also want to show their dissent and opposition, and in some ways how upset they are with the way the upper house is being run.
Authorities have arrested the man suspected of killing United Health executive Brian Thompson and charged him with murder. The accused has been arrested after a massive 5-day hunt. The 26-year-old was captured in Pennsylvania and is an Ivy League graduate from Maryland. Take a look at what the cops had to say.
Members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan. The suspect was in a McDonald's and was recognized by an employee who then called local police.
And to learn more about this story, I'm being joined by my colleague Vishal Vivek. Vishal, give us a background of the accused, and have the cops been able to identify the motive behind the killing?
To give you the background of the guy who's caught, he's just a 26-year-old Ivy League graduate. He has been a very good student throughout his life. When he was in school, he was awarded the valedictorian. The top students in the class are given that honor. So you can see that there was a trend in which he excelled in studies. He was a software company employee. So all these things point to a direction that does not really point us in the direction that he would be doing such a crime. But he, in the end, he did do that. So all of that has happened because he has been influenced by a lot of these manifestos that were circulated by many extreme left people in the US, such as the Unabomber in the 70s, who had a manifesto of his own in which he had spoken out against corporate America. So all of these ideologies influenced this guy, and this guy was apprehended in Pennsylvania when an employee at McDonald's recognized him and then alerted the authorities. And all of those details are still emerging. So the academic details have emerged, and he has turned out to be an excellent student, but at the same time he did this ghastly crime. He killed one of the biggest companies CEOs in the US, and that goes to show as to how people can change in matter of years. And he also had some health problems in the last few years. He had a surgery. So all of those details have been emerging. And he grew up in Maryland, in Baltimore, Maryland. He had a upper middle class upbringing, and he went to some of the top schools in the US. He was a University of Pennsylvania graduate. So all of those details have emerged. But in the end, he's suspected to have killed the CEO of United Healthcare, which is the 4th largest company in the US. So the authorities have now charged him, but it remains to be seen what kind of sentence would the judge give when the sentence is read.
Absolutely, Vishal. Thank you so much for joining us with those updates. It is the showman Raj Kapoor's 100th birth anniversary, and the Kapoor Khandan is heading to Delhi to meet none other than but Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Neetu Kapoor, Ranbir Kapoor, Alia Bhatt, Kareena Kapoor, Karishma Kapoor and Saif Ali Khan are all on their way to meet the Prime Minister. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. My colleague Ankit Tyagi joins you next.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
This December, NDTV Auto's Maiden Conclave brings together the brightest minds and leaders of the auto industry under one roof. From green mobility to AI-driven road safety, discover innovations shaping the future. Join us for an exclusive conversation with Sri Nitin Gadkari as we delve into India's journey to becoming a global manufacturing hub. Mark your calendar, December 10th at the NDTV Auto Conclave.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
from maximum city Mumbai
To the state of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Good afternoon and welcome to NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take a look at the headlines we are tracking at top of 3. No confidence motion against Rajya Sabha chairperson. First motion against Rajya Sabha chair in 72 years. India Bloc moves no trust motion against Dhankar. Over 50 MPs from the opposition signed the no trust motion. Parliament adjourned within hours amid ruckus. Speaker says opposition behavior disappointing. Congress fires back. Government not interested in Parliament's functioning. Chorus grows for Mamata as India leader. Lalu bats for Didi. Congress underplays remarks. BJP, YSRCP slammed the Congress leadership. Constitution discussion in the Parliament. 12 hours allocated for the discussion. BJP Congress to get equal time on this discussion. The chorus is growing for Mamata Banerjee to take over as the leadership of the India Bloc. RJD chief and former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav has now extended support to Trinamool Congress Chief Mamata Banerjee's candidature and has said Congress's objection means nothing. We will support Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee should be given the leadership of the India Bloc. We will form the government in 2025 in Bihar. Earlier, Lalu's son and senior RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav had said he had no objection to any senior leader of the India Bloc, including Banerjee, leading the coalition, but stressed that the decision must be reached through consensus. Mamata Banerjee had on December 6 expressed dissatisfaction over the functioning of the India Bloc, signalling her intent to take charge of the alliance if given the opportunity. Now, TMC MP Kirti Azad has also said she is most suitable for the job as she is the only leader who has repeatedly defeated the BJP in Bengal. BJP says the statements from the opposition leader exposes the Congress's inability to lead.
न तो ममता जी को जो दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
न तो ममता जी को जो दिया जाए।
हाँ दे दे।
25 में बोल रहे हैं सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी।
हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में उस बारे में नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
Well, joining with me is Trinamool Congress MP Kirti Azad. Sir, after Sharad Pawar, it is Lalu Prasad Yadav. Omar Abdullah yesterday stated that let the meeting happen and then Mamata Banerjee can claim the leadership for the India Bloc. Do you think that the chorus is growing for Mamata Banerjee to take the charge of India Bloc?
She hasn't claimed. The leaders have been asking her to lead the thing. And once they were all asking whether it was the Uddhav Shiv Sena or it was Samajwadi Party, or for that matter, it was the Bhishma Pitama of Indian politics, Sharad Pawar ji, and now Lalu Yadav ji. They all are saying, so once they all said, she said, I formed the India Bloc and I'm ready to lead. She never claimed it. We never claimed it. We always said that she is the best to lead the India Bloc. And that is what the voices from across the country of all leaders are coming.
They have always been saying that there is a teamwork that is required to win a game. And in this India Bloc, there are differences as far as opinions are concerned to who can lead the entire India Bloc. Would you find it right that if Mamata Banerjee takes the charge, then everybody will be on the same page?
Well, you have various family members, and in the family there are 2 or 3 brothers and sisters. They all have difference of opinion, and yet they come to some solution for the family. When you talk about it, we always feel that the person who is the best to lead, who's got the best performance, who's performed really well. If you look at the strike rate of Congress and BJP, Congress only has 10% winning strike rate. And if you look at TMC and BJP, TMC has 70% winning strike rate.
देखिए अभी हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से अभी कोई ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया है, तो अभी मैं इस पर फिलहाल कुछ बोल नहीं पाऊंगी। सभी पार्टीज की अपनी अपनी राय होती है, फिर आपस में मिल बैठ के जब मीटिंग होगी उसमें सर्वसम्मति से जो भी होगा वो हमारी पार्टी को स्वीकार होगा।
ममता बनर्जी का नाम लगातार आगे आ रहा है, तमाम जो अलायंस मेंबर्स हैं वो उनका ही नाम ले रहे हैं कि उनको लीड करना चाहिए।
आज इस पर कहीं कोई चर्चा नहीं है, न कोई आवश्यकता है। आज जरूरत है इस देश में सौहार्द कायम करने की। आज जरूरत है इस देश में महंगाई घटाने की। आज जरूरत है हमारे देश का करोड़ों नौजवान जो बेरोजगार है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार रहते चलते पेपर लीक हो रहा है। आज इस पर सब पर हमें सोचना है और इस पर समाधान का रास्ता भरना है, और इस तरह की इंडिया गठबंधन इसके लिए का है।
क्योंकि लालू प्रसाद यादव से लेकर उमर अब्दुल्ला से लेकर शरद पवार
ऐसा है
बोल रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी की जगह ममता बनर्जी को लीड करना।
ये सब इन लोगों का अपने विचार है, ये इन लोगों के विचार हो सकते हैं, लेकिन आज जो राष्ट्र के सामने, देश के सामने, हम लोगों के सामने बड़ा सवाल है वो किसानों का सवाल है, बड़ा सवाल है। इस देश के करोड़ों करोड़ों नौजवानों का जो पढ़े लिखे हैं, जो हमारी दौलत है, किसी देश की दौलत हीरा जवाहरात सोना चांदी नहीं होता है, उस देश की दौलत हमारा नौजवान है, हमारा किसान है और देश के रहने वाले लोग हैं। हमें उनकी भलाई के लिए, हमें उनके वेलफेयर के लिए आज चर्चा करना है, सोचना है, सदन में रखना है। आज ये सवाल
देखिए, इंडिया ब्लॉक में कई सारी पार्टीज हैं, आज से नहीं है, लोकसभा से पहले है। तो जो मंच गणतांत्रिक है, डेमोक्रेटिक अगर कोई अलायंस है, उसमें सब अपने विचार रख सकते हैं, पर निर्णय सब मिलकर ही लेंगे।
Even though YSRCP is not part of India Bloc or NDA, I sincerely feel, because of the past experience, and I have been seeing the Congress party for the last 8 years in Rajya Sabha. This is the 9th year. At this point of time, I feel that the Congress party has failed to lead India Bloc for the last one and a half years. Didi ji will be in a position to lead the India Bloc parties, and Didi ji will be able to handle any issue, any problem that crops up in any given situation, and handle more effectively and efficiently than Congress party. Therefore, Didi ji should be made to lead the India Bloc parties.
लगातार जो इंडिया ब्लॉक के अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं, शरद पवार, लालू प्रसाद यादव, उमर अब्दुल्ला, तमाम लीडर्स अब बोल रहे हैं कि ममता बनर्जी को इंडिया ब्लॉक की लीडरशिप दे देनी चाहिए। खुद ममता बनर्जी ने बोला, मैं वेस्ट बंगाल से इंडिया ब्लॉक लीड कर सकती हूँ। किस तरीके से देखते हैं आप इन तमाम जो कोरस ग्रो हो रहा है?
आज तो आपको अपना रिकॉर्ड स्ट्रेट और ठीक रखना चाहिए। अभी आपने देखा होगा, सीनियर मेंबर पार्लियामेंट आरजेडी के नेता अभी यहाँ बोल के गए कि आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट लालू जी की बात की गई है, लालू जी ने ऐसा नहीं कहा। तो वो बात छोड़िए, हाउस नहीं चलता है, रूलिंग पार्टी के एमपी 3 दिन से नहीं चला रहे हैं। क्यों नहीं चला रहे भाई? रूलिंग पार्टी की तो जिम्मेवारी होती है हाउस चले। आज तक इतिहास में कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि सत्ता पक्ष हाउस ना चलना दे, तो इसके लिए जिम्मेवारी सत्ता पक्ष की है।
If you want to comment on the leadership crisis of the India Bloc as well, because several non-India Bloc parties, including the YSRCP, had requested Mamata Banerjee to take over the India Bloc. What's the Biju Janata Dal stand on it, or if you want to comment on it?
You see, as far as India Bloc is concerned, since we are not part of the India Bloc, for us to comment on it would be inappropriate. If we were, probably I would have held a view. But I would believe that when we are not a part of the India Bloc, to talk about its leadership, at least from the Biju Janata Dal's perspective, would not be right.
Thank you so much for that. Biju Janata Dal MP Sasmit Patra speaking to NDTV.
ये स्वार्थ का गठबंधन बहुत देर नहीं चलता है। ये सब हिडन एजेंडा लेकर के अपने परिवारवादी जमींदारी को बढ़ाने के लिए, जनता की लूटी हुई गाड़ी कमाई बचाने के लिए एकजुट हुए थे। अब उनका चेहरा असली सामने आने लगा है। गठबंधन से एक एक करके सब बाहर हो जाएंगे।
Some breaking news coming in at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. The controversy over a Allahabad High Court judge's remark. Now, the Supreme Court has taken cognizance of these remarks which have been made by a sitting judge of the Allahabad High Court, who has said India will be run as per the majority. The Supreme Court has sought details of the High Court judge statement. Now, this is very important, information which is coming in at this moment. The Allahabad High Court, Mr. Yadav, in fact, had made this remark at an meeting, RSS meeting, is what the allegation is. I beg your pardon. And it is said that now the Supreme Court has stepped in. Sunil Prabhu, with more details on this. Sunil, the Supreme Court taking cognizance of this, many have been demanding some sort of an action after these remarks were made by the judge.
Well, the Chief Justice of India, the Supreme Court, administrative side, not on the judicial side, has sought details from the relevant High Court, Allahabad High Court, about what exactly was this event. Why did Justice Yadav attended? What were the remarks? Because there's some very derogatory remarks that is made against Muslims and remarks which are really not even reportable. And it's in that backdrop they want to get to the bottom of it to find out what exactly has he said, in what context has it said. This is, of course, an administrative decision. And the Chief Justice of India and the Supreme Court have definitely taken note of these public utterances, and they'll wait for the report from the Allahabad High Court before dealing with this matter administratively.
We understand from you, Sunil, what powers that the Supreme Court has over a High Court judge. What can the Supreme Court do if they want to reprimand the judge? What kind of a punishment can they in fact levy?
Very important question, and we must tell our viewers that there are actually really no powers with the Chief Justice of India to act against the most they can do is take away judicial work from him. But beyond that, there is really no administrative action that they can take against them. The Chief Justice of India and others do not have the powers to act beyond, administratively removing judicial work from him. They can't do it. There have been instances where the Chief Justice of India have moved and requested for the impeachment of a judge, and written to the Prime Minister to move in impeachment, but that has never seen the light of day unless it is moved by members of Parliament. So in this case, unless there is some, what they call some corrective measures from the legislature, or somebody moves a motion from there, only then can he be impeached. But at present, the most that the Chief Justice of India and his brother judges can do is to remove administratively remove judicial work from him, and that's about it.
Very important, clarification there by Sunil Prabhu. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Moving on now, the opposition moved a no-confidence motion against Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. In fact, reports suggest that the Congress-led India Bloc has accused Dhankar of being biased and partisan in his functioning, claiming that he favors the ruling party during House proceedings and stifles the voice of the opposition. In fact, the Congress party has said that there is no option left but to move a no-trust motion. Now remember, in the last 72 years of the Parliament's history, this is the first time that the chairperson and the vice president is facing a no-trust motion. Mr. Dhankar will be the first chairperson, in fact, to face any such motion. The opposition may or may not have the numbers to, in fact, back this, but this will send a big message also, in fact, politically, as far as Mr. Dhankar is concerned, with the absolute no confidence of the opposition in Mr. Dhankar's functioning. Let me go across. Let's just first listen into some reactions on this story.
आज जो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन ऑपोजिशन की तरफ से डाला गया है, ये भी पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसीजर में अलाउड है. ये कोई हमने नियम का कानून तोड़ के या संविधान के बाहर जाके अपने अधिकार का हमने अधिकार नहीं जताया है. हमारा अधिकार है नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन मूव करना, पर इन सब चीज़ों से हटकर इधर उधर की बातें करना बीजेपी की आदत है. आज भी वो सदन में बाधा दे रहे हैं, इसलिए तृणमूल कांग्रेस वॉकआउट कर गई है.
My colleague Aishwarya now joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, the opposition may or may not have the numbers, but this is big signalling from the opposition against the chair.
Well, certainly, and as per constitutional experts, this is for the very first time when a removal of a vice chairperson motion will be moved in the Rajya Sabha. Of course, as far as the letter is concerned, there are 60 signatories which had submitted a letter to the Secretary General. In the history of the country, in terms of Rajya Sabha chairperson, there has been no such motion that had been moved till now. For the Lok Sabha Speaker, there had been instances in the past where the motion had been moved for removing, or there was no confidence motion against the Lok Sabha Speaker that had been moved. But according to the procedures as well, the constitutional experts suggest that there had been laid a process to remove the Lok Sabha Speaker. 50 signatories in Lok Sabha is required, but there has been no mention for the Rajya Sabha chairperson that how much signatures are required. And therefore, the reason going by that norm, it is only one or more than one Rajya Sabha member of any political party who can submit this letter of no confidence, and that can be moved later. But here in this case, 60 of the MPs from the India bloc unitedly had signed this this referendum, and they had submitted to the Secretary General. The numbers are not with them, but the opposition parties have made it clear that they wanted to send across that the behavior that is of the Rajya Sabha chairperson is complete bias according to them, and they want to remove the Rajya Sabha chairperson. They are very, this is a straight message they wanted to send across, that the entire India is also one. Now, since day one of the winter session, what we have seen is the Congress leading the entire protest, the Congress leading the entire marches and any of the India bloc decisions. But here, for the very first time, it is the Trinamool Congress who had first moved it, and it was second by the Congress party and also by other opposition parties who are the part of the India bloc. So it has been submitted to the Secretary General office. Whether this will be accepted or not is something that time will tell. But the opposition members have also made it clear that this will definitely put a shadow on the upcoming constitution debate that is scheduled in Lok Sabha on 13th and 14th and in Rajya Sabha on 16th and 17th of December.
Thank you so much. So the first chair, in fact, of the Rajya Sabha facing the no confidence motion by the opposition, Aishwarya, stay on with me. The Business Advisory Committee, in fact, of the Rajya Sabha has decided that 12 hours will be allocated for discussion on Constitution Day. Depending on the strength of the party, the time will be allocated. BJP will get 6 hours, while the opposition will get 6 hours for this discussion. There will be no 0 hour, no question hour, no special mentioning on this debate. Now, if there will be consensus amongst the leaders, then hours can be added and decision will be taken on the same day. In Rajya Sabha, Home Minister Amit Shah will initiate the debate at 11 a.m. on 16 December, while Prime Minister Modi will respond on the Constitution on December 14th in the Lok Sabha. Aishwarya continues to be with us on this story. Aishwarya, this is going to be a very heated debate. It can be expected because on one side, the opposition's narrative is save constitution. On the other, the government says they are only strengthening it.
Well, Business Advisory Committee met this afternoon in the Parliament, and they have decided and allocated time for the opposition bloc and to the treasury benches to have a say on the constitution, as there was letter that was earlier written by the opposition MPs both to the Lok Sabha Speaker and Rajya Sabha Chairperson that a constitution debate should be conducted within the Parliament, as well as they also wanted to share ideas of Baba Saheb Ambedkar, thoughts according to them, and therefore the reason now time has been allocated 6 hours to the opposition and 6 hours to the treasury benches in the Rajya Sabha. That means 12 hours in total. There will be no 0 hour, there will be no question hour, there will be no special mentioning. So from morning to evening the House will be conducted, and there would be these political parties who have to give in writing as to who the speakers will be from their respective political parties, and the allocated time will be given to those political parties as well. In Lok Sabha, we have been told 13 hours time had been allocated, and in Rajya Sabha it is 12 hours time. On 14th of December, that is the second day of the constitution debate in Lok Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be responding to the debate and will be concluding it. On 16th, that is Monday, in Rajya Sabha, Home Minister Amit Shah will be initiating this debate. Certainly very important to see whether the shadow of the ongoing ruckus and the uproar will put an impact on the constitution debate or not, or whether it will be a smooth functioning of the House and some healthy debate on constitution can be witnessed.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Meanwhile, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha both have been adjourned for the day. There was no end to the pandemonium which continues in the winter session. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla began the proceedings by urging the members of the House to maintain the decorum of the House and highlighted the methods adopted by the opposition parties to protest goes against the fundamental principles of the House. Meanwhile, Junior Minister Kiren Rijiju lashed out at the opposition and said opposition should apologize for wasting the time of the House. As soon as the House assembled, the opposition and the ruling party members started trading charges over the issue of George Soros and the Adani Group. MPs from both sides raised slogans in support of the issues they wanted to raise, forcing the chairperson, Jagdeep Dhankar, to adjourn the proceedings till 11 a.m. tomorrow. Leader of the House, JP Nadda, on Tuesday had said Congress is linked with the organization that has called for independent Kashmir. Meanwhile, the Congress, in fact, has hit back and has said that this is the diversionary tactic being used by the government.
संसद एक पवित्र स्थल है और इस भवन की एक उच्च गरिमा, प्रतिष्ठा, मर्यादा है और इसी भवन में हमने आजादी भी प्राप्त की है और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र सर्वोच्च प्रतिनिधि संस्था है। संसद में देश की आकांक्षाओं, अपेक्षाओं को पूरा किया जाता है। सहमति असहमति हमारे लोकतंत्र की परंपरा रही है, जो संविधान बनते समय भी हमने अभिव्यक्ति की है। लेकिन मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हमें गरिमा रखनी चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से मैं देख रहा हूं संसद परिसर में जिस प्रकार के प्रदर्शन किए जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार के नारे, पोस्टर, मुक्तों का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, वह सिर्फ न अशोभनीय है बल्कि हमारी नियम प्रक्रियाओं, संसदीय परंपराओं के अनुरूप भी है। मुझे बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, इसमें प्रतिपक्ष के बड़े नेताओं का आचरण व्यवहार भी संसदीय मर्यादा के अनुकूल नहीं है। सभी दल के लोग संसद की गरिमा, परंपरा, मर्यादा, प्रतिष्ठा को बनाए रखें।
चलाने के लिए सदन को हटाने कि आपको शर्मनाक व्यवहार की वजह से जो सदन की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचाया है, आपको माफी मांगना चाहिए और जॉर्ज सोरोस और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व के बीच में क्या रिश्ता है और देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ आपका क्या संबंध है, इसके बारे में भी आप यहाँ सदन में माफी मांगना चाहिए और मैं
Aishwarya joins us on this story as well. Aishwarya, this to and fro between the government on both their issues continues. It just seems that both the sides, the treasury benches and the opposition, are unwilling to move an inch from their position.
Well, we have entered into third week of the winter session of Parliament and a minimal work had been done so far in both the lower house and the upper house of the Parliament. In fact, Railway Minister is awaiting and has been waiting very patiently for giving a response to the Railway Amendment Bill that had been passed and had been discussed in the upper house, but in the lower house that was something that was not that was not happening because of the amid ruckus and the blame game that continues. The opposition party leaders had been protesting and stating that it is the treasury benches which is not allowing the house to function, while the Bharatiya Janata Party had been demanding answers from the Congress party over the alleged links between the international investor George Soros and Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi. So clearly they demand answers, they demand statements, and amid of that there had been no work that had been done so far. The opposition MPs also protested outside the Parliament gate at the Makar Dwar and stated that it is the Bharatiya Janata Party and the treasury benches MPs which are not letting the Parliament to function, which is shocking. Now in the Rajya Sabha, the chairperson had called this morning a floor leader meeting in which things had been discussed to find some middle ground. There had been from the Congress party, Pramod Tiwari, Jairam Ramesh, JP Nadda from the treasury benches, who is also leader of house, had been called, but nothing had been nothing constructive came out, and therefore the reason we saw another adjournment that is something in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, and therefore the reason perhaps both the houses got adjourned till tomorrow. Now, whether there would be some groundwork that will happen this evening, or there would be some meetings that can change the scenario from tomorrow onwards, is something that remains to be seen, because all eyes would be again on the constitution debate in Lok Sabha, that is later this week, and whether this uproar and this adjournments continue, then certainly the Aam Aadmi will ask questions from the lawmakers that why not the parliament is able to function and why disruption every week.
Okay, thank you for joining us with all those details. Stay on with me, Aishwarya. Aishwarya covers the government and the parliament for us, so we are going to go back to him on this other story that we are tracking at this moment. The government is ready to launch its one nation, one election project, and can introduce a bill in the parliament in this session itself. This is what sources are telling NDTV. The cabinet has already approved the report of Ramnath Kovind, the former president who was heading the committee on one nation, one election. Now, the government wants to form consensus on the bill and can send it to the JPC, or the Joint Parliamentary Committee, for detailed discussion. The JPC will hold discussion with representatives from all political parties. Thus, other stakeholders will be involved in the process as well. Speakers of all assemblies can be called along with intellectuals from across the country. The opinion of common people will also be taken. Initially, the government wants to involve people and the ways by means to achieve this can be discussed. Sources have told NDTV.
कि माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जब 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, तब उन्होंने देखा था कि भाई देश भर में बार बार चुनाव होते हैं और लोगों को भी उसमें तकलीफ होती है और उसमें पैसा भी ज़्यादा बर्बाद होता है। तो इसीलिए शुरू में जब संसद बनी थी और 26 जनवरी 1950 को संविधान लागू करने के बाद जो पहला इलेक्शन हुआ था 1952 में, तो तब लोकसभा और विधानसभा एक साथ होती थी। 4-5 चुनाव एक साथ ही हुए थे, लेकिन बाद में कई गवर्नमेंट डिसॉल्व हुई, पार्टी इधर उधर हो गया, उससे मतलब ये अनियमित आई है। तो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन है कि भाई वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन अगर एक बार हो जाएगा तो ये लोगों का टाइम भी बचाने में उसकी मदद होगी, और इसीलिए वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन का एजेंडा हमारा है। माननीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी के कमेटी ने उसका रिपोर्ट सरकार के पास दे दिया है, सरकार ने कैबिनेट में उसको मंजूरी भी दी है। अभी बिल संसद में आना बाकी है, तो इस सत्र में ही वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन का बिल आ सकता है, और उसमें चर्चा करके अपोजिशन को हमारा कहना है कि भाई इसको आपने सपोर्ट करना चाहिए। अगर उसमें कुछ सुझाव देना है तो सुझाव अमेंडमेंट के लिए दे सकते हैं, लेकिन वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को मेरे रिपब्लिकन पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया का पूरा सपोर्ट है, और वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन होना चाहिए, ये हमारी भूमिका है।
तो आपको लगता है शीतकालीन सत्र में सरकार ये बिल ला सकती है?
मतलब अभी ला सकती है, अभी 2 सप्ताह बाकी है। अभी इसमें क्या हंगामा भी चल रहा है, इस पर बहस होना जरूरी है, चर्चा होना बहुत जरूरी है, और सबका सुनकर सरकार अंतिम निर्णय लेगी। लेकिन सरकार ने तो निर्णय लिया है कि ऐसा होना चाहिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि इस सत्र में भी बिल आ सकता है।
How do you see this idea? The government sources are saying that this bill, after it is tabled, will be sent to JPC for further deliberation. First of all, the idea of one nation, one election is against parliamentary democracy norms. We are a parliamentary democracy. A government, be it a central government or a federal state government, only is there until it has a majority. There is no fixed term. And only in a presidential form of government we have fixed term. In my opinion, this is unconstitutional. If the government tries to table the bill, and if they send it to a joint parliamentary committee, they will get these diverse views. And in fact, even when they bring the bill back to the House at any point of time, it will be defeated, because I'm sure their own alliance partners, the TDP and the JDU, will not support it.
Aishwarya continues to be with us on this story. This is an ambitious project as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, one nation, one election. But it has seen its fair share of controversy, and opposition has already called it anti-federal bill.
Well, remember this September, the Ramnath Kovind report on One Nation, One Election was submitted to the President of India, in which we saw Home Minister Amit Shah accompanying former President who was heading the entire committee. And this committee had also consulted different stakeholders, legal eyes, former judges, bureaucrats and Election Commission of India officials from different states as well. And after that, the report was submitted, in which the conclusive part was, of course, that there could be in the entire nation one simultaneous elections can happen in just not the general elections, but also in the state elections and in the local bodies as well. Now, the government is mulling upon to bring this bill in this session itself, and as we have seen during the introduction of the Waqf Bill 2024, that was directly advised to be sent to the JPC, and Kiran Rijiju, Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister himself had initiated this, and that was backed by the opposition parties as well. And the similar scenes can be witnessed in during this bill as well, of One Nation, One Election, which the government is trying to bring. And it is the government themselves who has stated that let us send it to the JPC, have consultative processes with different stakeholders and with the legal eyes as well, where whatever the opposition and the joint committee will conclude, that will be followed. But the opposition MPs clearly had been stating that this would murder the democracy. Trinamool Congress had given out a statement that one nation, one election is just will murder the Indian democracy. This is not that they will accept. Congress party also had clearly denied bringing that bill, and they have stated that if the bills come from the JPC to the parliament, that will be defeated because no one will agree to that. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Bharatiya Janata Party had been stating in their in their agendas as well, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi wants one nation, one election to be followed. That will reduce the burden of Election Commission, that will reduce the monetary expenses of the government as well, and that is something that they will implement by this term as well, as per.
Thank you for joining us with all those details at this moment. In fact, Aishwarya, telling us about what has happened on the One Nation, One Election. Now, there is some breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where protests have erupted in Belagavi, and these protests are amid the Karnataka Assembly session. The Panchmashali Lingayat has pushed for quota, and in fact, the seer is spearheading these protests in Belagavi. They have threatened to lay siege to the Suvarna Soda if that's the legislative, in fact, assembly in Belagavi, if their demand for reservation isn't met. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha Raman, who is joining us with more details. Pratibha, a new headache for the government there.
That's right. The Panchamasali Lingayat issue has been one that has been spearheaded by several of these seers ever since 2011. Many of the seers have been talking about how this demand of theirs hasn't really been met by any of the CMs who have taken charge here in Karnataka. And the previous regime in Karnataka, headed by Baswaraj Bommai, had spoken about how they could remove the 4% reservation given to Muslims and award 2% to the 3B category and another 2% to 3A category. The Panchamasali Lingayats have been talking about how they must be moving to a 2A category from a 3B category. But to do all of this, the Backward Class Commission's permission is required, and that an appeal must be made before them, is a statement that has come from the Chief Minister's stable, that is Siddaramaia's stable. Yesterday, there was a standoff between the Congress as well as the BJP leaders, especially BJP leader like Mr. Basanagowda Patil Yatnal, talking about this, raking this issue up. In fact, it also led to the session getting adjourned at that point in time. And this could have precipitated into a bigger issue today during the assembly session. But then due to unfortunate set of events, the session has been adjourned even today. And they would be on a holiday tomorrow as well with respect to the tragic events that have taken place here. But in the meantime, the protest that was scheduled by this year, like you've mentioned, has been on at Belagavi. It is a peaceful protest so far, but then this year has been threatening to lay siege to Suvarna Sauda if the demands of these Panchamasali Lingayats aren't met. All eyes are on the session when it would resume and how this would be taken over by the Congress government here, because the previous BJP regime that I was talking about, the matter had gone to the Supreme Court, and then the BJP had said that the matter would be status quo. In fact, the affidavit or the Supreme Court order would be presented during the Assembly session is also a statement that has been made by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. All eyes are on how this would take shape, especially during the winter session, which is already rocked by several issues like the Muda as well as the Waqf. Back to you.
Pratibha, at this moment, while there are indications, I mean, this will become a big political issue as well. Does this group has a political backing as well? Is the BJP and the JDS also supporting the demand of this group?
Yes, the BJP as well as the JDS have been supporting the demand of this group, mainly because the Lingayats form the major vote bank for the BJP. And especially the North Karnataka belt are home to Lingayats, and Lingayats also form one of the major communities here as part of the vote bank when it comes to Karnataka. And remember, several of the veteran leaders from the BJP, including Mr. Yediyurappa, are termed as the Lingayat strong men here. And Basanagowda Patil Yatnal as well has been spearheading the demands of these Lingayats, especially the Panchamasali Lingayat that we are talking of, especially from the belt of Vijaypura as well as to Belagavi. All of these regions falling in the North Karnataka belt, most of them are showing their support to the BJP as well as the JDS there. So the opposition has been time and again talking about the purposes as well as the demands as well as several of the needs of these communities there and how they actually should be met. However, all eyes are on how this is an extremely sensitive topic, and several of the CMs right from 2011 haven't really touched this, or even if they have touched, have definitely burned their fingers there. So will Siddaramaiah tread this area carefully or not is something that needs to be closely watched.
Okay, in fact, before I let you go, what has been the reaction of the government on this protest so far?
Like I mentioned, yes, this has been one of the war of words kind of a situation that was witnessed on the first day of the Belagavi Winter Assembly session that took place. A heated exchange that took place, which also led to the Speaker adjourning the session for the time being there. After about 2.5 hours, the matter went to the Waqf issue. But however, all eyes were on day 2 of the Karnataka Assembly session, where this issue needed to be discussed. However, the session had to be adjourned today, and it would also not take place tomorrow as well. So it will only be the day after tomorrow when the session resumes that this particular issue could again be raked up by the opposition leaders there, along with the Waqf issue. So all eyes are on how the Siddaramaiah government would be handling this. But as of now, the kind of statements that have been coming from the BJP camp is that this demand has to definitely be met by the Siddaramaiah government. And on the other hand, the Siddaramaiah government talking about how the Supreme Court has already interfered and that the reservation for Muslims should actually stand and the ball must be at the Backward Classes Commission's court, and that the Siddaramaiah government cannot really tackle this unless and until there is a proper protocol that can be maintained. However, we'll have to wait to see whether there could be an amicable solution that can be sought as far as the reservation for Panchamasali Lingayats are concerned.
Joining us with all those details at this moment. Let's take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news.
There is a protest going on in Belagavi, Karnataka, where a Lingayat sect is in fact seeking reservation. Let's go across, in fact, to my colleague Pratibha, who is with us at this moment. Pratibha, as we see these hundreds of people holding these flags, and what is the government doing? I mean, we've been told that certain curbs have been put in. There was a larger protest with tractors which was planned. What's happening at this moment?
Talking about the larger protest that was planned, there were restrictions that were imposed by the Congress government, which did not really sit well with the BJP or the opposition leaders together there during the day one of winter assembly session that was on in Belagavi. And at the Suvarna Sauda, there was a major face-off that was witnessed between Mr. Basnagowda Patil Yatnal as well as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. A great war of words that were exchanged, which led to the Speaker even adjourning the session at that point in time. Now, what is this demand? Panchamasali Lingayats form a major part of the vote bank for the BJP, and they are also considered to be one of the larger communities as far as the population in Karnataka is concerned. And the Panchamasali Lingayats have been demanding to move from the 3A category to the 2A category. And earlier, during the BJP's regime, Mr. Baswaraj Bommai had actually initiated a plan to remove the 4% reservation awarded to the Muslims and divide it into 2% for the 3B and 2% for 3A, which also went up to the Supreme Court, and then Mr. Baswaraj Bommai had to maintain that this would be status quo for the time being. And this has been the statement that has been projected by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as well. Why make a demand now when the BJP has earlier promised that the status quo would be maintained as far as the Supreme Court order is concerned? And he was also willing to present the Supreme Court order here on day 2 of the Assembly session, where this was supposed to be turning into a heated argument once again and could be a matter that could be discussed. In the meantime, several of these Lingayats here, talking about the Panchamasali Lingayat reservation, have expressed their disappointment, talking about how this demand has been made since 2011, and none of the chief ministers have really paid heed to this demand, nor has it really fructified to how they really wanted to be. And this time around, they wanted to stage this protest today and also threaten to lay siege to Suvarna Sauda. However, peaceful protests are on, is what we are told as far as Belagavi is concerned, but all eyes are on how this matter would take shape when the Assembly session resumes the day after tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Pratibha, for in fact joining us with all those details on this story. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, the first, all right, there is some news coming in fact, from Gurugram, where there is, in fact, CCTV captured a blast at a pub. In fact, 2 country-made bombs were recovered. The NIA team, local police is on the spot, and 2 suspects have been detained. The suspected gangsters are involved in it. It seems, these are the visuals of the CCTV, and it has created quite a shock effect as far as people in Gurugram are concerned. Meanwhile, hundreds of people gathered in Imphal today for a massive rally calling for the repeal of the Armed Force Special Powers Act, called the AFSPA. The rally coincided with the International Human Rights Day. The march began at Thao Ground in Imphal West, where protesters raised slogans as they made their way towards Kuma Lampak Main Stadium in Imphal East, covering a distance of approximately 5 kilometers. The rally was organized by All Manipur United Clubs organization, with the support from various groups, including Manipur Students Federation as well. Remember, in many places in Manipur, because of the ongoing clashes and the violence that the state has witnessed, the AFSPA was reimposed in few places where it was earlier repealed. Ratnadeep Chaudhary, my colleague, joins us with more details at this moment. Ratnadeep, a huge protest there, that too, in Manipur, which has been quite sensitive for over a year now. Now, what is this demand? And if you could tell our viewers the areas where AFSPA was reimposed after this violence had started.
That's right. This is a massive protest, the visual that we are playing out, which took place in Imphal today. Hundreds of people, particularly women from the civil society groups, they took to the streets demanding repeal of AFSPA in the state. Remember, very recently there were reimposition of AFSPA in several police stations in the areas like Jiribam, for that example, where in the past couple of months there have been incidents of violence, and therefore AFSPA has been reimposed. Also in certain other areas in the borders between the valley and the hill region. But most importantly, what these people are demanding is that not only repeal of AFSPA, where it has been reimposed recently, but a total rollback of Armed Forces Special Power Act has been a larger demand of particularly people from the civil society groups. And this rally which took place clearly, you can see hundreds of people there. They're once again pressing on center in terms of withdrawing the reimposition of AFSPA, which led to protest earlier, violent protests rather, earlier this month. In fact, the state cabinet has also urged center for withdrawal of AFSPA in the areas where it has been reimposed recently.
Thank you, Ratnadeep, for joining us with all those details. Let's revisit the story that we were just talking about in Belagavi, where in Karnataka protests are taking place by a Lingayat sect. And, these are the visuals which are coming in at this moment, ladies and gentlemen. They are demanding, in fact, for 2A reservation, which has been stalled by the Supreme Court. Now, remember, it was the BJP government which had at that point of time said that, because of the Supreme Court order, this can't be implemented and this will be revisited. Let me go across at this moment to Prashant G, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Prashant, thank you for speaking to us. Just explain to our viewers, this was the BJP government which had at that point of time, in fact, said that the Supreme Court has not, in fact, cleared the way, and that is why there will be a possible, relook into this. Now, why is this protest now being supported by the BJP itself?
First, look at it. What did the BJP do? They removed the reservation which was given for Muslims, which was based on religion, which is not permitted in the constitution, and that 4% reservation was given to Lingayats and Okaligas. Now Siddaramaiah wants to go back and deprive the deserving Okaligas and Lingayats of the 2% each reservation, and you want to continue with this appeasement politics and continue with the 4% Muslim reservation. That is happening on one side. And here, what are the protests? It's a peaceful protest which they are conducting, and now police are lathi charging on the people who are forming part of the peaceful protest. This Siddaramaiah government will never do that if an issue is reckoned up, or when the DJ KJ riots happened, the people belonging to the vote bank politics of Congress who support them en masse, when they indulged in riots and they burnt down a Congress
Prashant, tell me one thing. If Siddaramaiah has not yet brought back the Muslim reservation, if he does do that, there can be challenge to it in the Supreme Court. But you know the stated position of the court as far as this reservation is concerned. Your government was the one which told the people that it can't be done because the Supreme Court will not let us do it.
See, when the matter reached the court, what the BJP's affidavit was that it will be, the status quo will be maintained in terms of new appointments and other things, because the court wanted to have a look at it. So therefore, new appointments to various posts and other things based on this particular order of the BJP government could not have been implemented at that point in time. And after the elections got over, BJP did not form the government here. And Congress is now sitting pretty saying that BJP has not gone back on its word. It's just that the affidavit mentioned that status quo will be maintained because it was just done, the matter reached...
Okay, the status quo will be maintained, but will these protests help the status quo is the big question, and are there political gains to be held from it? And that's why, I mean, of course, it is it's getting that kind of prominence that we are seeing at this moment. Prashant, thank you for joining us with all those details. We are slipping into a short break. We're coming back. Stay tuned.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only.
Now, controversy continues on the redesigned Telangana Tali statue in the state secretariat. With the Congress government justifying the new design, the government claimed that no official approval was given to the previous version during the BRS regime, prompting to the current government to formalize the design. Making a statement on the assembly, Chief Minister Revant Reddy claimed the new design reflected Telangana's cultural heritage and self-respect.
Well, unfortunately, the idol that he has unveiled has not been discussed with anybody. In fact, it was kept a secret until it was unleashed. Why so much fear? If it was a emotive issue for 4 crore people, he could have unveiled it. He could have openly discussed it with everybody. He did not. He just put it. I think media also chased to get a glimpse of what was there. You know it very well. So I am only saying that it is a fear that Revanth Reddy has, that because he has always opposed the formation of Telangana, his name is not there in the history. Now he is trying to somehow make a comeback into the history of Telangana, which is not going to happen.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
the energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best Breakfast Show. The Breakfast Show only on
India Bloc moves no confidence motion against RS Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. First motion against Rajya Sabha Chair in 72 years. Over 50 opposition MPs have signed the no trust motion. Parliament was adjourned within hours amid ruckus today. The Speaker said that the opposition's behaviour was disappointing. Congress says government is not interested in functioning of the Parliament. Chorus grows from Mamata Banerjee as the India Bloc leader Lalu Yadav was seen batting for Didi. Congress underplays remark. BJP, YSRCP have slammed Congress leadership. 13 hours allocated for the constitution discussion in Parliament. BJP, Congress set to get equal time on discussion. Supreme Court has taken cognizance of Allahabad High Court judge's remark who said that India will run as per majority. The top court has sought details of the comments of the judge. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Huge protests have erupted in Belagavi in Karnataka. We are learning these protests are taking place even as the Karnataka Assembly session is underway in Belagavi. The Panchamsali Lingayat sect is pushing for quota in jobs in Karnataka, and as per the information now coming in, the protests are taking place over this demand over quota for the Panchamsali Lingayats. The lathi charge was also seen by the cops on protesters from the Panchamsali sect who've been seeking quota in jobs. Well, that's the latest that's coming in. Those visuals, as you can see on your TV screens there. Remember, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had launched a counter-attack on the opposition BJP earlier, who has been demanding for increase in reservation quantum by alleging that the erstwhile BJP government had given an undertaking to the Supreme Court saying it would maintain status quo on the reservation matrix. And there's a reaction coming in from the BJP as well. All right, I'm being told that my colleague Pratibha is joining us on the broadcast here. Also, spokesperson of the BJP, Prashant GS, would be joining us as well. Pratibha, what can you give us, what can you tell us about these protests that are taking place, the demand that has been raised by the Panchamsali sect protesters here?
Well, the demand has been laid out by several of the seers who have been emerging from that community, which is the Panchamasali Lingayats, and they have been talking about how the reservation or the category that they fall in, which is the 3A or the 3B category, must actually be pushed to a 2A category so that they could gain more benefits out of this. And despite Lingayat being a strong vote bank of the BJP as well as the JDS, they have been alleging that none of the chief ministers, be it from the BJP regime or the Congress regime, have really fulfilled their demands. And this has been one of the pain points. And this protest has been led both by the seer as well as Mr. Basanagowda Patil Yathnal from the BJP, who also raised up this issue yesterday, day one of the Karnataka Assembly's winter session that was held at Belagavi. A heated exchange.
All right, Pratibha, I'll just come back to you. We also have spokesperson of the BJP, Mr. Prashant GS, joining us. I'll go back to Pratibha and seek more details about these protests that are taking place. Mr. Prashant GS, what is the BJP's position here?
Firstly, look at it from how the cops are using force against the protesters who were conducting the protest in a peaceful manner. Nobody was violent. The cops have been directed by the Siddaramaiah government to attack them because they don't want the protest to take place in a peaceful manner. Because the same police, when stones were pelted during Ganesha procession, they did not act on them. They did not take any action when stones were being pelted on Hindus when they were taking out Ganesha procession. And the same Hindus, when they are protesting for one of their subsections reservation, the cops are using force. This is being only done because Siddaramaiah wants to bring back 4% Muslim quota in reservation. So therefore he is acting like that. Otherwise, what is the case? Let him take a call based on whatever report and then let the protest continue in a peaceful manner. Why are the police stopping them?
But
This
sir,
only
also
indicates
answer my
that for
question
appeasement
when the
politics,
Chief
Congress is
Minister
willing to go to any
says,
extent.
the Chief Minister here maintains that the BJP then, when it was in power in Karnataka, had given this undertaking in the top court, saying that they want to maintain a status quo on this reservation issue. Why are you seeking an increase in reservation? Why are you now supporting the Lingayat Panchamsali sect protesters here now?
See, firstly, when BJP removed the illegal reservation for Muslims of 4% and they gave it to 2% to Okkaligas and 2% to Lingayat. And when the petition was filed in the court at that point in time, just before the election, affidavit was filed by the BJP government then stating that status quo will be maintained to the extent that no appointments or any post will not be filled up using this new reservation policy which the BJP government had brought in. That was before the elections. Once the elections got over, BJP did not come to power here. Congress is in power. So, Congress Muslim reservation by itself, instead of doing it, they are now trying to blame the BJP for that. BJP was never for an illegal reservation for Muslims, which Congress wants to support because Congress wants it only to indulge in vote bank politics and nothing else. They are not looking at overall welfare of the people at all because it was BJP who brought in internet reservations for scheduled castes and tribes also. Okay. Which the Supreme Court has upheld, saying that it is possible that within the scheduled caste you can have reservations. So the sub-quota, which is permissible, which Supreme Court has now categorically held. Therefore, even for that, Congress has protested. It makes it very clear that Congress is anti-Dalit, anti-Hindu, and they only want to be on the side of their vote bank. All of us know which vote bank Congress favors itself upon.
All right, Mr. Prashant GS, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV and sharing all that information with us and clearing the BJP stand, of course, here on the matter. My colleague Pratibha Raman continues to be with us on the broadcast here. Pratibha, are the protests here still continuing? What is the situation on the ground? The BJP also, I want to understand the BJP's point of view we've taken. What is the Congress saying so far?
The Congress has been maintaining that when it comes to reservation, the entire matter would lie in front of the Backward Class Commission and that they need to take a call on this. And also considering the fact that the BJP during its previous regime had spoken about how they would be maintaining the status quo in this regard with respect to having mentioned this at the top court, why make a demand like this, especially on the floor of the House? This led to a heated exchange between Mr. Siddaramaiah as well as Mr. Yatnal. However, the matter was adjourned at that point in time. It was scheduled to be discussed in detail and it was something that needed to be closely watched today. However, due to unfortunate turn of events, the assembly session did not really take place in full swing today. But in the meantime, the protest did take place and the police had to resort to lathi charge. Like you've already mentioned, several of them who have also been taken into preventive custody as far as these protests go. And this happened only when they tried to or attempted to lay siege to the Suvarna Sauda. In fact, earlier too, there were demands that were made in terms of having a large-scale protest with tractors, but then restrictions were imposed which did not really go well. Another interesting thing that took place is also when Mr. Vijayendra, the Karnataka BJP chief, tried to come and speak during the protest. He was sent back mainly because they were pretty upset.
Pratibha, I'm sorry, I'll have to interject you there. We have these latest visuals, of course, coming in. We'll come back to this. We have some big breaking news now coming in that we're tracking. We're learning in connection with the Allahabad High Court judge's remarks on the majority. Now we are learning the National Conference MP, Aga Syed Ruhullah, has decided to move an impeachment motion in the parliament against the Allahabad High Court judge over his recent remarks. All right, my colleague Sunil Prabhu now joining us on the broadcast here. Sunil, the NCMP says that he would need 100 signatures to move this motion.
That's right. If he moves it in the Lok Sabha, he needs 100 signatures. If it is done in the Rajya Sabha, it requires 50 signatures. That is the requirement as per law for an impeachment motion to be moved. And then, of course, it will be subject to the presiding officer of either house, wherever it is moved, to take a decision on that. And then accordingly, move the requisite resolution, and then of course there will be a committee which will have to be constituted and look into the aspects of it, and then give a report which will be whether it is a fit case for impeachment or not. So there's a long procedure. It's extremely cumbersome and very legal, and a long legislative process, and it's in fact we'll have to wait and see whether this goes through in terms of the number of signatures and the other procedures.
So the Supreme Court now also has taken cognizance of the matter and has sought details over on the remarks that were made by the Allahabad High Court judge on the majority population, and take us through the details also as to what was said by the Allahabad High Court, which sparked this huge controversy that the Supreme Court also had to step in.
Well, Justice Yadav's remarks have created quite a stir, and as you rightly pointed out, on the administrative side, the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court have sought a report from the Allahabad High Court about why did Justice Yadav attend the VHP rally meeting, and what were his remarks? Were there derogatory remarks made against the minority as reported? To take a full-fledged view on this. As you're well aware, the Chief Justice of India really does not have too much of power, or he can at most stop judicial work because that's the powers that the Chief Justice of India has. There have been requests earlier by a Chief Justice to the Prime Minister to impeach a judge when they haven't been able to get him to resign, when they have found him wanting. But it's in that backdrop now that the Supreme Court has taken the matter administratively, and they will have to take a decision on this. In the meanwhile, simultaneously, as you are saying, the NCP MP is planning to move an impeachment motion. For that, he will require in the Lok Sabha a minimum of 100 signatures.
Right.
And if it is to be in the Rajya Sabha, he has to be a member of the House with at least 50 people to move for the impeachment.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sunil Prabhu, for getting us all those details there. We'll be keeping an eye on the developments here on this big story that we're tracking. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we're getting at this point in time. Now, some more news also that we're tracking amid the leadership tussle in the India Bloc. RJD chief and former Bihar Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav has extended support to TMC chief Mamta Banerjee. Lalu Yadav said, and I quote, "Congress's objections mean nothing. We will support Mamta Banerjee. Mamta Banerjee should be given the leadership of the India Bloc." Well, Lalu Yadav just did not stop there. He went on to say that the India Bloc will be forming the government in 2025. Well, remember earlier, Tejashwi Yadav also had said that he had no objection to any senior leader of the India Bloc, including Mamta Banerjee, leading the coalition, but also stressed that the decision must be reached through consensus. Mamta Banerjee had earlier expressed dissatisfaction with the functioning of the India Bloc, signaling her intent to take charge of the alliance. Now, TMC MP Kirti Azad today said that she is the most suitable for the job, as she is the only leader who's defeated repeatedly the BJP in Bengal. Meanwhile, the BJP says the statements from opposition leaders expose the Congress party's inability to lead. Listening.
हाँ दे दे 25 में बोल रहे सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी। हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग। तो ममता जी को जो दिया जाए। हाँ दे दे 25 में बोल रहे सरकार फिर से बना रहे हैं लालू जी। हाँ बनाएंगे हम लोग।
सबको एक साथ बैठकर इंडिया ब्लॉक के लीडरशिप के बारे में जो समय दे सके, इंडिया ब्लॉक के काम को देश भर में, उस बारे में, नेतृत्व के बारे में चर्चा करने की हमारी सबकी इच्छा है। चाहे शरद पवार जी हो, चाहे ममता जी हो, लालू जी, अखिलेश जी, उद्धव ठाकरे साहब, शायद नवीन पटनायक भी उसमें आ सकते हैं, नवीन बाबू भी आ सकते हैं। तो हम सब बात करेंगे, चर्चा चल रही है, आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ संपर्क चल रहा है।
कि अभी हमारी पार्टी की तरफ से अभी कोई ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट नहीं आया है, तो अभी मैं इस पर फिलहाल कुछ बोल नहीं पाऊंगी। सभी पार्टीज की अपनी अपनी राय होती है, फिर आपस में मिल बैठ के जब मीटिंग होगी उसमें सर्वसम्मति से जो भी होगा वो हमारी पार्टी को स्वीकार होगा।
ममता बनर्जी का नाम लगातार आगे आ रहा है, तमाम जो अलायंस मेंबर्स हैं वो उनका ही नाम ले रहे हैं कि उनको लीड करना चाहिए।
आज इस पर कहीं कोई चर्चा नहीं है, न कोई आवश्यकता है। आज जरूरत है इस देश में सौहार्द कायम करने की। आज जरूरत है इस देश में महंगाई घटाने की। आज जरूरत है
हमारे देश का करोड़ों करोड़ों नौजवान जो बेरोजगार है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार रहते चलते पेपर लीक हो रहा है। आज इस पर सब पर हमें सोचना है और इस पर समाधान का रास्ता भरना है। और इस तरह की इंडिया गठबंधन इसके लिए का है
क्योंकि लालू प्रसाद यादव से लेकर उमर अब्दुल्ला से लेकर शरद पवार
ये ऐसा है,
बोल रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी की जगह ममता बनर्जी को लीड करना।
ये सब इन लोगों का अपने विचार है, ये इन लोगों के विचार हो सकते हैं, लेकिन आज जो राष्ट्र के सामने, देश के सामने, हम लोगों के सामने बड़ा सवाल है, वो किसानों का सवाल है। बड़ा सवाल है इस देश के करोड़ों करोड़ों नौजवानों का, जो पढ़े लिखे हैं, जो हमारी दौलत है। किसी देश की दौलत हीरा जवाहरात सोना चांदी नहीं होता है, उस देश की दौलत हमारा नौजवान है, हमारा किसान है और देश के रहने वाले लोग हैं। हमें उनकी भलाई के लिए, हमें उनके वेलफेयर के लिए आज चर्चा करना है, सोचना है, सदन में रखना है। आज ये सवाल है।
देखिए, इंडिया ब्लॉक में कई सारी पार्टीज हैं, आज से नहीं है, लोकसभा से पहले है। तो जो मंच गणतांत्रिक है, डेमोक्रेटिक अगर कोई अलायंस है, उसमें सब अपने विचार रख सकते हैं, पर निर्णय सब मिलकर ही लेंगे।
Even though YSRCP is not part of India Bloc or NDA, I sincerely feel, because of the past experience, and I have been seeing the Congress party for the last 8 years in Rajya Sabha. This is the 9th year. At this point of time, I feel that the Congress party has failed to lead India Bloc for the last one and a half years. Didi ji will be in a position to lead the India Bloc parties, and Didi ji will be able to handle any issue, any problem that crops up in any given situation, and handle more effectively and efficiently than Congress party. Therefore, Didi ji should be made to lead the India Bloc parties.
लगातार जो इंडिया ब्लॉक के अलायंस पार्टनर्स हैं, शरद पवार, लालू प्रसाद यादव, उमर अब्दुल्ला, तमाम लीडर्स अब बोल रहे हैं कि ममता बनर्जी को इंडिया ब्लॉक की लीडरशिप दे देनी चाहिए। खुद ममता बनर्जी ने बोला, मैं वेस्ट बंगाल से इंडिया ब्लॉक लीड कर सकती हूँ। किस तरीके से देखते हैं आप इन तमाम जो कोरस ग्रो हो रहा है?
आज तो आपको अपना रिकॉर्ड स्ट्रेट और ठीक रखना चाहिए। अभी आपने देखा होगा, सीनियर मेंबर पार्लियामेंट आरजेडी के नेता अभी यहाँ बोल के गए कि आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट लालू जी की बात की गई है, लालू जी ने ऐसा नहीं कहा। तो वो बात छोड़िए, हाउस नहीं चलता है, रूलिंग पार्टी के एमपी 3 दिन से नहीं चला रहे हैं। क्यों नहीं चला रहे भाई? रूलिंग पार्टी की तो जिम्मेवारी होती है हाउस चले। आज तक इतिहास में कभी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि सत्ता पक्ष हाउस ना चलने दे, तो इसके लिए जिम्मेवारी सत्ता पक्ष की है।
So if you want to comment on the leadership crisis of the India Bloc as well, because several non-India Bloc parties, including the YSRCP, had requested Mamata Banerjee to take over the India Bloc. What's the Biju Janata Dal stand on it, or if you want to comment on it?
You see, as far as India Bloc is concerned, since we are not part of the India Bloc, for us to comment on it would be inappropriate. If we were, probably I would have held a view. But I would believe that when we are not a part of the India Bloc, to talk about its leadership, at least from the Biju Janata Dal's perspective, would not be right.
Thank you so much for that. Was Biju Janata Dal MP Sasmit Patra speaking to NDTV.
Well, Sunil Prabhu joining us on the broadcast here. Sunil, with more and more support coming in for Mamata Banerjee to lead the India Bloc, is it now clear that the Congress party may have already lost the big brother status in the India Bloc?
Well, definitely the big brother status is under question. There are a lot of issues that the Congress party is facing after the dismal performance of it, be it in Haryana and in Maharashtra. As well as far as the Mamata Banerjee you're speaking, she herself has taken claim and evinced interest. She did this through her members of parliament, and she herself has made a public pronouncement to this effect. She is also getting support from non-India partners. For the Congress party, immediately they are not in any command position, be it in the Delhi elections or in the BR elections, and subsequently there are, the state elections of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Pondicherry, Assam. So it's in that context that the Congress will have to work together with other like-minded parties in the India alliance, something that they have to see. So Mr. Kharge is the president, and it's in that context that if there is people who are seeking a claim, we'll have to wait and see how things evolve in the next few days, and whether the Congress, Mr. Kharge, is ready to give up his position of the chairman of the India alliance.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest now coming in. Also, now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking in an unprecedented move. The opposition today moved a no-confidence motion against Rajya Sabha Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar. The India Bloc has accused Jagdeep Dhankar of bias and partisan functioning, claiming he favors the ruling party during House proceedings and stifles the opposition's voice. Listen into reactions.
आज जो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन ऑपोजिशन की तरफ से डाला गया है, ये भी पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसीजर में अलाउड है. ये कोई हमने नियम का कानून तोड़ के या संविधान के बाहर जाके अपने अधिकार का हमने अधिकार नहीं जताया है. हमारा अधिकार है नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन मूव करना, पर इन सब चीजों से हटकर इधर उधर की बातें करना बीजेपी की आदत है. आज भी वो सदन में बाधा दे रहे, इससे तृणमूल कांग्रेस वॉकआउट कर गई है.
An India Bloc, India Alliance led initiative. Biju Janata Dal is not part of the India Alliance. We are equidistant from both the India Alliance as well as the NDA Alliance, and therefore getting associated with this does not arise.
All right, Vasudha joining us on the broadcast here. Vasudha, this is an unprecedented move. First motion that has been first time that the motion now has been moved against the RS chair in the last 70 years or so. What will it take for the opposition to go ahead with the proceeding, with the process, and, to remove the RS chair?
That's right. Kitty, if you look at what happened today, there were continuous disruptions, and within 6 minutes of the Lok Sabha convening, it was adjourned. Similar thing happened with the Rajya Sabha as well, and we saw Rajya Sabha being adjourned 3 times yesterday. Today also immediately 2 times adjournments happened, and then of course both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha were adjourned, and now they are all set to reconvene at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And in the midst of all of this, at the spotlight of all of this, is of course on Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President of and also the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha, and in fact the Congress party alleged today that he should not take part in the game that is being played by the centre. The Congress party and all opposition MPs who signed this particular motion to bring in no confidence move against Mr. Dhankar basically has the signatures of 60 MPs, is what Jairam Ramesh told us in the parliament. And in fact Congress MPs and also TMC MPs told us that the opposition is not to a certain person, but the way the upper house is being conducted, and this was something they had thought about even in August, but then they felt that the Vice President would get far more accepting of the opposition, but that did not happen. To Mr. Dhankar's defense, he has always believed that he has basically worked in a very non-partisan way, and it is the opposition MPs who have come with the intent to disrupt the proceedings of the House, and which is completely antithetical to the ideals of Indian democracy. So he has maintained the fact that he's just been doing his job. But this is of course historic in some ways. The opposition here does not have numbers. TMC also in a surprising move has agreed with the Congress party to bring in this impeachment motion against the Vice President. They don't have numbers. They have 103 is the number that is with India Bloc in the upper house, and of course there's one independent MP, that is Kapil Sibal. But of course this is a politically significant move. It's a symbolic move rather by the opposition to show that it is upset with the way the upper house is run.
60 opposition MPs, as you said, have signed the no confidence motion, but clearly NDA has the majority, and this motion is very much likely to be defeated. All right, so Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have been adjourned for the day again. There was no end in sight to the pandemonium that continued in both houses. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla began the proceedings by urging the members of the House to maintain the decorum of the House and highlighted the methods adopted by the opposition parties to protest that goes against the fundamental principles of the House. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju also lashed out at the opposition, saying that the opposition must apologize for wasting the time of the House. Listen into reactions coming in.
संसद एक पवित्र स्थल है और इस भवन की एक उच्च गरिमा, प्रतिष्ठा, मर्यादा है और इसी भवन में हमने आजादी भी प्राप्त की है और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा लोकतंत्र सर्वोच्च प्रतिनिधि संस्था है। संसद में देश की आकांक्षाओं, अपेक्षाओं को पूरा किया जाता है। सहमति असहमति हमारे लोकतंत्र की परंपरा रही है, जो संविधान बनते समय भी हमने अभिव्यक्ति की है। लेकिन मेरा आपसे आग्रह है कि हमें गरिमा रखनी चाहिए। पिछले कुछ दिनों से मैं देख रहा हूं संसद परिसर में जिस प्रकार के प्रदर्शन किए जा रहे हैं, जिस प्रकार के नारे, पोस्टर, मुक्तों का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है, वह सिर्फ न अशोभनीय है बल्कि हमारी नियम प्रक्रियाओं, संसदीय परंपराओं के अनुरूप भी है। मुझे बड़े अफसोस के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है, इसमें प्रतिपक्ष के बड़े नेताओं का आचरण व्यवहार भी संसदीय मर्यादा के अनुकूल नहीं है। सभी दल के लोग संसद की गरिमा, परंपरा, मर्यादा, प्रतिष्ठा को बनाए रखें।
चलाने के लिए सदन को अडान में लाने कि आपको शर्मनाक व्यवहार की वजह से जो सदन की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचाया है, आपको माफी मांगना चाहिए और जोर सोरोस और कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व के बीच में क्या रिश्ता है और देश विरोधी ताकतों के साथ आपका क्या संबंध है, इसके बारे में भी आप यहाँ सदन में माफी मांगना चाहिए। और मैं आपके
the most ridiculous thing they could come up with. They're talking about some 1994. Nobody has any record of it. I don't know what they're talking. Nobody knows what they're talking about.
Have been made in the college entrance test rules. We are learning now. This brings a big relief for the students appearing for these exams. Students can now appear for any subject, and this is going to be only a computer-based test now. The college entrance test is being used by about 283 universities, and what we are learning now, the UGC chief has informed that students will be allowed to appear for the college entrance test in any subject, irrespective of the subjects they've studied in class 12. My colleague Tanushka joining us on the broadcast here. Tanushka, big change that is being implemented now in the CUET UG rule. A test?
Right, yes, Kitty. This is a major relief to students as they will now be allowed to appear for the CUET undergraduate examination in any subject, irrespective of the subjects that they've studied in class 12. This is coming, in a new notification with respect to revamp of rules and regulations with respect to the CUET undergraduate and postgraduate examinations by the UGC Chief Jagdish Kumar. And CUET undergraduate examination will also go back to the computer-based test mode from the next year. So this essentially means that if I have, say, studied psychology in my, 12th standard boards, I can still appear for exams in, say, English or economics for the CUET undergraduate examination. There is no bar on the subject, therefore, in which the student can appear for the exam.
Okay, all right. That, of course, brings a big relief for the students appearing for these exams. That's the big breaking news now that's coming in. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us all those details there. It's time for a quick break. Yeah, we'll be right back.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly up.
Protests in Belagavi amid the Karnataka Assembly session. Panchamasli Lingayats push for reservation. The police lathi charge to disperse the crowd. A no confidence motion by the opposition against the Rajya Sabha chairman. It's the first motion against the RS chair in 72 years. India Bloc moves the no trust motion against Dhankar. Over 50 opposition MPs signatures in this motion. Meanwhile, divisions in the opposition, India Bloc chorus grows from Mamata Banerjee to be the leader of the Bloc. Lalu too backs for Didi. The Congress underplays the remarks. BJP and YSRCP slam the Congress leadership. 13 hours have been allocated for the discussion in Parliament on the Constitution. The BJP and Congress will get equal time during this discussion that will be taking place soon. And the Supreme Court takes cognizance of the remarks made by an Allahabad High Court at a VHP event. Seeks details of what the judge said. The High Court judge said that India will run according to the majority, and a National Conference MP has also moved a notice seeking impeachment of the High Court judge over his alleged anti-Muslim remarks. The government is ready to launch its One Country, One Election project and can introduce a bill in Parliament in this session, is what sources have told NDTV. The Cabinet has already approved the report of Ramnath Kovind Committee on One Country, One Election, and the government now wants to form consensus on the bill and can send it to a joint Parliamentary Committee or JPC for detailed discussion, is what sources have said. Now, the JPC will hold discussions with representatives of all political parties. The other stakeholders will be involved in the process too. Speakers of all state assemblies can also be called along with the intellectuals from across the country. Opinion of the common people will also be taken. Initially, the government wants to involve the people, and the ways and means to achieve this can be discussed later, is what sources have said. Let's take a look at what various voices have said on this news.
मेरे साथ बीजेपी के वरिष्ठ नेता और लोकसभा सांसद जगदम्बिका पाल हैं। वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन बिल सरकार ला सकती है, ऐसा रामदास अठावले केंद्रीय मंत्री ने कहा है इसी सत्र के दौरान। आप कैसे देखते हैं इस पहल को?
नहीं, देखिए, ये देश के हित में है और सरकार सभी दलों से इस बात पे चर्चा भी कर रही है, इस पे एक सहमति बनाने की कोशिश भी हो रही है। क्योंकि एक इलेक्शन क्यों होता है? गवर्नेंस के लिए, गवर्नमेंट बनाने के लिए। लेकिन लगातार अगर इलेक्शंस हो, लोकसभा के इलेक्शंस हो, फिर कुछ राज्यों के इलेक्शंस हो, फिर दूसरे इलेक्शंस हो, तो लगातार ये असेंबली और पार्लियामेंट के इलेक्शंस राउंड द ईयर जो हुआ करते हैं, उससे आचार संहिता लगती है, मॉडल कोड ऑफ कंडक्ट लगता है, उससे कहीं ना कहीं विकास बाधित होता है। जब एक तरफ प्रधानमंत्री का विजन ये हो कि हम 2027 तक दुनिया की टॉप 3 इकोनॉमी में होंगे, तो टॉप 5 फ्रेजाइल इकोनॉमी जो 2014 में मिली थी, अगर टॉप 5 में हम फ्रेजाइल से आ गए और टॉप 3 में ले जाना है, तो इससे साफ है कि हम जब गवर्नेंस करेंगे, जब डिलीवरी करेंगे, जब डेवलपमेंट करेंगे, तभी कोई चीज़ होगी।
तो विपक्ष ने कहा है कि इस पर ये संसदीय लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ है ये प्रस्ताव।
देखिए, हमारा प्रयास है कि एक सहमति होती है, इस पे डायलॉग होगा, इस पे पार्टी हमारी ऑलरेडी कमेटी बना रखी है और उस पे आधार पे है। ये कोई सवाल है नहीं कि ये तो देश के हित की बात है ना, इसलिए सबके हित की बात है, सभी पार्टियों को इस पे विचार
हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया।
कि माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जब 2014 में प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, तब उन्होंने देखा था कि भाई देश भर में बार बार चुनाव होते हैं और लोगों को भी उसमें तकलीफ होती है और उसमें पैसा भी ज़्यादा बर्बाद होता है। तो इसीलिए शुरू में जब संसद बनी थी और 26 जनवरी 1950 को संविधान लागू करने के बाद जो पहला इलेक्शन हुआ था 1952 में, तो वो तब लोकसभा और विधानसभा एक साथ होती थी। 4-5 चुनाव एक साथ ही हुए थे, लेकिन बाद में कई गवर्नमेंट डिसॉल्व हुई, पार्टी इधर उधर हो गया, उससे मतलब ये अनियमित आई है। तो माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन है कि भाई वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन अगर एक बार हो जाएगा तो ये लोगों का टाइम भी बचाने में उसकी मदद होगी और इसीलिए वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन का एजेंडा हमारा है। माननीय रामनाथ कोविंद जी के कमेटी ने उसका रिपोर्ट सरकार के पास दे दिया है, सरकार ने कैबिनेट में उसको मंजूरी भी दी है। अभी संसद में आना बाकी है, तो इस सत्र में ही वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन का बिल आ सकता है और उसमें चर्चा करके अपोजिशन को हमारा कहना है कि भाई इसको आपने सपोर्ट करना चाहिए। अगर उसमें कोई सुझाव देना है तो सुझाव अमेंडमेंट के लिए दे सकते हैं, लेकिन वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को मेरे रिपब्लिकन पार्टी ऑफ इंडिया का पूरा सपोर्ट है और वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन होना चाहिए, ये हमारी भूमिका है।
तो आपको लगता है शीतकालीन सत्र में सरकार ये बिल ला सकती है?
मतलब अभी ला सकती है, अभी 2 सप्ताह बाकी है। अभी इसमें क्या हंगामा भी चल रहा है, इस पर बहस होना जरूरी है, चर्चा होना बहुत जरूरी है और सबका सुनकर सरकार अंतिम निर्णय लेगी। लेकिन सरकार ने तो निर्णय लिया है कि ऐसा होना चाहिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि इस सत्र में भी बिल आ सकता है।
How do you see this idea? The government sources are saying that this bill, after it is tabled, will be sent to JPC for further deliberation.
First of all, the idea of one nation, one election is against parliamentary democracy norms. We are a parliamentary democracy. A government, be it a central government or a federal state government, only is there until it has a majority. There is no fixed term. And only in a presidential form of government we have fixed term. In my opinion, this is unconstitutional. If the government tries to table the bill, and if they send it to a joint parliamentary committee, they will get these diverse views. And in fact, even when they bring the bill back to the House at any point of time, it will be defeated because I'm sure their own alliance partners, the TDP and the JDU, will not support it.
एक राष्ट्र एक चुनाव, वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन को लेकर के ये सरकार मनमानी करना चाहती है और ये सरकार ये थोपना चाहती है। सरकार को तर्क देना पड़ेगा कि आखिर इसे किस तरह से कंटिन्यू किया जा सकता है। ये हमारी पार्टी सदन में अपनी राय रखेगी, लेकिन ये सरकार की मनमानी नहीं चल सकती है। ये सरकार की मनसा नीयत ठीक नहीं है। ये चाहते हैं क्षेत्रीय दलों को समाप्त करना, इसलिए इस तरह की सरकार वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन की बात कर रही है। सबकी राय से ही कुछ फैसला हो सकता है। इस बार विपक्ष मजबूत है।
News now from Karnataka, and tensions flared in Belagavi as members of the Panchmasli Lingayat community staged a large-scale protest there demanding reservation. A massive crowd gathered to protest the demand for the Panchmasli Lingayats inclusion in the 2A reservation category. The police then resorted to mild force to disperse the protesters, but you can see there some protesters injured in that lathi charge that took place. Now, the Lingayat Panchamasli community's demand has been gaining heat, and the Lingayat Panchamasli seer is spearheading this protest, and they had earlier threatened to lay siege to the Savarna Sauda as assembly session was underway if their demand for reservation was not met. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah on Monday had launched a counter-attack on opposition BJP on this issue, on their demand for increasing its reservation quantum, by alleging that the earlier BJP government had given an undertaking to the Supreme Court saying that it would maintain status quo on the reservation matrix. Let's go across to Pratibha now for more. And Pratibha, lathi action there on the protesters. What's the situation like right now?
Well, several of them have been taken into preventive custody, and the police had to resort to lathi charge mainly because the protesters attempted to lay siege at Savarna Sauda, which is the venue where the assembly session is on. Remember, the Karnataka assembly session, the winter session, is on at Belagavi, and day one started on an extremely argumentative note between the Congress as well as the BJP, where Basanagowda Patil Yatnal of the BJP did rake up the issue of this reservation for Panchamasali Lingayats, and they did talk about how this must be moved from 3B to the 2A category, which could benefit them. This has been a demand that has been laid down since 2011, and several of these seers as well as the activists have expressed their disappointment in the fact that none of the CMs, both from the Congress or the BJP, have paid heed to the demand. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the meantime did mention that the previous regime of the BJP under the leadership of Basavaraj Bommai had actually spoken about how they could remove the 4% reservation that has been awarded to the Muslims and then divide it between 3A and 3B as 2% and 2% each. And this did not really go down well. The matter reached the Supreme Court and status quo had to be maintained, which has been an affidavit that was filed by the BJP leaders as well. And this was reminded by Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and all eyes were on day 2 of the assembly session, which did not really go on in full swing, mainly because some of the tragic political events that took place here in Karnataka. All eyes are on how this could perhaps be amicably solved, because Chief Minister Siddaramaiah does mention that the ball lies in the Backward Classes Commission's court. And also remember, the Lingayats form a major vote bank for the BJP leaders there, also becomes one of the strongest and largest communities here in Karnataka. A demand like that, how it would really affect the political landscape here, especially at a time when the Congress has been muddled in several allegations as well as controversies, is also something that needs to be closely watched.
That's right, Pratibha, and also the BJP attacking the Congress over this, and as you mentioned, the Chief Minister there responding to this, saying that they were the ones who went to the Supreme Court and said that there should be status quo on the reservation matrix, as it were.
That's right. That's been the justification provided by Siddaramaiah, which was also immediately rebuked. And there were a lot of heated exchanges that took place between Yatnal as well as Siddaramaiah there on the floor of the House, and Yatnal mentioning that this definitely needs some serious thought as well as solution that needs to be provided. Because remember, Yatnal has been speaking about this for quite some time. He has been trying to arrange the protest of sorts, and they also wanted to ensure that there would be large tractors that could be brought in and the protest could be taking place in a large fashion. But then restrictions were imposed by the Congress government, and that led to the entire debate on the floor of the House on day one. Panchamasali Lingayats reservation is also something that is extremely sensitive, and it also comes at a time when the Congress has been mulling the caste census report, which has already been given to them by the Backward Class Commission. So all of this will definitely play out on a large scale in the days to come. But then how and when and whether this will impact the entire politics in Karnataka is something that keeps everyone on tenterhooks, both the politicians as well as the community leaders here. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thanks so much for joining us there with all those details. News from Gurugram, where there was a blast at a pub there in Gurugram, and the blast was caught on CCTV. Two country-made bombs were also recovered. Just take a look at the blast that took place. You can see the individual also throwing the bomb there. NIA team and local police were on the spot, and two people have been detained after the crude bombs exploded outside a famous nightclub early hours of this morning. The blast took place, according to the police, at around 5:15 a.m. This was outside Human nightclub in Sector 29 and was captured on CCTV, which was installed at an adjoining club. The Gurugram Special Task Force did manage to catch the accused, identified as one Sachin, a resident of Meerut in UP. Also recovered 2 live crude bombs from his possession. The accused Sachin reportedly in an inebriated condition threw the 2 Sutli bombs at the nightclub, and the police managed to catch him before he could throw 2 more. All right, that blast caught on CCTV. And news from Mumbai now, where at least 7 people were killed, over 49 injured after a speeding bus rammed into pedestrians and several vehicles. This was in Kurla West. That too was caught, as you can see on camera. The police have arrested the bus driver and booked him for culpable homicide. The Maharashtra Chief Minister has announced ex gratia of 5 lakh for family of those deceased. The driver has been remanded to police custody till the 21st of December.
I have with me Mr. Anil Digikar, who is the General Manager of BEST. So we saw what happened yesterday. As we are talking, 7 people have been reported dead and 49 are injured, and the number is expected to increase later on. What do you pick up from the situation? It's been just a few hours from when it has happened. Have you gotten any time to inspect the situation? What is your personal reading into it?
Well, this very unfortunate and tragic incident which took place yesterday, and our team visited the site, and we are inspecting, we are doing the forensic of the vehicle along with the RTO officers, and we'll find out whether there was any technical fault in the bus or it was the mistake of the driver. And I think more rigorous training for the drivers and awareness about the road safety is required. For that, we have formulated one committee, and which the committee will look into the training aspect, the duration, whether any modification is required, so that such kind of incidences do not occur in the future.
Can we get a little more information about this committee, sir? Who exactly are the people, and have they started working on it already?
Yeah, we have called the meeting of all the wet lease operators. There are 4 to 5 wet lease operators, and we'll find out from them what kind of training they are giving, and what kind of training is given by the BEST, and what kind of modification is required, whether the duration is to be increased, whether the number of hours of the driving test are to be increased. And these are the engineers and the operators who will be discussing with the operators as well as with our other drivers, and we'll come to the conclusion that such kind of change is required in the training of the drivers.
What we are also learning is that the driver, as of now, we haven't found any report of him being under the influence of any alcohol or any other drugs. But the questions increase about the maintenance of the bus. What is your reading into that?
Yeah, this was electric vehicle and this was quite new vehicle, and prima facie we don't see any technical error in the bus, but we are checking the brake efficiency of the bus, and RTO officers and my engineers, they are testing whether the brake was sufficient enough to, put the brake to the speed or not. And after the final report of the technical committee, then we'll come to the conclusion whether there was a fault in the maintenance of the bus or it was the driver's error.
News now from the northeast, where hundreds of men and women gathered in Imphal today for a massive rally calling for the repeal of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, or ASPA as it's called. The rally coincided with International Human Rights Day today. The rally was organized by the All Manipur United Clubs organization with support from various groups, including Manipur Students Federation. Earlier we spoke to Ratnadeep for more details.
Hundreds of people, particularly women from the civil society groups, they took to the streets demanding repeal of ASPA in the state. Remember, very recently there were reimposition of ASPA in several police stations in the areas like Jiribam, for that example, where in the past couple of months there have been incidents of violence, and therefore ASPA has been reimposed. Also in certain other areas in the borders between the valley and the hill region. But most importantly, what these people are demanding is that not only repeal of ASPA, where it has been reimposed recently, but a total rollback of Armed Forces Special Power Act has been a larger demand of particularly people from the civil society groups. And this rally which took place, clearly you can see hundreds of people there. They're once again pressing on center in terms of withdrawing the reimposition of ASPA, which led to protest earlier, violent protest rather, earlier this month. In fact, the state cabinet has also urged center for withdrawal of ASPA in the areas where it has been reimposed recently.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heart.
Welcome back. Some entertainment news now, and it is the showman Raj Kapoor's 100th birth anniversary, and the Kapoor Khandan is heading to Delhi to meet with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Neetu Kapoor, Ranbir Kapoor, Alia Bhatt, Kareena Kapoor and Karishma Kapoor, as well as Saif Ali Khan, are all on their way to meet with the Prime Minister. With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News and updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
To the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
the energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience. Start your day with the news, not views. We bring you stories that matter and impact your lives. News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai, to the seat of governance, Delhi, NDTV brings to you the best breakfast show. The breakfast show only on NDTV 24/7 every morning at 8 a.m.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Rahul. Stay with us for all the news. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. A large crowd protested in Belagavi as assembly was underway to protest the demand for Panchamasli Lingayats inclusion in the 2A reservation category. The police resorted to mild force to disperse the protesters. The Supreme Court takes cognizance of an Allahabad High Court judge's remarks his purported remarks on Hindus. He said that India will be run as per the majority. The Supreme Court has asked for a report. Also, National Conference MP has moved a notice seeking impeachment of the High Court judge. A no-confidence motion against the Rajya Sabha chairman. First motion against the RS chair in 72 years. India Bloc moves a no-trust motion against Vice President Dhankar, and over 50 opposition MPs are signatories to this motion. Meanwhile, the opposition is divided as well. The chorus grows for Mamata Banerjee to lead the India opposition bloc. Lalu Yadav too bats for Didi. The Congress, however, underplays the remarks. But first, some breaking news now coming in. The Chief Election Commissioner has said that during the Maharashtra Assembly elections, as per the Supreme Court of India and Election Commission of India guidelines, that 5 VVPAT slips at each assembly segment were counted to match it with the number in the EVM. In all, 288 assembly segments, a total number of 1,445 VVPAT slips were counted on the same day as counting, which was on the 23rd of November, and that there was no mismatch found in any of the VVPAT slips matching with their concerned EVM numbers. Remember, the opposition, MVA, had alleged that there were some issues with the EVMs, and they said that is the reason for their defeat and the resounding victory of the Mahayuti. This was various allegations were raised. The Congress even said they would take out a yatra against EVMs and raised several questions regarding the EVMs and the fairness really of the recent assembly election. Let's go across to Sunil Prabhu now for more. And Sunil, just explain this to us. What is it that the Election Commission has said? They said on the day itself that they had already tallied some of the VVPAT slips?
That's right. They had earlier tallied, and now, of course, once again, a confirmation that those 5%, which the Election Commission has decided is the appropriate number to tally. This is based on a study of the Indian Statistical Institute. Some would, of course, argue why, when the EVM and the VVPAT was introduced, this after a petition by Subramanian Swamy, that there should have been corroboration of the EVM and the VVPAT to at least to 20%. But be that as it may, the Supreme Court, based on a study of the ISI, has kept it to 5%. Now, the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commission has confirmed that there's been no discrepancy on that issue. So it's in backdrop that they are giving themselves a complete and total clean sheet.
Right, because this was a huge controversy raised, Sunil, by the opposition there in Maharashtra, given the resounding victory of the Mahayuti and the absolute numbers, with the BJP having a 90% conversion rate in terms of the numbers of seats they contested. All that, in fact, they were even planning the Congress to take out some kind of a yatra and talk more and attack the EVMs.
Well, I think it's just not the EVMs. I think they have now said this has to be a national movement, a people's movement against the Election Commission and against what they believe is faulty procedures, because it's just not EVMs, it's an entire process. For example, how do you decide the date of an election? Be it Maharashtra, where they didn't hold it along with Haryana, or the dates were changed in Haryana based on the BJP's petition. In Maharashtra also, as you can see how things have progressed. Then, of course, the voter data. How do you, remove 40 lakh people from the list to include 40 lakhs? All those discrepancies and that entire process. It's a long process in the election. It's just not the EVMs. And then, as I pointed out, the EVMs and the VVPAT. How many should be counted? Should it be only 5%? Should it be 20%? Many political parties ask for 100%. That will be back to the counting ballot. So all those issues have to be looked at. The Supreme Court has not given any guideline on that, but has left it to the Election Commission. The Election Commission, based on a study given by the ISI, Statistical Institute, has based it on 5%. Whether that can be increased or not, these are things that need to be looked at in its entirety to increase the confidence of stakeholders who are participating in this parliamentary democratic process.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us. With that, and do stay on for the other news story as well. And in other news, National Conference MP Agha Saeed Ruhullah Mehdi is seeking the removal of Justice Shekhar Kumar Yadav from the Allahabad High Court, In fact, on social media, he said that he is moving the motion in Parliament for the removal of Justice Yadav. And earlier, the Supreme Court also called for details from the Allahabad High Court after taking note of news reports of the speech given by Justice Shekhar Kumar Yadav, who is a sitting judge of the High Court, and he attended an event by the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and at that function he made this speech. While taking cognizance of the reported speech, the Allahabad High Court was directed to furnish details. Now, Justice Yadav stoked this controversy when he said that the country would function according to the wishes of the majority group. This was a video that was widely shared on social media, causing controversy. Let's go back to Sunil for more. And Sunil, so the Supreme Court seeking a report on the comments by this judge of the Allahabad High Court, and now National Conference MP too seeking action against him.
That's right. So there are two important aspects. One is, of course, on the administrative side, the Chief Justice of India and the Supreme Court has asked for a report from the Allahabad High Court for the context of those derogatory remarks, especially against minorities, made by Justice Yadav. Also, what was the reason for why he participated in such an event, and all the other details thereof. The other, of course, and this comes in the backdrop, of course, of the fact that the Chief Justice of India, his hands are tied. He can't really, apart from, at maximum, stopping judicial work or asking questions, cannot really do too much against Justice Yadav. In fact, at the most, they can request him to resign. And if he doesn't do so, then there isn't any proper procedure to, remove him. So for that, you need to have a legislative process. And in that, a National Conference MP has said that he will seek the impeachment of the judge. For that, you need in the Lok Sabha at least 100 members of parliament to sign. And it emanates from the Rajya Sabha, at least 50. And that, of course, is a long and cumbersome process, because not only once the motion is moved, then you have to form a committee. You will have to look at the various acts of omission. There will be a full, with the sitting judge, part of that entire process. And then, of course, the final decision will be taken on whether he is worthy of being impeached or not. So that itself could take years. And whether his tenure will be through that entire process, as we saw in Justice Soumitra Sen's case, where he resigned before he was impeached, even though the Lok Sabha the Rajya Sabha had moved his impeachment motion. So these are all time-consuming processes, but nevertheless, the Supreme Court taking a very important note of these events.
Right, and Sunil, just for viewers, if you could, explain why it's so problematic, firstly, even attending this event, and then, of course, the comments that were made, as I said, which were shared very widely on social media.
Well, judges themselves, in a full bench of the Supreme Court have taken a very, very strong view that, they will stay away from functions which have any political significance and, will not make remarks which are, disparaging. This is, of course, against their constitutional brief. And it's in that backdrop that this remarks which he has made about the majority, the derogatory remarks that have been made against the minority, it does not augur well for the judicial system. There is in our constitution an independence of the judicial system. And as you have been pointing out, we are seeing unprecedented times. For the first time in India, we are seeing the vice president, an impeachment motion being moved now for a sitting high court judge to do what he has done is definitely does not augur well for the constitutional mechanism and for the running of our country.
Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with all those details and developments. Let's move on to news now from Karnataka, where tensions flared in Belagavi as members of the Panchamasli Lingayat community staged a large-scale protest demanding reservation. This large crowd gathered to protest the demand for Panchamasli Lingayats' inclusion in the 2A reservation category, and the police then had to resort to mild force to disperse the protesters. There you can see